Hello friends, how are you all? I hope you're all doing great. So we are back with super amazing series on what if Issei was Nephalem, a hybrid of demon and angel. Issei is the forbidden race. And Nephalem, hybrids of angels and devils. Thought to be impossible for their massive amounts of power. Born of the original Lucifer and an angel, he is forced into hiding with a new guardian for over 300 years. Blending into society for all those years, but one day he has had enough and decides no more hiding. But before we start, we always provide best and interesting what if videos, so make sure to subscribe our channel and also like this video. Now without wasting any more time, let's back to the story. Species 50% devil 50% angel. Abilities powers immense demonic power from Lucifer's side, light manipulation from his mother's side. Years of training under his belt make him very difficult to battle. Magic elemental magic in all of his forms. Ice, fire and lightning magic he can use at any time. Weapons he has 3 swords he can use, each has its own element. Retribution sword imbued with his demonic energy element lightning redemption sword imbued with holy energy element ice ascension, formed with both swords, combined making it a holy demonic sword. Elements ice and lightning. Devil form pure demonic form, similar to a super devil's form but stronger. Brimstone's decimation a firestorm of meteors that rain down and destroy the area. Hell's fury pure feeling of hatred overwhelms the enemies so they can't fight back. Curse of the damned curses his enemies to feel extreme amounts of pain until he removes it. Angel form immense holy presence when he goes into it. Divine inferno holy firestorm he summons around him to protect him. He can manipulate it to shoot fire at his enemies. Payback of the sins uses his opponent's emotions, sins they might have committed against them. Makes them have a mental breakdown and go insane. Angel's symphony bathes his allies in a light that heals them. With the 3 factions of the supernatural world, they have always been at odds and never really agreed on anything. They didn't get along very well. No, that is an understatement. The Great War between the factions costed thousands of lives of all of them. They were never the same afterwards. The angels and devils never ever saw eye to eye. Unless it was very important matter. There was one matter long ago before the Great War when the 2 of them did see eye to eye on a very big issue that involved both of them. The breeding of the 2 factions that produced an offspring of the 2 of them were called the Nephalem. A very delicate subject to both of them. To the devils it was completely disgusting in their minds that someone would want to have a child with an angel. Well, the angels thought it was unfathomable that one of them would willingly fall to have a child, but somehow like a miracle the angel didn't fall, and that made them uneasy on what the child would be. They didn't know what caused the mother to not fall and why in the first place she did it. However, emotions have the power to influence actions. Pure love is what brought them to this problem, there wasn't any lust in it at all. Lucifer was the male and angel by the name of Maria who he fell in love with. Even if they knew the risks they knew they would fight it. They were able to hide it for only so long, they knew would get caught, but they didn't care. Not one bit. The child was due soon once word got out. Lucifer's popularity went down quite a bit among the population of the devils. The angels wanted to wait until the child was born and exile him. The mother didn't like that very much. It wasn't until the boy was finally born that they decided what they were going to do. The child was going to be exiled. The mother was going to be condemned for the sins she committed. Lucifer was left to grief over his loved one's death. He never saw his child again. That was over 300 years ago. The boy was given to one of Lucifer's most trusted friends who had watched over him. His name was Kai Haidu. Issei Haidu was the child's new name. His real name was Issei Lucifer, son of Lucifer the morning star. He knew what had happened to his parents and he didn't like it very much. Scene break Kuo Issei found himself in his bedroom getting ready for his first day at Kuo Academy. Even if he was over 300 years old, he learned magic that could change his form to look like he was 17 years old. He was going to be a second year. He had 2 friends Mitsuda and Motohama. He just stuck with them to blend in. They were perverts, but he didn't stop to their levels. They were going to be in the same class so he knew he would find himself in trouble eventually. He got a bag packed for the day and headed down. When Kai saw him, he smiled and placed a plate of breakfast on the counter. "Hey Ice, good luck today," he said. Issei nodded and started to eat. "So what are you planning to do today at the academy? We know there are devils there," Kai said seriously. Issei was quiet for some time before replying. "I'm gonna try to keep them in the dark for as long as I can, I'll cross that bridge when the time comes," he replied. Kai looked serious for a moment and spoke up. "Issei, you must know, if they knew that you're the child of Lucifer and Maria, the world will never be the same. They wouldn't know what to do," Kai said. Issei nodded and finished his food then got up. "Okay, I'm leaving now." He waved bye and left. Kai watched him leave and knew this was going to be the start of something. Kuo always hid the presence of devils, they were only going to be able to hide for so long before someone found out. Issei needed to be ready when the truth would be revealed. He arrived at the gates of the academy so afterward. As he looked around the academy it was obvious the ratio of boys to girls was small. He cringed as he saw the kendo girls with their bokkens. He knew Mitsuda and Motohama would be peeking on them, he sighed and chuckled while walking inside. He needed to get his schedule, which meant going to the student council room. As he arrived at the door, he instantly knew they were one of the peerages that were in the academy. Stealing his nerves, he knocked. He heard a voice telling him to come in. As he walked in, he noticed some of the people in there were staring at him. He sighed and silently cursed. He was already on their radar. "How can I help you?" A black-haired girl with rimmed glasses asked. Issei identified her as the king of the peerage. She had the most power that he could sense. "I'm the new student, Issei Haidu. I'm here to get my schedule," he replied. She looked at him for a minute. It was like she was evaluating him. "Sure, take a seat and I'll have my secretary bring it out," she said. Issei nodded and took a seat. He knew they were all staring at him. He ignored it and waited for his schedule to arrive. Once he got it, he left the office. He felt the stares as he walked out as well. He sighed as he walked down the hallways of the academy. He arrived at the classroom to see he was with Mitsuda and Mudahama. They were happy to see him. "Issei, ready to join us in some glorious babe action?" Mudahama shouted aloud. Issei groaned as he got glares from the rest of the classroom. "I told you before, I'm not a pervert like you guys. You may be my friends, but I will not stoop to your level," he replied dryly. The classroom wasn't expecting that. Haidu was always thought to be a pervert since he hung out with those two, but now they were seeing a different side of him. Soon the teacher was in the classroom and a day started for them. Scene break lunchtime in old school building sat a group of people. One of them was the student council president. She was visiting her friend to discuss the new student. They were currently playing a game of chess. "So what did you find out, Sona?" a red-haired girl asked. Sona pulled out a file and slid it across the table. "Not that much really. Only a name, a birthday, his address and his guardian's names," she replied. The red-haired girl hummed to herself as she read over his file. "So what are you planning, Riaz?" Sona asked suspicious. Riaz looked at her friend and replied dryly. "There is something about him that intrigues me. We know the fallen angels have targeted him. If they plan to kill him, we would give him a flyer," she replied. Sona looked taken aback at her friend's attempt to get a piece on her side. If it was her, she would have approached him directly. "Why not approach him directly instead of letting him die?" Sona asked. "Sona, it would scare him too much if I asked him directly," Riaz said. Sona shook her head and decided it was time to go. "That's checkmate," she said. Riaz looked at her friend. "I'll leave you now," Sona said. As she left, Riaz looked out the window at Issei, who was sitting under a tree. She wondered what it was that made her interested in him. She turned to our queen and spoke up. "Akeno, tell Kaneko to continue watching him for now until we know more," she said. "Yes, Riaz," she replied. However, before Akeno could leave the room, she caught a glimpse of something that intrigued her. It seemed there was some commotion down by where Issei was. Riaz turned to see it as well. The both of them watched what went on. It seemed the Kendo girls were chasing Mitsuda and Mudahama and they ran up to Issei to try to use him as a meat shield. He was half asleep already and was startled when he was dragged up off the ground. "Wah," he mumbled while rubbing him. He was met with glares from the Kendo team. He noticed Kadis and Murayama in the group. He turned around to see Mitsuda and Mudahama cowering behind him. "What did you two do?" he asked them. The girls answered for them. "They were peeking on us," Murayama shouted aloud. Issei rubbed his temples as he felt a headache coming on. "I knew this would happen," he muttered. They all raised an eyebrow at his new behavior they were starting to witness. It was only to get worse. They would see a side of him he didn't want them to know about. "Save us, Issei," they pleaded. Before Issei could speak up, the girls did. "So you're defending them, huh?" Kadis said while glaring at him. Issei just raised an eyebrow at her accusation. He shook his head. Before he could defend himself, they acted. "Die, pervert," Kadis screeched. She then swung her kendo stick. Issei's eyes widened and his battle instincts kicked in. The stick never hit its target. Issei caught it with one hand easily. The crowd was silent. One boy caught the kendo stick of one of the best in the club. They clearly weren't expecting this. Issei sighed as he realized he made a situation. The devils were watching him too. So there was no way he could back out and say it was an accident. It was time to come up with an excuse. "How did you do that?" Murayama asked with her eyes narrowed. "You Issei, why didn't you tell us you got some sweet moves?" Both of the boys behind him shouted. He glared at them. He was furious on the inside they got him into this situation. "If you two bothered to do anything else besides peeking and talking about porn, maybe you would have known that I've trained in martial arts a bit." He spat at them. Everyone's eyes widened. Now they were definitely sure the Fasadi war was coming off and his true colors were showing. Riaz and Akeno were watching intently. They were surprised when he caught it. The Kendo club were excellent sword users in their opinion. Even Kiba her knight thought they could have potential to be great knights. They watched as the conversation continued down there. "Martial arts, you say?" Kadis whispered with an eerie grin. Issei didn't like where this was going. She motioned for the other girls to step up and they all charged at him. He was dodging left and right. No one could get a hit on him. Kadis came over and tried a horizontal slash. She was sure it would hit him, but he quickly squatted and avoided the hit. Everyone was awestruck at how he was making the Kendo team look like fools. Mitsuda and Mudahama's jaws were dropped at seeing him. Soon the Kendo girls were on their knees panting from exhaustion, while Issei didn't even break a sweat. "Well, since you couldn't get me, here's your prize," he said. Everyone was confused at this and raised an eyebrow. He tossed Mitsuda and Mudahama in front of him and walked away. He chuckled as he heard the kendo stick smack against them and their screams. The rest of the day wasn't too bad. His little show's rumor was spread like a wildfire and everyone knew. He sighed as the final bell rang and it was time to go. He got stares as he walked out of the building. Once he was out, he started walking home. About 15 minutes into his walk home, he felt a presence. He knew they were watching him. He came to a bridge and slowed down as he felt another presence come closer to him. It was a fallen angel. He turned to continue walking, but stopped when someone called out for him. Wait. It was obviously a girl. He sighed and turned around. Yes. He replied. She seemed to be flustered. Obviously faking it. He thought. You're Issei Haidu, right? She asked. His eyes narrowed for a second. Yes. Why? He replied. She was quiet for a bit. Would you like to go on a date with me? She asked. Issei knew now there was no way out of the situation. She most likely was ordered to kill him. Did she know who he was? Or did they think he was just some normal person with a sacred gear that might awaken? Either way, she was going to try. Sure, why not? What's your name? He asked. Yama Amano. She replied. They went their separate ways, and Issei decided to get some sleep and wait for Sunday and see what it brought for him. Scene break. Sunday. Today was the date. He knew it would be good at first, but at the end it would change. He prepared for that, and if it was needed he would reveal himself. He was currently waiting at a restaurant for her to show up. Eventually she did, and they went to eat. They both sat down at a table and ordered their food. Yama decided to get a salad while Issei got some pasta. Soon they started to talk about their likes and hobbies and similar interests. Issei knew she had an ulterior motive for today. He knew it would end badly. Not. Yama was thinking to herself as he ate. I don't know if it is a sacred gear or not. I can't tell with his aura. It seems demonic in nature, but there's something with it, but I can't figure out what it is. She thought with a light hum. The truth was he learned to mask his aura so that he could avoid any unwanted attention that would reveal who he really was. She knew she was going to have to kill him at the end of the date. She had it all planned out. What she didn't know is he didn't have a sacred gear. He was something much more deadly than a sacred gear. Something ancient and thought to be impossible. If she knew what he really was, she would have hightailed it already out of pure fear. Before they knew it, they had already left and were walking alone in a park. Suddenly Yama stopped in front of a fountain and turned around to Issei. He knew this is where it was going to happen. Issei-kun? She asked sweetly. Issei blinked and replied in an innocent tone. Yes, she had a grin on her face. It was deceiving. He could tell that right off the bat. I want to commemorate this day. She started. Issei blinked and feigned ignorance while telling her to continue. She had a smirk on her face as she heard him. Would you die for me? She asked in a dark voice. Issei's eyes narrowed. It was time. With that thought in his head, he saw her form a light spear and go to stab him. Her eyes were wide as she saw the light spear blocked by a red and black sword that had black lightning crackling off of it. She looked to his face and saw something that made her skin crawl. With one hell of a eerie grin he spoke one sentence that set her fate in stone. So now you show your true colors. He chuckled darkly. Yama didn't know what was going on. At first she had moved to stab the boy with her light spear, but it was suddenly blocked by a black and red sword that had black lightning. Then she heard his voice with a grin he showed her. It was extremely unnerving. She felt the dread as she finally realized the meaning of his words. He knew what she was, but she didn't know who he was or what he really was. Who are you? She asked through gritted teeth. He chuckled darkly and then narrowed his eyes. I think I should be the one asking you that, Yama. He replied in a mocking tone. She was starting to get irritated at him, summoned another light spear that had more pressure, put it in and hurled it at him. Die, you bastard. With that 3 words uttered she chucked it. When it came towards him it caused an explosion. She started laughing thinking she had gotten him. Oh boy, how wrong she was. When the dust cleared she was terrified at the sight before her. The explosion only ripped his shirt into shreds and revealed what was underneath. A body that was carved out of blood, sweat, pain and tears, but that wasn't what scared her. No, it was his expression that was etched on his face. It was a hardened glare sent right at her. She swore she saw his hair start to shift between red and blue, like choices being debated. When she looked into his eyes she saw something that made her terrified even more than the glare she was receiving. It was like a demon, trying to claw its way out, wanting to be free instead of being caged and held back. It was a true demon and he possessed it. She shivered at what it would be like if he were to set his true self free without restraint. What are you? She asked weakly. He started chuckling darkly. I am your worst nightmare, bitch. He shouted. She fell on her knees as his aura exploded with a blood-red hue to it. Issei noticed something as he was letting out his power. Our little devil has run away like a scared kitten. He laughed humorously. He narrowed his eyes on Yama. What's your real name? He asked seriously. R.R. Rainer. She stuttered weakly. He had a smug smile on. She looked up frantically as he screamed, letting out a massive amount of power. Every supernatural was going to know about it and they would be here in a minute to investigate. She looked to him to see him bathed in a red glow, but his body was starting to flicker between a human and something she couldn't make out. Well, Rainer, I thank you for the date. Now beggin'. He said loudly with a grin. With that sentence he charged, kicking up debris along his path as he neared her and hit her with a powerful punch that sent her flying into a tree. He looked at her trying to get up. Looking at her caused something stir in his stomach. Was it guilt? No, it was pity. As Raynor looked to him, she saw the red start to fade as it was replaced with a blue. He wasn't moving at all. She wondered what was going on with him. First he was thrashing her around like she was a toy, and now he was silent and not moving. Something was definitely different with. As soon as the blue appeared it vanished and he was back to normal. Raynor had enough. She watched as he silently cursed and started to walk away. "Are you running away?" she shouted angrily. He didn't even turn around. "Not running away, just avoiding a gigantic shitstorm that will engulf the supernatural world if I stay any longer. You're lucky that time ran out or you would be 6 feet under by now," he shouted back. That left her confused. What shitstorm would happen if he were to stay? That's when she felt it. The traces of magical energy that were coming to her location. There was several of them. She quickly turned and hightailed it out of the area and went back to the church. As soon as she left 4 magic circles appeared in the area. Out popped several different figures. These were the respective leaders of the 3 factions. Devils, angels and fallen angels. One girl with twin tails was looking at a man with crimson red hair. It looked like they were having a silent conversation. What was that enormous power spike and who caused it? A man asked aloud. He had brown hair with golden bangs and a goatee. No one had an answer to that question. They looked around to see if there was any traces of the person or if there was any possible witnesses or bystanders. However, the area was completely desolate. Whoever had this obviously had a motive, the girls said. They all agreed on what she said. The red-haired man decided to speak up. "Yes, Seraphiel, he had a motive, but there is something else behind what happened," he said. Everyone raised an eyebrow at his statement. "What do you mean, Serziches?" she asked. Everyone wanted to know what he meant as well. Whoever did this had some kind of training to help with whatever power they have. It's obvious since there is no major damages, except for the debris that is in a straight path, most likely a charge-type attack, or they threw someone on the ground and they skidded backwards. He mused. Their eyes widened. If what he said was true, that meant their potential could be off the charts, and it would be very dangerous to have them as an enemy. What they didn't know is Issei didn't like politics very much and would only get involved if it was absolutely necessary or he got something out of it. Otherwise he would stay out of everyone's affairs and mind his own business. However, that was all about to change. The 2 people who were silent decided to speak up. "Serziches, your sister had territory rights over Kuo, right?" the male asked. Serziches turned to the man and replied. "Yes, she does, Michael," he replied. That man was Michael, the leader of heaven, and beside him was Gabriel, one of the great seraphs. She looked to the leader of the fallen angels to see him strangely silent. "Azazel, what aren't you telling us?" she asked seriously. Everyone looked to the leader who looked like a deer caught in the headlights. He sighed then decided to speak up. "I have a group of fallen here. One of the members were ordered to watch over a potential sacred gear user. However, I think the group has started to defect and they might have tried to kill the user, which might have unlocked the sacred gear in a life or death situation," he confessed. They all widened their eyes. "What was the user's name?" Seraphiel asked. Azazel sighed and spoke up again. "Issei Haidu," he said. No one noticed it, but the 2 angels' faces were white as a sheet. They obviously knew that name. Gabriel looked happy while Michael looked somber. "Are you sure that was his name?" she asked in a panic. Everyone turned to the angels and instantly knew something was up. "What is the matter?" Azazel asked confused. Gabriel sighed and spoke up. They both knew that they couldn't say too much about the boy, or it would be extremely bad if the supernatural world knew of his existence. The boy's story is very complicated. It is something that was left unspoken for certain reasons, she said. Everyone's eyebrow raised at her statement. They were obviously confused. "What do you mean?" Seraphiel asked. Gabriel sighed once again and looked to Michael for him to continue. "The boy is very powerful, yes, however he holds animosity for our factions, specifically the devils and angels," Michael said. Serziches was getting annoyed at how vague they were being. "What are you guys hiding?" he asked seriously. Michael sighed and turned to the red-headed devil. "We cannot say too much about the boy. We fear if we do his animosity will only grow towards us," he said. Azazel was intrigued as well. It wasn't every day when the seraphs acted this way. It was like they regretted something. "What is he?" he asked. Gabriel glared at Azazel. It was obvious that was the one question they would. "That doesn't matter, just know he is more powerful than any one of you can ever imagine. Even you Serziches are nothing but a pebble compared to his real power. Now that we know it was him, Kuo is lucky it didn't get leveled. That fallen was insanely stupid to anger the boy." Gabriel snapped. It was obvious there was something else behind her words. She felt something for the boy. Serziches couldn't believe his ears, neither could Seraphiel or Azazel. They all wondered what power he held and what happened to him to make him like he was, whatever it was they knew it had to be bad. Surzich's had a revelation, he knew his sister was looking into a new recruit at her school that recently turned co-ed, and he knew Issei Haidu was one of the new students. His mom Venelana was in charge of it so he knew what students were there. That boy Issei Haidu, he goes to Kuo Academy. My sister and Seraphal's sister's peerages are there. Are they in any danger with him there? He asked seriously. Seraphal's eyes widened, she turned to the angels wanting an answer. As long as they don't provoke him. Gabriel replied. They sighed now that they knew they were somewhat safe from the boy's immense power, as long as they didn't do something foolishly to provoke him. They could only shudder as they imagined what he would be like if he was filled with rage. If he had that much power and was enraged, it would be a slaughterhouse. With that said, Michael turned to Gabriel and she nodded. It was time to return to heaven, there was nothing they could do. They didn't know where Issei was right now or they would go talk to him. They hoped he would get over his hatred soon, they knew his power would be hard to battle if he was an enemy. What do we do about the boy? Seraphil asked. Gabriel sighed and spoke up again. Best bet is to leave him be, that's the way it's always been. She said vaguely. Seraphil wondered what was going on with the angels, she knew there was something serious about it. It was a secret they held and wouldn't give it up easily. It only made her more interested in the boy, and she vowed to find out whatever it was they were hiding. One part of her mind was contemplating if she wanted to find it out, if the angels were hiding it, then it was a very big secret and would most likely change the supernatural world forever. Little did they know the world was going to change, more so than they could ever imagine. Scene break with Issei was cursing himself all the way back to his house. He knew he might have just jeopardized his peace and quiet in his life. Those magic energies he felt coming were definitely powerful and would only be the leaders, and he felt several of them, so he knew everyone felt his power rise. He was able to hold back his demonic form so it didn't show, but he did let out a lot of demonic power. So he knew his time of peace was closing fast and the clock was counting down faster. He needed to think and plan out his next move. Soon before he knew it he had already arrived at his house. When Kai saw his expression he knew something was wrong. Seriously wrong. Ice. What happened? He asked seriously. Issei looked over to him and sat across from him. My date today tried to kill me. He said. Kai's eyes widened, that was all he needed to hear. So you retaliated and most likely let the supernatural world know of your presence? He asked. Issei nodded slowly. Kai sighed and decided to speak again. What exactly happened? Tell me so I can figure out what you can expect. He said. Issei nodded, Kai was his mentor, so he was always the one who was smarter. He taught Issei all he knew. So Issei told him where the fight had taken place, how he let out his demonic energy, but didn't show his forms. Kai was listening silently the whole time. Once he learned that Issei felt several amounts of magical energy and left the area quickly, he knew it was true. The supernatural world would never be the same when Issei's real identity would come to light, it was only a matter of time before it did. Well Issei, I think it was only a matter of time before the truth comes out. When it does come out, be prepared is all I can say. The backlash effect would be enormous. Kai said. Issei nodded and walked upstairs, he wanted to go to bed early and just fall on the bed and go to sleep. That's exactly what he did. Soon the morning came and he was already up and walking downstairs to get ready for one hell of a day at school. He knew the devils were going to want to talk to him, however they didn't know he didn't want to talk to them at all. As he walked downstairs he saw Kai making breakfast, like usual he grabbed a plate and sat down. So what are you planning on doing today? You know they will confront you about it. Kai spoke up. Issei looked at Kai. I don't care what they try, I'm not going to even talk to them. If they want to know so badly about me then they will have to force it out of me. That is if they can. Issei replied dryly. Kai sighed to himself as he heard Issei, he knew that Issei's temper was something to not be messed with. After all his animosity towards the other supernaturals proved that fact, but Kai knew that times were changing and he would have to let go of his hate in order for peace to be truly gained or else they would never get along and history would eventually repeat itself. As Kai watched Issei walk out of the door for the day, he hoped he wouldn't be too harsh on the devils. Before he knew it, Issei had already arrived at the academy. Once he walked into his classroom, everyone knew that something was wrong and to not bother him. It was blatantly obvious to anyone who was in the room. Issei wondered when they would come, he knew today was going to be the day they approached him. It was already lunchtime before he knew it and no sign of anyone. He knew then that they were most likely going to come at the end of the day. It was the final class of the day and they had just finished, and that's when the bell rang. Before anyone could get up to leave, the door opened revealing Kibayudo, the prince of Kuo Academy. Issei groaned as all the girls started frowning over him. Once Kiba started towards his desk, Issei knew this was who they sent to get him. However, they didn't know he didn't want to go with him. He knew, however, that they wouldn't stop until he did come, but that wasn't going to stop him. He wasn't going to give it to them easily. Issei Haidu? Kiba asked. Issei just tilted his head and gave a blank look. Yes, now what do you want? He replied dryly. Kiba just raised his eyebrow at his response. Our club president would like to speak with you, he said. Issei just stood up and grabbed his backpack and walked towards the door. Kiba followed him thinking he was going to the orc room. However, when Issei stopped in the middle of the classroom and turned his head towards him, he didn't know what to think. Sorry pretty boy, but I'd rather not waste my time speaking with the princess of the school, he said aloud. Everyone was shocked, the girls were furious at what he said. Kiba looked angry as well for insulting her, but he knew this was a very particular situation. They didn't know enough about him to make a decisive decision. Before Kiba could speak up again, Issei was gone, leaving a shocked classroom in his wake. In an old abandoned room, there was a group of devils discussing a very interesting individual. It was none other than Issei Haidu. He was an unknown, no, that's a very big understatement. He was an enigma. They had no idea what to think about him. All they knew is that there was some kind of power embedded within himself, and judging by how Kaneko reacted, it was very powerful. The day Kaneko came back, she was shell-shocked, sputtering words about demons. The king of the peerage, Riaz, was very interested in what kind of power could scare her rook. What she didn't know is that she didn't want to find out. So what happened? A red-headed girl asked. She turned to Kaneko and waited for her response. They were on their date, and at the time they arrived at the park late at night, the Fallen tried to kill Issei Haidu, but he blocked her strike instantly. He then started to overpower her with a monstrous aura. I felt it and fled. The presence itself was dark. I could feel the hatred and pure rage leaking out. Kaneko said. There were two others in the room currently. They didn't know what to think either. They knew if it scared her, then it was something very serious. They all looked to their king as she decided what to do. Akeno, Kiba, keep an eye on him at school. Kaneko stayed behind a bit, she said aloud. They all nodded quickly and began doing their duties for the day. School started in a few hours, and they planned to bring him to the clubroom today. Riaz knew he couldn't refuse with more than 2 people. What she didn't know is it would piss him off. Very badly. She wasn't going to like his reaction that much. She watched as her peerage left the clubroom to begin the day. On the other side of Kuo, a boy named Issei Haidu was getting KN ready. Sluggishly he strode out of the bathroom, it seemed he just woken up. It was 15 minutes later and the front door was opened and out he walked. He knew this day was going to be a real bitch. He knew he couldn't avoid the inevitable. Riaz was going to ask him again, and he knew this time was going to be the one he would have to go. He was already on everyone's radar. He knew it was only a matter of time before his secret was out. However, he was going to do everything in his power to keep it from. But that in his mind, he continued walking towards the academy. He knew today was going to be interesting. It was about 15 minutes later, and he stood in front of the gate to the academy. Sighing to himself, he opened it up and walked forwards. He instantly knew he was being watched, but he ignored it and continued forwards. He would deal with them later. Soon he was sitting in his classroom. He was trying to not make an outburst. However, 2 people were starting to get on his nerves. Really badly. Their names were Mitsuda and Motohama. He silently cursed as he listened. Why, Issei? Why did you leave us to the arms of the kendo club? Mitsuda screeched. Issei's eyes twitched slightly. He was starting to get annoyed really badly. You Issei. Why did you abandon us? Motohama shouted. Issei was fed up, he had enough. He stood up from his desk and turned around and glared at the 2 of them. The classroom was suddenly silent. They were watching with intent, they wondered what Issei was about to say. Maybe if you 2 bothered to do something other than peeking to fulfill your own perverted goals, you would know I want nothing to do with that. I abandoned you because I hardly think of you as friends. No more than acquaintances. He spoke aloud. Everyone was shocked. Issei Haidu had just broken off a friendship that was supposedly not even there. They wondered what was going through his head at the moment. The teacher was silent at the whole interaction. He could tell that something was bothering Issei all day, and with what those 2 just said, he needed to get something off his chest to relieve some stress that was building up for the past few days. Motohama and Mitsuda didn't even say anything. They knew it was final. Before anyone knew it, class had started, and no more interruptions had come. When Issei heard the bell ring, he knew it was coming closer. It was only a few more classes until lunch came. He knew that was when they would strike. He knew they would most likely bring 2 or 3 people to get him. Increasing their numbers and coming to get him at a time like that left him without any reasonable options. He knew it wouldn't be good if he rejected more than 2 people who had large reputations in the school. He knew he was going to have to submit and go with them. Before he knew it, it was already lunchtime. He didn't want to eat in the cafeteria. So he walked outside and sat under a tree. He finished his food pretty quickly and, since he didn't see anyone approaching, he took the rest of the time to take a little nap. However, not 5 minutes later, he felt 3 different energies approaching him. He groaned as he realized they were here. It was time, there was no avoiding it now. He opened his eyes to see 2 girls and 1 boy standing in front of him. One he recognized instantly. The one in the middle was Akeno Himejima. He knew who she was, the second queen of Kuo Academy, next to Ria's Gremory. Next to her was Kibayudo, the prince himself. He snorted as he remembered he tried to get him to come the last time. The other one, he knew as well. She was the one who was watching his date. He chuckled on the inside as he remembered fleeing as he started to release his demon form. It was sad, he didn't get to fully transform, the approaching energies made sure of that after he fled the area of the date. He wasn't too happy either. "Issei Haidu," Akeno said. Issei looked right at her, he grinned as she flinched from his glare. "What?" He spat. She didn't expect his tone, she knew there was some hatred in him. She knew from what she heard from Kaneko that she should have expected it, however she didn't think he would be like that right off the bat. She wondered what made him like that. She quickly shook of her thoughts and continued. "My club president would like to speak with you," she said. Issei groaned, he reluctantly stood up, he started to follow them as they started to walk back to the clubhouse. He knew what this meeting was going to entail, and they wouldn't like his answers very much. He didn't care though, not one bit. He was going to be very blunt and say what he felt. He didn't care what they thought about it, he knew the main reason this meeting was being called was most likely to try to recruit him in a peerage. He snorted at that thought. Firstly, he was too powerful to even be in one, secondly he didn't like being a slave. Once they walked in the old school building, Issei took a look around. It was old, no doubt. They walked up to a pair of wooden doors, Issei knew this was where the meeting would take place. Akeno opened the doors and Issei finally got a look inside it. Victorian furniture was heavily present. He spotted Ria sitting on the desk waiting, obviously for him. "I've brought him but you," Akeno said while walking up. Issei saw Ria's nod and "Haidu-san, would you mind taking a seat?" she asked. Issei rolled his eyes and took a seat in one of the chairs. "So what can I do for you?" he asked sarcastically. He watched as the other 3 took their places, he snorted at seeing where they were. It was obvious to him that this was all planned out. Kiba was leaning on a window sill, he was obviously the knight and judging by the distance, he'd be able to get a strike in. If the opponent wasn't Issei. Kaneko was to his right, close-range combat. He mused they were placed in relevance to their pieces. Akeno was closer to Ria's than Kiba, she was the queen of the peerage after all. He could deduce what the others were as well. He didn't really feel any magical energies off Kiba, so that made him most likely a knight. Kaneko on the other hand, he knew instantly what she was and also what Akeno was. You could say he had keen senses. Ria suddenly started to speak up. "Issei Haidu, I'm sure you know the reason you're here. So I'll be blunt about it. What are you and why are you in my territory?" she asked with an edge in her tone. Issei quickly chuckled. He was amused at the princess's attempt. Not the ideal way to start a conversation, he quickly thought. Why I'm here. I live here duh," he said dryly. He smirked as he saw her eyes narrow, it seemed he was starting to get under her skin. "I also asked what are you?" "I know what happened with the fallen," she said quickly. Issei chuckled aloud. He was amused even more. "What's that got to do with anything? There are only a few reasons why you would want to know what I am, one reason just happens to correlate with my date. You knew the fallen was there and you wanted to come in and swoop up a new piece. Well, sorry to break it to you princess, not gonna happen. Hell would freeze over before I become a slave." He spat. His temper was starting to rise, bit by bit. He saw her tense, he looked around to see the others start to as well. Kiba instantly got defensive of his master and spoke up. "Hey, give some respect. You don't know who you're talking to," he shouted. Issei snorted at his statement. "Oh really, pretty boy? Let's see Ria's Gremory, the crimson-haired ruined princess. Sister to Surzich's Lucifer." He started. They noticed his voice had a bit of an edge when Surzich's surname was said. They all started to feel uncomfortable. Ria's was starting to get angry. "If you know my brother, you must know how much influence he has in the devil world," she sneered. Issei laughed aloud, he was even more amused now than ever. "Ha. Pulling the big brother card. Please Surzich's can't touch me at all. He wouldn't be able to do squat to me. I'd like to see him try, the moment he would try something, he would learn otherwise. I promise you that." His eyes held a fiery glare. Ria's wasn't backing down, she stood up from her desk. "What makes you think that huh?" she said quickly. Issei's eyes narrowed, this bitch was seriously testing his patience. "Listen here bitch. I don't give a single shit about what you think you're entitled to. You can suck my left one for all I care. You're honestly really pissing me off now, about your brother. Please, I've seen what he can do." I know what his power is and what it can do, however, that doesn't make up for the fact he wouldn't know what the fuck to do if I show what my true power is. Even your precious Nekashu turned devil can tell it, she witnessed the power I unleashed on the fallen bitch. He spat. Everyone was shocked, they were expecting a fight to break out. Akeno's eyes had a dangerous glint in them. He turned to her and snorted. What? You want to say something? He spat. Akeno paled as she looked into his eyes, it was like a beast in a cage wanting to be free and rip everyone to shreds in the room. It was a demon that was locked up and could be released at any time. That's right, stay silent little fallen. He snorted. Everyone was thrown for a loop again. Akeno's eyes started to tear up a bit. He looked at them for a bit, he started to falter, his angel side was wanting to come out. Akeno looked up just in time to see his eyes that held something different, it shocked her. It was like 1,000 words unsaid, it made her instantly wonder what was going on in his head. She saw the pain and suffering reflected back at her, but it wasn't hers. It was his. She knew something was up now, and that Issei was hiding something big. A part of her wanted to find out what it was, but another part wondered what would come of it and if she would regret it. Now my patience is running very thin, almost like ice. So if you have nothing else to say, I'll be on my fucking way. He said quickly. They didn't even respond. They hadn't expected this thrashing to come from this meeting. It seemed they didn't know Issei Haidu that well, seeing that nothing more was going to be said. Issei quickly stood up and walked to the door. He stopped right in front of it. He had one final thing to say. Go ahead and tell your brother princess and see what comes from it. I suggest you stay the fuck away from me. He spat. He didn't even waste a second leaving the building. He was holding in his temper and not trying to destroy the whole place the whole time. He left in his wake a shocked group of devils. They didn't know what to do. Riaz on the other hand was furious, she was going to contact her brother. However she didn't know how futile it was really. What Issei said was dead on, and they were about to find it out firsthand in a few days. They would be shocked to their core at what they would witness and from what they would learn also. Issei was fuming as he walked back to the school, everyone knew something had happened. It was obvious, he was silent the rest of the day. As the final bell rang, Issei was actually glad to be able to walk out. As he did he noticed he was being stared at once more. He looked up with a glare and saw the student council president. She had a fierce glare too, he smirked. She wasn't backing down. He looked away and started walking home. He didn't know what caused him to, but he took a different route this time. He was walking alone when he suddenly felt a presence he knew all too well. The energy was identical to a part of him. He groaned as he knew who this was. He couldn't get a break, he reluctantly turned around to see someone he knew all too well. What do you want, Gabriel? He growled. Issei wasn't too thrilled to be visited right now, he turned to see the most beautiful person in heaven. That was what she was called, but in his mind that didn't matter. To him she was just another person who didn't understand. He had met her before and it wasn't pleasant, she had tried to reason with him that his hatred was something that needed to be let go and that it was long overdue. He didn't like that too much, as he looked at her once again, he felt like history was repeating itself. What do you want? He asked quickly. He didn't have time for this. You made quite the show at that park the other day. She started. He groaned and stared at her. So what? He said dryly. She stared back at him and replied. We arrived shortly after you left, the other faction leaders were there. They know your name, but not what you are. She said. She didn't fail to notice Issei tense, he wasn't liking where this conversation was heading. You're on their radar Issei, you need to learn to let it go. She said. Issei's eyes narrowed. Let it go, he shouted. Gabriel sighed and realized she was only antagonizing him. She did notice his arm was starting to turn. It was a partial transformation. It was a red hand that had black veins bulging, he had razor claws that were midnight black. She saw the pitch black lightning that was coming off his hands as he clenched them. I pictured it as Nero's devil bringer from DMC4, just different colors and a bit more demonic. His demon form was coming out. Like I said the last time we met, you don't understand a damn thing of what I feel. Do you know what it's like to be abandoned by your own species because of what you are? I've felt this hatred for over 300 years and you expect me to forgive them for what happened? He screeched. Gabriel flinched a bit, it seemed his hatred had grown since the last time they spoke, he was bitter for everything that happened to him. You expect me to let go of 300 years of bitterness over the fact I'm a hybrid of two species who are complete opposites? Come on, I'm the unspoken taboo. Angels and devils don't mix, but yet here I am. The fact of the matter is, I'm done with everything. He spat bitterly. She watched as he turned around and started to walk away. She had one thing she needed to say. There's something you might want to hear, if I'm right it will make your secret come out a lot faster. She said. He stopped dead in his tracks, he glanced over his shoulder. Was she lying? She was an angel so that wouldn't be the case. What? He said. He back was still turned to her. A girl named Asia Argento is coming to the town. She was exiled out of the church for healing a devil. We didn't send her though, we believe she is being used for a bigger scheme of things. We think someone has plans for this town. All three factions have pieces here and you're the oddball. I'm sorry to say it, but your secret might not stay a secret soon. She said. Issei quickly cursed. She did. It was something he might have to look into a bit further. If something was coming and shit hit the fan real fast. He needed to prepare. Don't think this changes anything. I will not give up on it. He said quickly. She sighed as she watched him walk away. She knew it was about to get a lot harder. Issei didn't know what to think about the situation. He knew she was right. Things were going to escalate and shit would hit the fan fast. That's why he was going to prepare and do what needed to be done. It was only a half an hour later when he heard a noise. He turned to see a girl with a nun's outfit on. He quickly mused that this was the girl who was sent here. He just had to be sure. Excuse me, sir? She suddenly asked. Issei was taken back. She looked so innocent. He wondered how she did it. How could she live in a world that wasn't what it seemed? To him it was shades of gray and black. One side was good and one was bad. The necessary evils. He thought of it like yin and yang. Yes. He said. She was surprised at his tone. He sounded as if he was in a hurry. I'm looking for a church, but I can't find it on the map. She said. Issei knew now this was her. The only church in town was at the edge of town. He pointed to a structure on the map. That's it. He said. She quickly thanked him and was about to leave, but something interrupted them. A boy was crying. Issei watched as she walked over to him and said a few words. He was shocked when a green light appeared above the boy's scraped knee. Twilight healing. He thought. He knew now it was serious, that something was coming. He was about to ask her some questions when he felt a fallen's energy signature start to come closer. He quickly hid and watched as the same girl he took on a date came to pick the girl up. He knew he needed to intervene with whatever was going on, but the fallen angel knew who he was and what power he held. He would scare her off and it would tip off whoever was running it. So he sat back and waited until they left. He knew where they were headed, so he didn't have to rush there. He needed to tell Kai first of what was about to happen. He was about to willingly storm the church. He knew something was being plotted behind the scenes, so he decided to jump in head first instead of letting trouble find him, and it eventually would. Once he walked into his house he saw Kai watching TV. He sighed to himself and prepared for what was about to be said. Kai, I need to talk to you. Issei started. Kai quickly looked at his face. He could tell it was serious. With a nod he turned to the TV and listened as Issei continued. I met with the devils in the school today. He said, a bit begrudgingly. Kai's eyes widened. It was serious. He knew now. What happened? He asked. Issei flinched at his glare. Even if Kai was just a regular pure-blooded devil, Issei thought of him as a father figure, so when he gave a scrutinizing glare, it meant Issei was in for a lesson. I told them in simple terms that we should avoid each other. He said vaguely. Kai didn't buy it. The look in Issei's eyes told him differently. What were these simple terms? He quickly asked. Issei sighed and decided to tell him. They asked me what I was doing here. I said the obvious. That I was living here. Then they asked what I was. That's when it took a turn. Issei said. Kai still didn't look convinced. How did the conversation turn after they asked what you are? He asked quickly. Issei chuckled at the memory of what he told them. I told off the Gremory princess, told her that her brother Surziches had nothing on me and that she needs to stay the fuck away from me. He confessed. Kai quickly sighed. Issei's temper sometimes got the better of him. He hoped that it would lessen soon. Is that all? He asked. He noticed Issei's face take on a different expression. He knew there was something else and that it was big. Big enough to make Issei think more than once before rushing in. Gabriel came to me today. He started. Kai's eyes widened. He knew something was deadly wrong now, due to the fact Gabriel had only visited a few times in his whole life. What did she want? He asked seriously. Issei looked at him directly in the eyes. Kai knew now it was serious and that it affected both of them. She told me that a girl by the name of Asia Argento was sent to a church here. However, that church is abandoned. I believe that is where the fallen who I took on a date is held up with her group. Something is wrong. The three factions all have pieces in this town. Something is coming. He said. Kai looked deep in thought for a moment. So you think this town is the boiling pot for the next great war? Issei nodded. Kai knew something was wrong now. Kai was the wise one of the two of them, but Issei had the battle instincts, the ones that gave him a shiver up his spine when he thought something was wrong, and he was usually dead on with his instincts. Is there anything else? Kai asked. Issei nodded. I saw the girl this morning. She had a sacred gear. One that, if my thoughts are right, only proves my point even more. Issei said. Kai's eyes widened. If she had a sacred gear and the fallen angels were at the church, it didn't take an idiot to figure out what was going on. They were going to steal it. What sacred gear? He asked. Issei looked at him. Twilight healing. He said. Kai cursed. Issei was right. Something was coming, and something big. So you were thinking of going to this church to investigate? Kai asked. Issei nodded. Kai looked up, he was in thought. If something was coming and it was starting at the church, it would be a good idea for him to investigate it and try to prevent it. Okay then, go and see what is going on. Just try not to do anything that will reveal your secret, he said. Issei sighed and looked at him. I think my secret isn't going to stay a secret for that much longer, he said. Kai sighed, he knew it was true too. A secret could only stay a secret for so long. It was inevitable. Well, I guess we just have to prepare for the backlash of the supernatural world finding out, Kai said. Issei nodded. Kai watched as Issei walked out of the house and started on his way towards the church. It was only a short run there before he arrived at the base of the hill where the church was. It was time to make some noise. First thing he needed to do was find out who was there. So he walked near the church and sat down. He was using a technique he learned from one of his mentors. It was a type of senjutsu he picked up. He was sensing everyone's energies. His eyes widened when he found out the number that were there. He got a big number of hits. He could tell there was about 4 fallen angels and about 10 to 15 exorcists all in the building. They were most likely Rouge. He decided it was time to spring into action. Walking hastily towards the church doors, he quickly kicked them open. In the process of doing so alerted everyone in the building to his presence. One person made Issei interested. He had a tall build, slim and muscular. Lean but not fat, he was obviously one of the exorcists. The main thing that caught his attention was his red eyes that had a crazy glint in them. Issei quickly deduced this man was insane. There was another man in there with him. Issei knew he was a fallen. He quickly mused the other fallen were downstairs along with Asia and the other exorcists. His train of thought was stopped when he heard a high-pitched laughter. It was maniacal. Issei shook his head. Yup, he was insane. Well, what do we have here? A shitty devil I get to run through? He laughed. Issei watched bored as the man pulled out a revolver. Issei quickly mused they had blessed bullets. He stood there as 3 shots were fired. Issei didn't care that they were coming at him. They wouldn't do anything. His angel side prevented the holy element from affecting him. It was a yin and yang type thing. It was balanced. Boy, were they surprised when he took the bullets and didn't fall down. Why didn't those affect you, boy? I can sense your energy and it reeks of demonic power, and there's something else there, but I can't figure out what it is. It's masked, the fallen said. Issei grinned. Oh, you've only breached the surface of the truth, my dear fallen, while in reality it's much more than you think, he said cryptically. He watched as the fallen angel's eyebrow raised in confusion. Issei looked to the exorcist to see him running out of patience. Screw this. He shouted and charged with a sword. It was a holy one. Issei shrugged and charged forwards as well. Both of their eyes widened as he disappeared from their vision. He was extremely fast, but how? That was the unanswered question in their minds. Suddenly the exorcist was tossed across the room. However, there was still no sign of Issei. Where are you? The fallen shouted in a panic. He heard a chuckle behind him and turned around to see something that nearly scared the shit out of him. Issei's arm was once again partially transformed into his demon form. It had the same black lightning coursing through it, but instead of just his arm, the lightning was coursing through his whole body. What are you? The fallen screeched. A chuckle escaped Issei's lips. I'm sure your friend Rainer had mentioned me after our little date, he said. His eyes widened as Issei's words processed in his mind. This was exactly the power that was described by Rainer, but it was more untamed. Before he could even speak another word, Issei raised his hand up. Beggin', was all he said. The fallen watched in fear as black lightning condensed into a small ball. It was only a little while longer, and he was looking death in the eye as the ball shot towards him. There was nothing but the sound of a body hitting the floor. Issei quickly looked to the exorcist and cursed. He had gotten away while he was dealing with the fallen angel. He quickly got over it and proceeded downstairs. As he walked down there, he was horrified at what he saw. Asia was chained on a cross that was glowing. The ritual was beginning. I will say this first before I act. Anyone who surrenders now will not feel my wrath. Those who don't will feel what it is like to be an ant compared to a giant. He shouted aloud. They all instantly turned to him. Rainer's eyes widened as she saw him. She shivered in fear. He watched her whisper something to a blue-haired girl beside her. The girl beside her looked a bit hesitant, however they widened a few moments after. Issei assumed she told her who he was and what he could do. The one who was a lowly stood up and walked to the center of the platform where Asia was held. Oh. And what can you do, little kitty? She mocked. Rainer and the other girl's eyes widened in fear. Little kitty, huh? Issei muttered. His temper was already starting to light up. He hated people who were snotty and thought that they were above everyone else. This little kitty was about to shock her to death. Literally. No one saw what happened, but one moment Issei vanished and reappeared right before her. He had 2 fingers touching her chest. They all were shocked as they saw his demonic hand. "Say, little girl, do you know what happens when a large amount of volts of electricity course through someone's body at once?" he asked aloud. Everyone's eyes widened in fear, even the girl. She had no words. "Just one thing happens. Death," he whispered, but everyone heard it. Those words made everyone freeze. It's a fairly simple thing actually. The body of a human being, whether it's fallen, devil or angels, can't withstand high amounts of volts. Basically your heart implodes," he said with a grin. She quickly looked at his hand, he grinned as he saw this. "Tell your other fallen friend hi on the other side." He chuckled. Everyone's eyes widened once again. He was killed. The girl was about to scream for mercy, but her voice was caught in her throat as her body violently shook. It was only a second later that her body fell on the ground. She was dead. Issei quickly turned around and looked at the exorcists. It was time to deal with them. They had to be dealt with, that was certain in his mind, however he didn't know why he was leaving the others alive, it wasn't in his nature. Maybe it was because they didn't give him a hard time when he entered the basement. Everyone watched as he raised his arm, they shivered as they felt a large increase in demonic energy. They saw a ball of black lightning form on his palm, it was big though. About a foot long in diameter. They feared for their lives as they watched him lift his hand up and make a horizontal motion. Soon a wave of lightning shot out towards the exorcists. One by one they fell on the ground, dead. He smirked as he turned towards the 2 fallen angels who cowered in fear. He quickly shot 4 lightning bolts at the chains that were holding Asia and caught her as she fell. He quickly checked to see if she was alright, it seemed that didn't complete the ritual in time. She was breathing, so that was fine with him. He looked at the fallen and thought about what to do with them. He was about to leave them to their own devices, but he felt the incoming presence of magic. Someone was coming. "Shit," he muttered. The fallen looked at him confused. He looked at them. "Okay, listen up you two, since you didn't get in my way foolishly. I will help you out here, someone is coming here. With the massive power I unleashed, I can guarantee who it is. She already doesn't like me since I ripped into her at the school," he said. They were confused. "Who was coming? Who is it?" Raynor asked timidly. He sighed and looked at her. "Ria's Gremory and her peerage," he said. Shit was correct, they were about to be confronted by the heiress of the Gremory clan. "Now listen up, when we go out there don't speak unless you're spoken to. That way I can negotiate and do damage control. If you do this, I will help you out," he said. They both nodded, but they wondered how and why would he help them. Especially Raynor, who had tried to kill him. He quickly motioned for them. "Quickly you two, I have a feeling this is a bigger matter. No matter what, do not say anything offensive. I think I attracted a little bit more attention this time," he said. The both of them quickly nodded and they waited for them to finally appear. When they did, Issei had only one thought. "Fuck me." He thought quickly after seeing who it was. It was Seraphol Leviathan with her sister's peerage and Serzich's Lucifer with his sister's peerage. It was a stare-off, no one said a single word. Issei knew this wasn't going to be nice and pretty, but the opposite of it. It was going to be very ugly. Ugly indeed. Standing in front of him were none other than the Mao Leviathan with her sister's peerage and the Mao Lucifer with his sister's peerage. Serzich's was glaring at him. He mused. His sister told him what he said. After all, he didn't look that happy. Grady has a sister complex. He quickly thought with a chuckle. Still not a word was uttered. Issei was getting annoyed at this little game. It's like they were evaluating him. "Well, are you going to say something, or keep silent looking dumber than hell?" he suddenly said. Suddenly Serzich's turned to his sister and spoke. "Riaz. This was the boy you spoke to me about?" he asked. Riaz looked at him with a glare, she obviously thought he was about to be punished. "Yes, that's him, brother," she said. Issei just shook his head, he looked at Seraphol and wondered why they were here. He didn't do anything to her sister, so he assumed they were here as backup if things got heated. Too bad they couldn't do anything to him, he quickly cursed as he realized his secret was going to come out. "Are you sure? I feel demonic energy from him, but it's small," Serzich's said. Issei's eyebrows twitched, so he was mocking him. Oh, that made Issei want to deck him right now. Sadly he was able to rein in his temper. "Yes brother, that is him," she said. Serzich's turned to Issei and grinned. This poor fool didn't know what he was doing and what it would cause. "So you think you're more powerful than me, huh? Please don't make me laugh," he said aloud. Issei's eyes narrowed as he heard the snickers coming from behind the Mao. He caught a glimpse of Akeno looking directly at him. She wasn't laughing or mocking him. He knew something was up with her, but he had to think on that later. Now it was the time to show them just what he could do. "Please, you're nothing compared to me, even my father could smack you around like you were his bitch, but alas he died over 300 years ago," Issei said aloud. A bomb was dropped on them. Seraphol suddenly spoke up. 300 years ago. So you're saying you're over 300 years old?" she asked. Everyone looked to him as he looked upwards, seemingly at nothing. Yes, I am, he said. Their eyes widened. Surziches still decided to mock him even more. Even if you are over 300 years old, I'd like to see you get a single hit on me, he said foolishly. Everyone's eyes widened at his shit-eating grin. They watched as he suddenly turned around to speak to the fallen angels. You two might want to step back, I'm about to release a bit more power, he said suddenly. They quickly nodded and backed up, the others watched in confusion as Issei stepped a few feet forwards. I will say this once. You asked for it, he said with a grin. They all watched in confusion as he didn't move at all, not a muscle. They suddenly tensed as they felt the demonic energy rise rapidly. Surzich's eyes widened as he felt it, he looked to Issei to him covered in a blood-red glow, however it soon disappeared. However something had replaced the glow, they all backed up quickly in fear as they looked at his arms, they had transformed into his demonic side. It was still partial, and not the full form, Issei knew if he did turn into his full demonic form it would be overkill. Surziches was nearly shitting his pants as he felt the demonic energy roll off in waves. What was this boy? He quickly thought. He couldn't get a word out as Issei suddenly disappeared. Surziches felt a sharp pain in his jaw that was followed by several shocks. Issei had delivered an uppercut and sent him flying in the air. Those around him watched as he disappeared again. They looked up to where Surziches was in time to see Issei delivering a follow-up kick that sent him hurtling downwards. He quickly disappeared once again, he was intending on finishing this. As he neared the down body of Surziches, he reeled his fist back that charged even more with the demonic black lightning. However as he swung his fist, was caught by someone, as he saw who it was he roared in fury, and drove his other fist straight to his face and twirled around, and kicked his ribs, and sent him flying away. That's when he heard a voice behind him. Issei, stop this right now. The angels were here. Issei didn't even say a word, he currently didn't trust himself not to blow up and release his true demonic form. So he just stayed silent. Really Issei? That hurt. Michael whined as he came over. He took a look at Surziches, the damage was already done. Then he looked at Michael and glared at the leader of the angels. You shut your fucking mouth. Issei ordered Michael. Everyone else was wondering what was going on. Michael knew this was going to happen, he knew with what happened in the past it was inevitable. I'm sorry for what happened in the past Issei, I truly am, but to take your hatred this far is just plain stupid, he said. Seraphol decided to speak up. What is going on here? She asked confused. Everyone else wanted to know, first Surziches was getting tossed around like a rag doll, and now the angels suddenly showed up and Issei displayed a profound hate for one of them. We're here to stop a fight that would be catastrophic, Gabriel said. Issei looked around and breathed slowly, he was trying to calm himself down. He looked over to Surzich's sister, who was still glaring at him. What are you looking at, bitch princess? Issei roared. She flinched and looked away. Issei noticed Akeno was looking more intently at him, she was probably thinking what Issei had to do with the angels. Michael looked at Surziches and sighed. He picked him up and healed some of the bruises Issei gave him. Issei glared at the Mao Lucifer as he opened his eyes. Surzich's eyes widened as took in the scene around him. He turned to the angels and spoke. Why are you here? He asked suddenly. Gabriel looked at Issei as she spoke. To prevent him from doing something foolish, she said. Surziches looked at Issei, he glared right back at him. What do you have to do with him? He asked. Michael decided to speak up. Well, it's only part of it. He started. They wondered what was going to be revealed. What's part of it? Seraphol suddenly asked. Issei looked at her, he snorted as he knew what was about to be said. His secret was coming out. Michael suddenly looked empathetic towards Issei. Issei saw this, and his rage flared to live once again. Oh no. You don't get to feel sorry for what you did, you bastard. He shouted. Everyone suddenly looked to Issei, he had tears actually flowing from his eyes. Akeno needed to know what was wrong, so she decided to ask. What happened? She asked. Issei suddenly turned to her. Michael was about to speak up, but Issei beat him to it. He was one of the angels who voted to cast my mother out of heaven and condemn her for giving birth to me, he said. That sent them for a loop, they looked to Michael to see him looking down. It was the truth. Issei, like we said before, we're sorry. He started. Issei's eyes narrowed. Sorry. 300 years of exile for what I am. All that bitterness and hatred built up and all you say is sorry. Do you have any idea what it's like to be a hybrid of two species that don't get along? No you don't, so save it. He shouted in fury. Akeno's eyes widened as she heard him speak, so did everyone else. What was he? They thought. That's when it hit everyone. It was part of him, which meant he was part angel. Issei, even if you're a hybrid, you need to make your own path. Gabriel said. Issei glared at her. I am making my own path. I have two opposite species in my blood. What do you think I've been doing the past 300 years? He spat. Seraphil couldn't take it anymore, it was itching at her to find out. What are you? She asked. Issei glared at her, then sighed. It was time. What am I? Well, I'm a myth. He said vaguely. They wondered what he meant. Akeno had a sneaky suspicion on what he was. What are your two species? She asked. He sighed, he knew there was no escaping it. I'm a Nephalem. He said. Seraphil's eyes widened, so did Surzich's. It seemed they knew what that word was. Impossible. Surzich's shouted. Issei glared at him. Ha. Impossible you say. You want proof. He retorted. Seraphil's eyes widened at his statement. What's a Nephalem? Riaz suddenly asked. The other people who didn't know the term wanted to know. I am a Nephalem and it is a hybrid of angels and devils. Issei said aloud. Everyone's eyes widened at his proclamation. Akeno no understood why the way he was exiled by both his species and grew up only know grief, hatred and sadness for something he couldn't change. Everyone looked to him as he was silent, he was about to release his wings. When he did, boy were they shocked. No, that would be an understatement, they were completely stupefied at what he had 4 pairs of wings, 4 being angel and the other 4 being devil, and they didn't look like a normal angel or devil wings. On his right side were the angel wings, but the feathers were a mix of blue and red. On his left side were the devil ones, but they were blood red in color and had blue pulsing veins on them. These were the wings of a Nephalem. No one had any words to say, it was the number of wings he had which shocked them. Who is your father? Seraphil asked. Issei sighed and spoke up. My father is the original Lucifer, the morning star. He said aloud. Everyone's eyes widened for the umpteenth time that day, that's what he meant by his father died over 300 years ago in the Great War, they were finally putting the pieces together and now understood where his power came from. Surzich's was dumbfounded by the information, he needed to do something quick before it was too late. I think he needs to come to the underworld and meet the council, if this stayed secret for any longer it would be bad. He said, foolishly. He didn't know how much hatred Issei held. Michael and Gabriel knew what was about to happen and they had no way of stopping it. Listen here you piece of shit, you have no control over me. I'm not doing what you say because you took my father's title. Your sister should have told I'm not a slave. He spat. Seraphil was starting to understand why this boy's hatred was so large. Surzich's on the other hand was getting annoyed by the lack of respect he had. Oh? And what makes you think you have a choice? He said aloud. Before anyone could see him, Issei vanished again, but this time appeared right before Surzich's. However this time he had a blue and white sword that had frost covering it, it was placed against Surzich's neck. Everyone could feel the holy power the sword had. You know how powerful a holy presence is against devils, so why do you keep testing me? He said aloud. Surzich's was deadly silent, he could feel the cool metal press against his skin, the holy presence was there as well. He had no doubt the boy could increase its power as well, he knew now it wasn't wise to anger the boy. Grunting he pulled away and looked at the boy. He knew he couldn't take him by force, he needed to think of something, however, before he could say something Issei decided to speak up. I'm done here. He started. Issei then looked at the angels. You two can finish up here. He said. He then turned to the devils. Take this warning seriously, I don't care if you think you're entitled to something. Stay out of my way and we will be fine. He said. They watched as he turned to the 2 fallen angels and the girl that was unconscious, he picked up Asia and walked back to Gabriel. You told me about her, so you fixed the mess your own faction has caused. He said. He tossed her to Gabriel, who caught her quickly in her arms, she sighed as she watched him walk back to the fallen. Since you two did do what I asked, I'll give you a choice. Go back to the Grigori or you can stay with me. He said aloud. They both were shocked, he was willing to let them stay with him. It was either that or go back to the Grigori where they would be punished. We'll stay with you. They both said quickly. Issei nodded, he sighed and looked up as his tucked his wings back in. He motioned for them to follow him as they stood up and walked behind him. They wondered how this was going to play out, they wanted to ask him some questions. However they knew it wasn't the right time. Back at the church area, the group of devils and angel watched his retreating form with the fallen angels. No one had any words to say, their minds had been blown from what they had learned. Gabriel quickly spoke up. Now that you know the truth, you know why he had to stay a secret. She said. Seraphil understood that, but she was wondering one thing, why did he help the fallen, why did he willingly go out of his way to help those 2 fallen angels? She asked. Everyone else wanted to know, even Akeno who was shocked silent at the news. Gabriel sighed and showed a small smile. You see with what has happened to him, he has developed a sense of justice. Not just in the sense of what happened to him either. He doesn't like unnecessary bloodshed if you will, it's the same reason he didn't attack you or anybody else. It was Surzich's who provoked him, so he thought it was necessary to prove a point. I'd guess that those 2 surrendered when he offered the chance, and as such they were spared from his wrath. She explained. Akeno had a question that she needed to ask, so she quickly spoke up. When we had our first meeting, even though it didn't go too well, I saw something for a split second that I wasn't sure if it was real or not, she said. Gabriel turned to her. What did you see? She asked. Everyone looked to Akeno as it happened when he mentioned my other side, in his eyes were a demon that was locked up wanting to get out. However, the next time I looked into them, it was completely different. It showed pain and sadness all bundled up, she said. Gabriel smiled sadly and spoke up. You see, he has two forms, I'm sure you might have noticed it somewhat, his eyes and body start to change. Red is his demonic side and blue is his angel side. You see, his two sides are like yin and yang, one couldn't survive without the other, and at the same time they constantly conflicting with each other. It's like a debate deciding what to do. What you saw is what side was currently being used. Mostly his demonic side is used, due to his rage. However, there are times where he falters, and the angel side comes out. That sadness and pain you saw was what he has been holding in all these years, she explained. Everyone looked down at the news, someone had that much in him that needed to be let out. They wondered how he could withstand it all, every day the same thoughts, and no choice in the matter. Now they understood what he was, and why he was the way he was. Some of them were sad about it, some knew they had to help him. However, they knew it would be futile. Gabriel looked at Michael, who nodded. It was time to return to heaven. You guys can do whatever you want with this information that has been said today, just know now that his secret is out. That he will only have more reason for his hatred to grow, she said. Before they left, Gabriel looked at Riaz, who stared right back at her. You of all people should stay away from him, you're probably the last person who would want to talk to you. You would only make it worse, she said. She then turned to Surziches. You're lucky we got here when we did, or there might have been some casualties, she said. Everyone looked at the angels as they entered their own magic circle and left the area. In the aftermath of it all was a shocked group of devils with no idea what to do. The walk home was annoyingly silent. Raynor and Calwarner didn't know what to expect for the son of Lucifer. They were just as shocked as everyone else who learned his true identity. Suddenly they stopped walking. As he stopped, he turned to them and began to speak. Listen, you don't need to be afraid of me. As long as you follow a few simple rules, we'll be fine. I know you must have a lot of questions, but hold them off until we get to the house. I should warn you of my guardian Kai. He may be a bit apprehensive, but that's just because he's like a father to me, he's been with me since the beginning, he said suddenly. Their eyes widened quickly, he was being this friendly to them after Raynor tried to kill him. Calwarner didn't know what was going through his head. She needed to know, she spoke up. Why are you being so nice? She asked quickly. She watched him sigh, she thought she might have angered him a bit, but he replied in a soft tone, which took them for surprised once again. It is no secret that I am a hybrid of two species that have clashed against each other since the beginning of time. It is the same for me. They are constantly fighting each other to get control. Which form takes hold is dependent on emotion. It's like I have an angel on my shoulder and a devil on my back, or vice versa. They always want me to do one thing, while the other wants the opposite. It's a yin and yang type thing, it's balanced as well, he explained. Their eyes widened again, it made sense to them. Also, with everything that has happened to me, you could say I developed a need of justice. I always wanted to get payback for what my life was turned into. I've learned past that though, I don't care anymore though. I do what I want when I want to. You wanted to know the reason you're still alive. When I asked you to surrender, you did. I don't like to spill blood that is unnecessary, only if it is truly needed, only then is when I will act, he explained. With that said, he continued to walk again, he didn't say anything afterwards. They listened as he spoke and started to understand what he felt. However, they didn't understand at all. That was what stuck to them in their minds, no one truly understood him. He was an enigma of sorts. It was obvious to them, he put on a mask to cover his true feelings. They hoped someone could break through his walls and help him. Little did they know fate was already at play making that happen. Someone was going to break through his walls eventually, and it would change everything. However, that wasn't going to happen for a while. Before they knew it, they arrived at his house. It wasn't fancy or anything along those lines. Just a simple 2-story house. It seemed to have about 4 rooms. So it would be fine for them. As he walked to the door, he suddenly stopped and turned. When we go in there, don't say anything. Let me do the talking. Kai is a little apprehensive, as I said before, but after he gets to know you, he won't mind you living here, he said. They both nodded and followed him in the house. Issei looked at the man at the counter. He had his back turned to them. Raynor and Calwarner couldn't feel any demonic energy coming off of him. Was he human? No, that couldn't be right. There was something they didn't know. Once he turned around and saw them, he narrowed his eyes and looked at Issei, who wasn't flinching or backing down at his glare. Ice. Who are these people? Why have you brought Fallen to our home? He asked seriously. Issei began to explain what happened at the church. Kai's eyes softened as he heard about the confrontation with the devils. He looked at the two girls who were going to be living there, it was like he was evaluating them. They watched as Kai and Issei looked at each other again, it was like they were having a silent conversation with just the way they looked at each other, like they knew what the other was thinking. So you're going to be staying here, huh? Fine by me. Just remember to do what Issei says. He quickly said. They wondered what he meant by that. What do you mean by that? Rainer quickly asked. Kai looked at Issei for a moment. You see, there was a reason I offered you a place to stay. He said suddenly. They wondered what was his reason. Do you guys know what the reason behind taking that girl's sacred gear was? Did Kakabiel actually tell you? I assumed not, since you're really only pawns in his mind. He said aloud. They were shocked, why was he asking this now? In truth, they were just following orders. I figured as much. You see, your leader of your little group forgot to mention that he plans on starting another war between the factions. He chose this town for a very particular reason. He explained. They were shocked as they heard him, they listened as he continued to explain. You see, all three factions have pieces in this town. Some are more important than others, he knows this and is planning on exploiting this little fact. Asia was just the tip of the iceberg. To have Twilight healing on your side is a very big advantage in a battle. This town is a powder keg essentially, just waiting for the right spark to set it all ablaze. Your little group is one side of the situation, the Fallen. The other pieces are the devils. In this town you have two peerages that just happen to be siblings of two of the current devil kings. Seraphol Leviathan and Surzich's Lucifer. If Kakabiel were to kill those two peerages, which that would be pretty easy for a cadre class, that would be the spark that would ignite it all. Soon the angels would have to decide whether or not to join in or stay neutral. Which would work for a while, but they'd eventually be dragged in, and Kakabiel would have his second great war started. He explained. That shocked them big time, they were just pawns in the bigger scheme of things. However, that made them wonder if Issei could handle Kakabiel pretty easily. Couldn't you handle him fairly well? Rainer suddenly asked. They looked to him to see him deep in thought. I mean, you did toss around Surzich's like he was nothing. Kalwerner added. Suddenly Issei chuckled and turned to them. If it was a real fight, I'd have to truly fight. Kakabiel isn't the type to hold back. You see, my power has very special properties, they are sometimes a very deadly combo if used right. He said quickly. They watched as he held out his hand and the familiar black lightning started to spark to life. You see, this lightning has some very special properties. It can be used in more than one way, with the addition of a normal attack, it can be used as a buff. When applied to my body, it increases my movement speed by a good bit, it also sharpens my senses. It also increases my brain power, in doing so it allows me to think 3 to 4 steps ahead of my opponent. With all these combined it becomes very deadly with my power. That is how I got the drop on Surzich's. Now if he'd known beforehand of who I was and what I could do, I can assure you that it wouldn't have played out that way. Surzich's had power alright, and if we were to fight for real, I'd have to truly use my power, that I can guarantee you. He explained. They widened their eyes once again as they heard him, to have something like that in your arsenal was indeed very powerful. They now understood that he not only had real power, but he had the techniques that he could use that would put someone 6 feet under if used right. That's why I'm going to train you. He said with a grin. They gulped, they had no idea what to expect from this. However, that won't be until tomorrow after school. Speaking of school, I'm going to get you enrolled. They widened their eyes once again, he was going to get them enrolled. How? They doubted the devils would like 2 fallen angels at their school. They wondered what he was thinking. Before anyone knew it, the morning came and it was time for Issei to get ready. He was already rushing around the house getting his stuff together. Kalwerner and Rainer could believe their eyes. Someone like him acted like that in the morning. It was obvious to them that there were things that they obviously didn't know about Issei Haidu. They watched as he left the house and they turned towards Kai as he looked at them. It seemed this day was going to be an interrogation. Scene break with Issei. Issei knew this day was going to suck, he just hoped they would stay as far away from him. He already planned on visiting the student council office to speak with the president about enrolling Kalwerner and Rainer. He really hoped that the princess wouldn't bother him, or she'd learn not to very fast. He was damn sure about that thought. He groaned as he stepped on the school grounds, he was already be watched like a hawk. Shaking his head he ignored them and walked forwards, he knew this was bound to happen anyways. However, he didn't know who was watching him, and it was someone who felt pretty sorry for him. They knew they needed to try to get through his barriers and walls. They didn't know how though. Before anyone knew it, class was already in session. Issei knew once lunchtime came around it was going to be a long day. He knew what to expect when he dropped by the student council office. He knew how it could turn ugly real quick, he needed to stay calm and not let them annoy him or antagonize him. As lunch finally rolled around, he decided it was time to go. However, as he was currently walking towards the student council room, he felt something was wrong. Like it wasn't going to go the way he wanted, something was going to happen. He found himself behind the door ready to knock. He knew once he did there was no going back. Nothing would ever be the same, he knew that was already the case. His secret was already out and it was only going to reach more ears soon. He couldn't stop it either. Steeling his nerves, he knocked 3 times. He heard a few hushed tones through the door, he couldn't really make out what was being said though. He also didn't care, he came here for one thing and one thing only. However, a part of him knew he was going to get more than he bargained for. As soon as the door opened, he felt the immediate rise in magical energy. They tensed as they saw who it was. Issei sighed as he knew this was going to happen either way. He put his hands up in a surrendering pose. He wanted to get the message across that he wasn't their enemy. You have no need to be afraid of me, albeit I am considerable more powerful, and you did see what I did to the current Lucifer. He said. They obviously noticed a distaste in his tone when he said Lucifer. They wondered how he truly felt about everything. He noticed they were still a little apprehensive, but the danger he sensed had gone away. Well, what do you want? A voice suddenly said. Issei turned to the voice to see a boy with short but spiked blonde hair and gray eyes. Issei raised an eyebrow at the boy's tone. He was a little bit arrogant, but Issei heard something else beneath the surface. The boy simply cared for the peerage and would do whatever it took to protect them. Issei didn't mind that at all, it was something in his mind that was respectable. I'm here to speak to your master about a very important matter. He said calmly. He was in a nest of devils after all, he wasn't one to make foolish decisions. No, he planned them out and acted on them accordingly, this time he just happened to have some bad luck and ended up in the heart of the matter. He needed to be careful, there was no doubt about that whatsoever in his mind. Oh? What would that be? A new voice spoke up. Issei turned to see her, she had a bob-cut hairstyle and pair of short-rimmed glasses. This was Sona Citri, or Sona Shitori, the student council president. She gazed at Issei for a few moments. It was like she was evaluating how to take him on if push came to shove. He wondered if she would be able to do that actually. Did she have the resolve to try to take him on, despite knowing who he was and what he could do? Issei sighed and took a seat, he knew this was the hardest part. I wanted to talk to you about a possible enrollment for 2 students, they are the fallen angels I saved. He said quickly. The reaction was immediate, eyes widened and they tensed. Issei felt the danger come back to him as the energy arose swiftly in the room, everyone was edge. Oh? Why would they need to come here? Sona asked through. Issei sighed and once again raised his hands in an attempt to placate them quickly, he needed to dissolve the tension in the room quickly. Listen, I'll be honest. I'm going to be very blunt about this, sorry if I come off as offensive in any way. He quickly said. That caught their attention very quickly, they started to listen as he continued on. I'll share some info with you, this town is a powder keg and something is going to happen very soon. In reality I couldn't give a flying fuck what happens, however that doesn't dispute the fact that I live in this town and I would eventually be dragged into a conflict. All I want is for them to be able to enroll here so I can keep a close eye on them. I'll give you 2 favors that you can ask me for if you get them enrolled. He said. As soon as he said that, Sona got a grin on her face. Which creeped Issei out a bit, devils were known to be crafty and have ulterior motives. What was she planning? He quickly thought, after all the Citri clan was known for its intellect. They seemed to stare at each other for a long time. Issei knew she was planning something. Any favor? She asked quickly. That surprised Issei, he quickly thought about what she could possibly ask. Nonetheless he knew it couldn't be outrageous, if it was he would be damned before doing what she asked, and if he had no way out, that was fine too. He would just do what she wanted and be done with it. As long as it's not completely crazy. He replied. She was silent for a while before looking at him. I will see what I can do. She said. He nodded and stood up. Very well, and since I know our relationship isn't the best. Also the fact that yours overall isn't good with the other factions, I will say this. I will keep them on a leash. He said quickly. They were silent as he walked out of the office. It seemed it worked, however Issei knew a few issues were going to stem from this little meeting. The first thing he knew was the information he passed on would be told to the higher-ups. He knew Sona would tell her sister, and that would most likely result in a meeting with Seraphol. He didn't know how that would turn out, he would have to cross that bridge when the time came. There were more important matters that needed to be dealt with at first. Those matters entailed training the 2 fallen angels so that they could handle themselves against a tough opponent. He also needed to get back into shape a bit. In truth he did let himself fall short a bit of what his training used to be like. It was time for him to show all of them what he could really do. Rainer and Kalwerner sat in the house as Kai started to speak to them, it was going to be a long day for them. So any particular reason why Issei spared you? He seemed to ask Rainer. His voice was scrutinizing, like he was searching for any sort of deception or deceit. Who was this guy? They both thought quickly. I know what I did was wrong, and I made his life much worse than it was. I truly want to make amends with him," Raynor said suddenly. Kalwerner looked at her in shock. Raynor wasn't usually like this. Did this boy already start to change her? She thought. She turned to Kai to see his expression soften. "I think you mistook me for being angry. Honestly, I'm glad that you did what you did," he said jokingly. Both of them whipped their heads to him in shock. What was he getting at? They both thought quickly. "What do you mean?" Kalwerner asked, confused. Why was he glad that Raynor attacked them on his date? She wanted to know badly. Kai sighed before speaking up. "I care for Issei quite a bit. I've raised him. However, I will admit he has some flaws that need to be fixed. Firstly, he is stubborn. I'm sure you might have noticed it a bit. Not wanting to answer or do anything. It is because of this he is reluctant to let go of his hatred, which will be a really tough thing for him to do. After that date happened, I knew things would start to change with him. I saw it from the beginning when he got home that night," he explained. They both widened their eyes as they heard his explanation. It was understandable, but at the same time it was a sick twisted sense of logic. Seriously, who the fuck was he? They both thought. You may think it's a bit fucked up, and it is. However, there are only a few things that can make Issei see things differently. One is emotions. His emotions are locked inside, never wanting to show them. The other is the truth. Once he sees it bluntly and it dents in his mind, it stays there and he never forgets it, Kai explained. Raynor and Kalwerner started to feel what he felt a bit. However, it was only a small fraction of it. All those years of bitterness and being alone has made a big impression on him. As such, he's very reluctant to trust people. Especially devils and angels, he said. Kalwerner wondered how Gabriel was able to speak to him and get him to calm down though. What about Gabriel and Michael? Gabriel was able to keep him at bay at the church. Michael, on the other hand, just fueled his rage. Kalwerner asked quickly. Kai chuckled a bit before replying. Gabriel is someone he learned he could trust through the years of them butting heads. Michael, on the other hand, is someone he hates with a passion, Kai explained. Raynor remembered what Issei said at the church. Is it true that he voted to cast his mother out of heaven? She asked. Both of them widened their eyes as Kai nodded numbly. Issei's thoughts on his parents are very complicated. He loathes his father. He never was a supporter of the old Mao faction. He doesn't want world domination or anything like that. His mother is the opposite, however he never met her. That is the one thing that makes him hate the angels more than anything. Since Michael voted to cast his mother out of heaven, Issei hates him like none other, he explained. The pieces were coming together now. Why Issei showed such a profound hate for the leader of the angels. It was making sense now. They wondered what it would be like if he blew his top and raged. What would it be like if Issei truly let out all his anger and hate at a single person? Kalwerner suddenly asked. Kai paled at the thought. He gulped before replying. Whoever the fool that would be the cause of it would not know what he unleashed. Issei would most likely go full-blown demonic form and obliterate them, and most likely anyone that was foolish enough to get in his way, he said softly. Both of them were shocked. They should have expected it though. Rage was a very influential and powerful emotion for someone to have, and for Issei it was 10 times worse. They shuddered at the power that would be unleashed. Is there anything or someone who has enough influence on him that would be able to calm him down before he unleashed such a thing on an opponent? Raynor asked. Kai looked up for a moment. He was in thought for a good bit. Maybe. If Issei were to have a romantic relationship with someone that he truly felt something deep for, the angel form might take over if the person does something that shocks him out of it, he said. He looked down after speaking. However, we all know that is basically impossible. Issei would have to let go of all his hatred to let someone in like that, he said softly. Both of them nodded numbly. They knew how hard that was going to be for him. However, none of them knew fate was already in motion, and it was going to start making it happen very soon. Suddenly the door opened, revealing none other than Issei. Kai looked at the clock and sure enough school was out and it was about time for him to arrive home. So how did it go today? Kai asked quickly. All of them waited for his answer. Decent, no one tried anything. I managed to convince the Citri to let those two in, for a price of course. He shrugged. They wondered what he meant by a price. What price? Kai asked suspiciously. Issei rolled his eyes and sat down. I offered the girl 2 favors. As long as they weren't crazy I would do them, he explained. Raynor and Kalwerner seemed surprised by that. What if they tried to get the best of him and something happened that he didn't like? They both thought quickly. What if they try to recruit you into a peerage? Raynor asked quietly. A cold humorless laugh escaped out of his mouth as he heard her. His eyes though held a fury that resembled 1,000 souls wanting vengeance. He spoke in a cold tone. If they did, they are utterly stupid to think I would ever become a slave. Even so, I'm too powerful for an evil beast to work on me. They would be foolish to even think about that, he said. Raynor and Kalwerner flinched from his tone. It was obvious nothing good would come from the outcome. They wondered though what the Citri heiress was going to use those favors. They knew Citri were known for being intelligent. So they knew she wouldn't do something stupid to anger him. "So you two, are you ready?" Issei suddenly asked. They both turned their heads to him. "Ready for what?" Raynor asked. Kai chuckled and Issei just rolled his eyes. "Training, remember? I told you guys that I was going to train you. As it stands, you are ants compared to Kakabiel. If he were to attack soon, you'd just be cannon fodder," he said dryly. Both of them dropped their jaws in horror. That's how he thought of them. They both thought. He looked at them and rolled. He then launched her up in the air and charged up a small bolt of lightning. It wasn't that deadly or lethal. It would give her a good shock though. He quickly shot it right at her in midair. She hit the ground with a thud. "Seriously, are you guys even trying? You're not even scratching me. Here's your next lesson, use teamwork to your advantage. Coordinate an attack that would make me choose between which one to take head on, so I wouldn't have the choice to dodge it. Also, don't be afraid to use underhanded techniques, anything is fine in a real fight. Your opponent would do the same to you," he said aloud. They both blinked and stood up. They both looked at each other for a few moments. Issei got into a defensive stance as he knew they were coming up with something. He then saw Raynor smirk. She quickly transformed into her true form and started to squeeze her breasts together. Issei blinked as he didn't expect this, however he should have. Fallen angels were known for falling for their sins, and most of the time it was lust. In that moment he was temporarily stunned. He was hit in the ribs with a light spear. Once he got back up, Raynor spoke. "How is that for underhanded?" She snickered. He chuckled and cracked his joints. It was time to get serious. "Definitely underhanded. Time to take it up a notch." He chuckled. They watched as his hand turned demonic, with the demonic lightning crackling off it. He gave a sadistic grin. Before the both of them knew it, he was in between the two of them. He quickly grabbed Caloriner and launched her towards Raynor with a ton of force. Both of them were sent spiraling into the wall. 5 minutes later they both got up sluggishly and walked over to Issei. "Remember, never let your guard down, all it takes is one mistake and the tide of the battle turns for the worse," he said quickly. They watched as he went to his bag and opened it up. It was filled with baseballs. WTF. They both thought. Issei grabbed the bag and dragged it over to them. He looked at them with a cruel smile. "Next lesson is to use your body to an advantage, let it do what it wants. Let instinct take over, fight or flight. All of these mean the same thing, you must be able to think and act at the same pace. If you can do this, you will be able to dodge nearly anything," he said suddenly. Caloriner looked just in time to see Raynor getting struck with a powerhouse throw. Issei adopted a smirk and spoke up. "You'd better dodge." He smiled. They gulped as he began throwing like a crazy bastard. 30 minutes later baseballs were scattered across the room and the two of them had bruises like none other. They couldn't feel anything, they were sure a few bones were broken. "That was honestly good enough for today," he said suddenly. They widened their eyes as his hair started to turn blue. It was small and near imperceptible. However, they could feel the holy presence coming off of it. He was starting to turn into his angel form. However, the sensation died down and in his hand was a ball of blue light. With a swift motion he threw it at the two of them and they were both covered in a blue glow. They were healing. They looked at him stunned. Training was going to be like this all the time. To be trashed around the whole time before getting healed so he could do it again. They both thought, horrified. "Okay, time to go back, we do have school tomorrow," he said. They quickly got up and walked over to him. They stepped back into the magic circle and reappeared back at the house. Kai smiled at seeing them. It seemed progress was starting to happen after all. "So how'd it go?" he asked. Issei shrugged with a smile. "They will get the hang of it eventually," he replied. Kai nodded with a smile. He was about to speak up again. However, a knock on the door grabbed everyone's attention. "How is it?" the girls asked suddenly. Kai and Issei looked at each other, their eyes narrowed. "No one really ever comes by that often, it's someone who is a part of the supernatural, no doubt." Kai spoke up. He looked at the door cautiously as Issei got up and walked over to it. He opened it up and narrowed his eyes. Standing in front of him was Seraphol Leviathan. She had a small smile on her face as he answered it. "May I come in?" she asked respectfully. Issei breathed in and out quickly. He was trying to avoid getting angry over something like this. Usually when people came over they wanted something. This was no different. The question was, just what did she want to say? Seriously, didn't want to fucking deal with this shit, not at all. However, he couldn't deny the truth of the gravity of the situation that was currently standing in front of him. Sure, he could slam the door in her face and tell her to come back when hell freezes over, and boy was he tempted to do. However, that was utterly foolish and something even he knew would cause more trouble for him in the future. After the woman standing in front of him just happened to be the current Leviathan. "Fuck me," Issei thought to himself. He quickly looked back to Kai and watched as he nodded back. Kai quickly turned to the two girls and say a few words. Issei watched as they both walked upstairs. He turned back to Serafal and forced a smile. "Sure, come right in," he said through gritted teeth. She flashed a smile back and walked in as he moved aside. As she stepped inside the house she looked around. It was a fairly normal house. She saw Issei and his friend sitting down on the couch. She quickly took a seat across from them. "So why are you here?" Issei asked bluntly. Serafal frowned. She should have expected him to be like this, from what she heard from her sister. She cleared her throat and prepared to get down to business. She couldn't be her normal self here. This was a very dangerous situation she had brought on herself. She looked at the son of Lucifer and spoke. "I'm aware of your distaste for devils, however I'm here for some information that you gave my sister regarding this town and something that is coming." She said it counts as a favor. "I'm here for that reason," she said respectfully. She had to be careful. This boy was a ticking time bomb, and one wrong mistake and she would invoke his wrath. He didn't want to give up his information, but nonetheless the Citri called in a favor. She was caught off guard as he spoke. "Firstly, I don't hate all devils. I just loathe the ones that are power-grabbing assholes who try to flex their political muscles and try to make other people bend to their will. So as long as you don't cross any lines, we'll be fine. Now onto that problem, it's not conclusive yet. However, we will share with you what we currently have," he said. That surprised her a good bit. It seemed she judged him a bit too quick. She needed to see past the stone-cold expression and see what was deep inside of him. "What is going to happen?" she asked quickly. Kai turned to Issei and gave a glare. Serafal noticed this and wondered who this was. "May I ask who is your friend Issei?" she asked quickly. She needed to know if there was a danger to him. Kai chuckled and spoke up. "Serafal, I'm only Issei's guardian. I was trusted by Lucifer himself to raise the boy," he said simply. She was shocked. He knew Lucifer. She was more interested in this man now than ever. "May I ask what was your relationship to the man himself?" she asked kindly. Kai sighed and knew it was time to drop a bomb of a secret. Even Issei looked a Kai nervous. He knew what he was about to say. "I was a part of the old Mag faction," he said simply. That shocked her, big fucking time. She wondered what piece he was, since he barely let off any demonic energy. She instantly got unnerved, since he was old Mag. Kai chuckled and began to speak. "I can see you're at a loss for words. Most likely you're wondering why you can't feel any demonic energy from me, or that I might be an enemy. I've learned past that though. You see, I've learned a technique that helps me mask my energy signature so I could stay hidden for all those years raising this boy," he explained. She was shell-shocked by that statement. It was obvious by his smirk that she wasn't going to find out more about him, but she knew he was powerful enough to handle himself. She turned to Issei and decided to go back to what she was here for. "So what do you guys know about what is coming?" she asked quickly. Issei sighed and spoke up. "I'm sure you remember the confrontation at the church?" he asked. She nodded and started to wonder where this was going. "Well, it goes a little something like this. I was informed by Gabriel that a girl there. You saw her, the nun. She was going to have her sacred gear extracted by the fallen angels," he said. Serafal's eyes widened as she tensed. "Azazel wouldn't do that. That could easily be seen as an act of war," she urged. Issei just shook his head. "Not Azazel. Gabriel has gone rouge," he said softly. Her eyes widened for the umpteenth time that day. She was starting to see where this was going. "What was that girl's sacred gear?" she asked carefully. He sighed and looked at her. "Twilight healing, I'm sure you know of its power," he replied. She nodded numbly. "Now I'm sure you're wondering how all this fits together. Well, let me clear it up a bit," he said suddenly. She looked at him sharply. She was a little. "Every faction has a piece here." Asia was the angel's part. Now Gabriel would be a little upset he didn't get her sacred gear, but sure enough he'd move forward with his plans. He most likely knows that the two sisters of the Devil Kings are here in this town. If he were to kill them, then that would be the biggest possible thing to spark a war. This town is essentially a powder keg, waiting for someone to light to fuse and blow it all hell," he explained. Her eyes widened in horror. He was right. This town was about to be the center of a war. That is, if Gabriel would get what he wanted. "What are you going to do about it?" she asked seriously. He sighed and spoke up. "I'm going to do my best to avoid this shitstorm of a mess that will engulf this fucking town. That's why I'm training those two fallen angels, so they can be prepared and not get the floor wiped with them by Gabriel," he said. Serafal wondered what he meant. Surely he could take on Gabriel easily, right? That's what she thought, however there was something she didn't know. "Why train them? Can't you take care of Gabriel easily?" she asked confused. Issei chuckled and explained. "That's exactly what those girls asked. The current Lucifer underestimated me. If he had known what I could do, it would have turned out a lot different. My powers work in a lot of ways and they have their own applications. I'm not some insanely fucking powerful killing machine that can take on anyone unscathed. No, I have my own limits, and anyone with a good head on their shoulders could take me on and make me use effort. He explained dryly. She wondered what it would look like to see him actually trying. She had a sneaky smile as she knew that might actually come true. If everything went well, that other favor would be paid full. Okay then, that's all I needed to know. She said. Issei watched her cautiously and suspiciously as she got up and walked into her own magic circle. Once she was gone, he let out a breath he was holding in. Kai looked at him and saw something was wrong. What's the matter? He asked carefully. He looked at him and explained. Before she left, she had this expression on her face that made me think she knew something that we don't, and it involves me. He explained. Kai put his hand to his chin as he thought about it. If it does have to do with you, we'll face whatever comes our way like we always do. Kai said softly. Issei nodded and turned around to see the girls coming downstairs. They looked concerned like they just witnessed someone's death. What did she want? Kaloriner asked quickly. Issei sighed and explained. She wanted to know about Kakebiel's plans. I had to tell her. That Citri used a favor to get me to talk. He said. Rainer wondered what else was going to happen. Any ideas of what that other favor could be for? She asked. Issei shook his head. This day was just too much for him. I have no idea. If she's smart, she won't make it entirely crazy and make me angry. He said quickly. They all watched as he quickly walked upstairs. He didn't want anyone now to bother him. He was starting to crack. He truly was a ticking time bomb. Both girls watched in confusion as he walked past them. I suggest you don't stay up too late. Tomorrow is your first day of school. Our training schedule is 3 times a week, a day in between to let you rest. He said as he passed them. They turned to Kai as they heard him sigh. He looked at the girls and started to explain. When Issei starts to get like this, it's better to leave him alone. You see, his rage builds to the point where he needs to calm himself down quickly, or he will snap at anyone, even me. He can be like a ticking time bomb ready to go off at any moment. The Leviathan coming here was something that even he had to restrain himself from getting angry at. I could see it in his eyes. Be warned, when you see his temper explode, you don't want to get in his way. He said softly. They sat down next to him. Can we ask a few questions? There was some other stuff we wanted to know. Kaloriner asked. Kai nodded and listened as they started. You said he never knew his mother. How then is that the one thing he cares the most about? Rainer asked. Kai sighed and told them. Even if never met her, it's his mother. With the situation of how he was conceived, sure, he never met his mother since she was condemned. However, it's a part of him, something he will never forget. He said softly. They both blinked and understood now. It was his mother and he would love her dearly. That was the end of story right there, and there was no changing that fact whatsoever. What are the signs of his rage starting to show? What triggers it? I want to know so that maybe I can try to calm him down, or we at least know to get out of the way before he does blow his top. Kaloriner asked. They both blinked and understood now. It was his mother and he would love her dearly. That was the end of story right there, and there was no changing that fact whatsoever. What are the signs of his rage starting to show? What triggers it? I want to know so that maybe I can try to calm him down, or we at least know to get out of the way before he does blow his top. Kaloriner asked softly. Kai chuckled and laughed a bit at her foolishness. She glared at him as he calmed himself down. I'm sorry to tell you, you won't be able to calm him down a single bit. No one can do that really. The best thing to do when he gets close to blowing his top is to stay away from him and don't bother him. Let him cool down on his own. The signs though are tough. Some you can see easily, some are more subtle. Firstly, watch out for hardened eyes and glares. You may see him clenching his fists a bit. He may get stiff or tense. It's all a matter of what he's feeling. If it's something that made him extremely mad, then you'll start to see outbursts of shouts. He may tell someone to shut the fuck up. You won't really know when it's coming, just that he is getting closer. When you feel the demonic energy though, that's a surefire sign that he is close to lashing out and wanting to destroy something. He explained. They widened their eyes as he finished. They wondered how long it was going to take for him to forget all restraints and finally lose his shit. If there was one thing they were sure of, it was that it was going to happen, and that whoever was the reason for it would be severely sorry for what would they unleashed on themselves. They knew it was time to get some rest and get ready for tomorrow, however they wondered what tomorrow would bring. They had no idea what would come to fruition though. With no more words to be said, they walked upstairs and went into their room and turned in for the night. Scene break morning. It was already morning and Issei was up early. He was sitting downstairs eating his breakfast and thinking about what this day would bring for him. He couldn't help but wonder what Sona would use her other favor for. Going away from those thoughts, he looked at the clock. 2 hours until they had to leave. Suddenly he heard footsteps behind him. He looked to see Rainer already awake. It seemed she had just gotten out of the shower and gotten ready. She looked at Issei warily. She was wondering if his temper had died down a bit. He looked at her dryly as she got some food and sat down next to him. Gonna say this once, when we get there don't attract any unwanted attention. Also don't believe what anyone says about me. He said suddenly. She turned to him in confusion. I get the part of not attracting attention, but why shouldn't I believe what people say about you? She asked confused. He chuckled dryly and started to explain. I'm not a very well-liked person at that school, you see I befriend two blatant perverts who have no problems with spreading rumors, I did it to blend in, so I wouldn't attract attention. However that's not the case, those two will most likely hit on you and peek if they get the chance. Like I said, just don't believe anyone's opinion of me. He explained. She giggled a bit as she heard him explain. She wondered what it would be like today. Soon all of them were ready and already heading towards the school. Issei knew this day was going to be a long one. No one could say otherwise, however if he knew what was going to happen, he would skip immediately. As they walked through the gates and towards the building, it was obvious they were getting stares. All of them felt it. Issei knew they were being watched by the devils too, Rainer and Kalwerner knew it as well. He knew this was going to be a bad day when he got a lot of shocked looks. Once they finally arrived at the classroom, he sighed as he knew it was showtime. It seemed word spread around fast due to the fact as soon as they stepped into the classroom, the male students were glaring at Issei while drooling over the two girls. The teacher cleared his throat and spoke up. Ah. You must be the new students, go ahead and introduce yourselves. He said aloud. Issei took his seat and just dozed off as they started. I'm Kalwerner and this is Rainer. We're sisters. They said. They had to make up and lie, they watched as people started to raise their hands to ask questions. One girl was called on and it was Murayama. Issei saw this and growled. He knew what was coming. We saw you walk in with Haidu, has the pervert blackmailed you? She asked quickly. Rainer giggled as Kalwerner shook her head, they were about to speak up, but someone interrupted them. Damn you Issei. What have you done to get these delicious babes to follow you around? Motohama shouted. Issei's eyes started to twitch, he knew this was gonna happen. Kalwerner shook her again as Rainer spoke up. We live with Issei. She said. That was enough to send the whole classroom into a flurry of shouts and protests. The teacher had decided to calm everyone down and start the class with everyone. That's enough questions, you two can take the seats next to Issei. He said aloud. They nodded and sat down in their respective seats. You could tell Issei wasn't too thrilled to be here, he just looked out the window. Before anyone knew it, lunch had rolled around and the three of them were in the cafeteria. Suddenly Issei felt a presence enter the room, it was a devil. He turned around to see Sona herself, he narrowed his eyes as she walked towards them. He figured this was about the last favor. Look alive. He muttered to the girls. They looked around and widened their eyes when they saw her. They knew something was up now. Issei Haidu, I'm calling in that last favor. Her eyes twinkled with amusement. He sighed and got up. Very well, let's go. He shrugged. She looked at the two girls impassively for a moment. You can bring your friends as well. She said quickly. He looked at them for a moment as they got up and followed behind them, shortly they were walking towards the exit. Issei's eyes narrowed as he thought of where they were going. Sure enough they walked right out and straight towards the orc room. Kalwerner and Rainer saw Issei tense and knew he was close. Oi. What are we doing here? He asked strongly. Sona looked at him for a second. Just deal with it. She said softly. He twitched his eyebrow as he heard her. They eventually walked inside and was met with the same room before, the girls didn't see it before, so they were a little creeped out. Issei was beyond furious as he glared at the red-haired she-devil in the room. You have 10 seconds to explain why I'm here before it will get ugly. He said loudly. Akeno looked at him for a second and wondered where all this hate came from, it was like it was endless. Sona just rolled her eyes, soon a magic circle appeared in the room and Issei instantly recognized the family. Phoenix. Fuck me. He thought as he saw it. 3 people popped out of the magic circle. 2 women and 1 man, the man was obviously an egotistical brat, since the way he looked at everyone like they were inferior to him, when his eyes landed on Issei he smirked, then he almost choked when he saw the 2 fallen angels. Ah. My lovely Rias, I'm here to finalize the details of our marriage. He said suddenly. Issei's eyes twitched as he started to put the pieces. He turned to Sona and whispered in a deathly cold tone. You think this is funny? After this you're lucky to get out alive if you cross me again. He said softly. She shuddered as she felt the temperature drop, everyone else felt it too. They all looked to Issei as started to calm himself down. Rias, who is this man? The grey-haired girl asked. Issei looked over her, she was stoic and cold. Like a snake ready to uncoil and sink its fangs into its prey. He'd have to watch her closely. Rias looked at her and whispered something in her ear, the woman's eyes widened as she heard Rias. Issei smirked at the fear slowly showing on her face. You could tell she knew this boy was someone not to mess with. Whoever he is just a peasant compared to me. The man said. The maid looked at him with wide eyes. Riser, I think you should get back on topic here. She said quickly. He snorted. Issei needed to get something off his chest. Who's the circus sideshow? He said quizzically. The man turned to him with a furious glare. You peasant have no idea who you're talking to. I'm Riser Phoenix, someone who is more powerful than you. He said with an arrogant tone. Issei blinked then laughed out loud. The girl next to him looked at him with hate in her eyes. You should know your place. This is my brother we're talking about. She screeched. That only made Issei laugh even more, then he stopped and narrowed his eyes. Quit acting foolish brats, you have no idea what I can do to you. I know all about the Phoenix's power. You're not immortal at all, you just have insane regeneration capabilities. Quit while you're ahead now. He said quickly. Riser just glared at him. You want to test that strength of yours against mine? He snickered. Issei just sighed and looked at him dryly. Very well, name the time and place. It will be your grave though, I'm not going to give you the easy route just because you're a pompous brat. Issei said quickly. Riser was furious, it was time to show this kid what a phoenix could do. The maid just shook her head at his stupidity, he had no idea what was about. Before anyone could say anything, Issei turned his back to them and walked out. However, he stopped in front of the door, the room started to get very cold. I've warned you, don't expect me to go back on my word. You will not be able to win this. He said softly. Riser just snickered as he left the room. Before anyone knew it, everyone was back at lunch for the day. Issei, however, wasn't in the cafeteria, he found himself atop the school roof. As he recounted the day's details in his mind, he was beyond furious. The Citri had purposefully dragged him in there and used his hate against devils like Riser against him. She'd known Issei would want to kill Riser, and they would get into a fight, and Issei wouldn't hold back. Furious was an understatement. Livid didn't even fit it. He was about to forget about the school day and teleport somewhere to blow off some steam, however something stopped him. He felt a presence coming up to the roof. He watched subtly as Akeno Himejima came up, it seemed she knew he would be here. Can I talk to you? She asked softly. Issei's eyes widened as he heard her tone, it was soft and almost innocent and caring. What did she want though? That's what he wanted to know. Badly, Issei stared impassively at the girl who stood before him, a part of him wanted to just disappear and leave the god-forsaken place and blow some shit up. However, another part wondered why she was here and what she had to say. He finally relented and shrugged his shoulders. Akeno instantly took that as a good sign and walked next to him. They both leaned on the railing of the school. So what did you want? Issei asked dryly. If she didn't have anything to say, she was wasting his time then and hers. I wanted to know why you have so much hate in you. I'd never think I seen so much fury and anger in someone's eyes, that was until I met you. She said suddenly. Issei chuckled dryly. Why do I so much hate in my heart? Look at the world around you, there are liars, deceivers, and people who don't give a single shit about anyone but themselves. Everyone has their own faults. However, most don't own up and admit their own faults. This world is full of them, and none of them have the balls to own up and try to change their mistakes. I'm sick of it all, this world has taken too much from me. He said. Akeno's eyes widened as she heard him, his tone sounded so bitter, devoid of any emotion. A part of her wondered what it would be like if all that hate was gone, and he could truly feel something else besides bitterness and hate. She also vowed that she would see it come true, however long it took. She would break through his walls slowly and show him a world besides what he believed. How can you say that when there's a different stories that can be told by everyone else? She asked quickly. He chuckled and spoke, once again in a dry tone. Sure, there's no doubt about that, but those are other people's lives and their own stories. My life is a story of loneliness, hate, grief and pain. It's ironic, you say there's more to the world than what I feel, however you haven't experienced what I have. He said amused. She closed her eyes as she let his words sink in. You're right when you say I haven't experienced what you have, but I have experienced those emotions too. I know what grief, pain, hate and loneliness is like. I know what it's like to suffer for something you have no control over. She said softly. Tears were threatening to fall with her remembering her past. Issei noticed this and wondered where this was going. He wasn't that versed in this particular girl's history, he knew she was part fallen, and that had to do something with it. What you say might be true, but that is your life and not mine. You've only experienced a short period of your life. I've experienced over 300 years. He retorted. She frowned as she heard him, it was time to take a different approach to get him to open up. Time to tell him her story. Yet you say that, but pain is pain. I know what it's like to suffer greatly. She said softly. He chuckled and looked at her. Oh. How so? He asked amused. She took a deep breath and began to tell her story. My father was a high-ranking fallen angel in the Grigori. He was injured when my mother took him in and healed his wounds. They soon fell in love afterwards. By the time I was 10 years old, I witnessed my own mother's death. I was shortly kicked out of my own clan afterwards for me having fallen blood in my veins. I roamed Japan alone trying to live with barely any money or food. Eventually my own clan tried to kill me, but I was saved by Rias. I know what it's like to suffer. She explained sadly. He blinked as he saw her tears, they weren't faked either. He sighed as he knew sometimes his words were harsh and they didn't give any signs of sorrow. He knew he could be insensitive or thoughtless. However, that was how he was. However, he couldn't deny there was something about this girl that intrigued him, it made him falter before. He knew that his mask had cracked a few times and this girl had seen through it. He sighed and leaned over the railing a bit more and he started to speak in a soft tone. Listen, I know that what I say may be harsh or cruel, in fact that's what most people interpret it as. However, they fail to see the message my words give. I won't deny it either that pain is pain and there is nothing that can erase it, however it is what makes us who we are. You say you have felt pain, yes that is true, but what of you? Pain is something to take in and learn from the mistakes that caused it, in the end we are what we want to be, it is that same fact that we aren't who others want us to be. You are you and I am I. You're not Ria's Gremory's queen, you're a Keno Himejima, like I'm not just the son of Lucifer. I'm Issei Haidu, and I'm proud of it. I'm able to look further beyond and see what my future is and how I can adapt to it. That is what you need to figure out, where do you stand as a Keno Himejima and not a piece of a chess game. He said softly. Little did he know that those words had struck a chord within her heart and it was already taking an effect on her. Her tears quickly flooded as she hugged him suddenly. He was instantly surprised when he felt her arms wrap around him. He quickly shook of a strange feeling he never really felt before. He dare say he liked it, he didn't know where it came from either. Her grip was like iron too, he could force his way out, but he wasn't going to hurt her on accident. So he kept his face stoic and calm and waited for her to let go. Once she did, the tears were dry. However, his shirt wasn't. Thank you. She whispered. As he turned around, she was already walking away. He didn't move from his spot at all, his mind was devoid of any thoughts. Slowly, but surely the mask was coming down and his walls were going to crumble along with it. He finally looked down to see his shirt soaked from her tears. He was right, today was a long day. After all, people started to notice a change in his behavior after he came down from the roof, he seemed lost in thought to other people. Even Kalwerner and Rainer noticed it and instantly wondered what was wrong. Before anyone knew it, the school day had come to an end and Issei and the girls were walking home. However, there was a slight problem. Not a word was spoken from Issei, he still seemed deep in thought. It was bugging Kalwerner to no end, she needed to know what was going on with him. Issei, what wrong? She asked. This shook Issei out of his stupor and he looked at her. He wasn't going to tell them what happened, so he was going to bluff. Nothing really, just that Phoenix. I'm gonna need to come up with a plan. He lied. It was a half lie, he knew the Phoenix wasn't going to be a pushover. There was that obstacle of his regeneration, he knew that he could easily decimate the fried chicken, however if he used his true power on the fool, it would be a stupid thing for him to do. The reason being that the duel would be most likely watched by every devil in the underworld. That meant if he gave out his secret to the whole populace, it would be bad. He was sure there was only the faction leaders who knew about his true identity. Before anyone knew it, they had already arrived at the house. Issei didn't even pay attention to anybody as he walked right up to his room, there was too much on his mind and he was confused like a bitch. Kai instantly noticed it and turned to the girls. What happened to him? He asked quickly. They shrugged and spoke up. He was manipulated into getting into a fight with Riser Phoenix, I think that's part of it. However, there's something he is hiding. Rainer replied. Kai's eyes widened as he heard the name Phoenix. Tell me, this Riser Phoenix, how did he act in front of Issei? First impressions on him are crucial to how he will fight someone. He said suddenly. Kalwerner chuckled and answered him. He was arrogant, believing him to be atop everyone else. A typical pompous brat who had everything handed to him on a silver platter. She answered. Kai sighed and knew what was going to happen when they fought. Something else caught his attention. You say he is hiding something? What do you mean? He asked quizzically. They both looked at him for a second, Kalwerner was the one to speak up. After the meeting with the Phoenix, he disappeared for the rest of the lunch period. When the next class came around, we noticed a change in his behavior. It was like he was confused and deep in thought about something, maybe conflicted is a better word than confused. She explained. That made Kai widen his eyes instantly, Issei was never usually conflicted. He was headstrong and stubborn, so if he was conflicted about something, it was extremely serious to him. Tell me what he was doing, how he was acting. Did he seem lost or out of place? He said seriously. Kalwerner and Rainer shook their heads, Rainer was the one to answer this time. Not that much, he seemed a little out of place. However, I think it was more of a mental feeling, he just wasn't himself, anyone could tell if they looked at him, he barely paid anyone attention and just stared into space. I could see in his eyes though that he was thinking deeply though. I sighed and knew what was going to happen when they fought. Something else caught his attention. You say he is hiding something. What do you mean? He asked quizzically. They both looked at him for a second. Kalwerner was the one to speak up. After the meeting with the Phoenix, he disappeared for the rest of the lunch period. When the next class came around, we noticed a change in his behavior. It was like he was confused and deep in thought about something, maybe conflicted is a better word than confused. She explained. That made Kai widen his eyes instantly. Issei was never usually conflicted. He was headstrong and stubborn, so if he was conflicted about something, it was extremely serious to him. Tell me what he was doing, how he was acting. Did he seem lost or out of place? He said seriously. Kalwerner and Rainer shook their heads. Rainer was the one to answer this time. Not that much, he seemed a little out of place. However, I think it was more of a mental feeling, he just wasn't himself, anyone could tell if they looked at him, he barely paid anyone attention and just stared into space. I could see in his eyes though that he was thinking deeply though. She answered. Kai put his hand to his chin as he thought about it for a good bit, alas, he couldn't come up with a reason though. He'd just have to wait for Issei to come out with it on his own, that is if he would. If it was something that made him conflicted, then he would most likely keep it to himself until he resolved it on his own. They'd just have to wait and see what happens. Meanwhile upstairs, Issei was very conflicted about a certain topic. It kept coming back to him, like video on replay. The hug. He was never one for any physical or emotional contact with someone else. It was only usually Kai that hugged him when he was worried, but this was a completely different story. She did it on purpose, so that meant one thing. She wanted to, and she didn't regret it at all. Her words to him at the end concreted that fact in his mind. However, that wasn't what made him conflicted, no, it was the fact a part of him liked it and wanted to feel it again. He quickly shoved those thoughts deep down, hoping them to never rise to the surface again. However, he knew it was futile, it just kept coming back to him. Exactly like a video on replay. He was able to change his train of thought to the fight between him and the Phoenix. He knew the fight wouldn't be easy at all. No, he wasn't going to underestimate the Phoenix, added with their insane regenerative abilities, and whatever combat and physical training the bird underwent, it may just make him be able to stand up to him for a good bit. He knew the Phoenix might give him an actual fight. Quickly deciding to go to sleep early, he got ready for bed almost instantly and hopped in. As he finally fell asleep, he dreamed of a certain Yamato Nadeshiko, and boy did he not expect it at all. Scene break morning. Issei awoke quickly in the morning after and instantly walked downstairs to get some breakfast. It was Saturday, so he had some time off from school. However, he couldn't keep the image of him getting hugged by her. It wasn't haunting him or something like that. No, it was just something he didn't understand. That in the dream he had, oh and boy was it a shocker. He could remember parts of it and it wasn't what he expected. The first part of the dream he remembered was her face, it was looking down at him with a smile. There was no tears in her eyes as she smiled down at him, it was this part that made him confused. The second part made him shocked in disbelief, he remembered a bedroom door opened and both of them were lying in each other's arms. Unknowingly Kai was awake and came into the kitchen to see Issei like this for himself, he frowned. Now he knew something was wrong. Okay Issei, spill it. What is bothering you? He asked. Issei looked at him surprised, he should have known Kai would be able to ready him easily. He sighed, he didn't want to tell him the whole truth. Something happened yesterday that I can't get out of my head. He said, part of the truth. Kai's eyebrow raised in confusion, he wanted to know even more. What happened? He asked. Unbeknownst to each of them, both the girls were awake and currently listening in, they wanted to know too. Issei was silent, if he told the truth, Kai would be understanding and would give him advice. However, he knew he would take any chance to tease him as well. Someone did something that I can't forget. Every time I try, it comes back to me every time. He said. I looked shocked, then a grin appeared on his face. He knew Issei was going to be vague, however Kai knew what his words meant, he knew whoever this was, they were making progress with him. It was only a matter of time before all his walls came down. Well, if I know you Issei, and that's pretty well. Figure out what you're feeling, and then go from there. Figure out what you want truly. He said quickly. Issei blinked as he heard Kai, that was the man himself. He always said something that would help. Figures he would be able to find it out easily, with a knowing grin on his face, Issei assumed he was able to put the pieces together. He might not know who it was, but he knew the effect it had on him. You okay, whatever. Issei muttered. Suddenly everyone tensed as they felt magic energy, it was heading for them. The girls had just walked downstairs when they felt it, Kai instantly was on guard. Issei stared at the magic circle that appeared in the living room. It was Gremory. He cursed as two people stepped out. It was the maid from the other day and Surzich's. We're here to discuss the duel between Riser Phoenix. Surzich's said quickly. Issei grunted and listened as they continued. Everyone was tense, they knew this situation was now a ticking time bomb. How many people know of my existence? Issei suddenly asked. Surziches looked at him for a second. Only the faction's leaders. He said simply. Issei nodded and listened as he continued. The duel will take place tomorrow, the rules are simple. Anything you have in your arsenal can be used, the one who surrenders first loses. He explained. Issei nodded, that was something good on his part. He didn't have any restrictions on what he could use. Just know, if you let out a bunch of power, your secret may not be able to stay one. Surziches said quickly. Issei just grunted and sighed as they both left again in the magic circle. Issei growled and got up and walked outside, he needed some fresh air to clear his head. The girls back inside the house looked at Kai for a moment before speaking up. We heard your conversation with Issei before they arrived, what do you think is going on with Issei? Kalwariner asked. Kai smiled and motioned for them to sit down. When Issei is conflicted, it's usually something that deals with a number of things. Firstly, he didn't expect it at all, and it keeps reminding him. Second, it brings up emotion he usually doesn't feel. This is where you can start to put things together. I think someone is starting to break down his walls and his facade. He said simply. They look surprised. Are you sure? This is Issei we're talking about, it doesn't really seem like he would let someone in that easily. Also, what's this about his facade and walls? Rainer asked quizzically. Kai chuckled and began to explain. Well, I think someone did something unexpected and that made them be able to get in close, maybe it was some sort of affection. Issei hasn't really felt that sort of feeling from a girl that isn't related to him. About his facade, Issei hides his true self behind walls and wears a mask to hide the pain he has felt. The hate and bitterness is part of it, you could say the demonic side of him is the facade and the angel side is what is underneath. When it all comes down, what's left over is someone who is deeply hurt. He said softly. They were both shocked, they never thought they'd see the real Issei. Something was telling them it was going to happen soon. Before anyone knew it, the next day had arrived and it was time for the duel to begin. In the underworld stood two figures that wanted to rip each other apart and one of them was going to. With hardened glare, Issei looked at his opponent. He was ready. In the underworld, everyone was getting ready to watch a duel that no one knew what to expect. Up in the VIP area, there was several people there. Including the four great Satans. There was their respective families as well. There was Lord Phoenix and his wife there as well. As well as Azazel. Also there was Kai and Kalwariner and Rainer too. However, most of the devils didn't like the fact that there were fallen angels in there. They all were about to watch a fight that would shock everyone. So this kid thinks he can beat my son. Lord Phoenix said amused. Surziches shook his head at how arrogant the devil was being. I don't know, this boy may surprise you after all. Seraphol said suddenly. Surziches had a grin on his face as Lord Phoenix looked appalled. How can you say that? He is an unknown, along with those filth he calls his friends and family. He screeched aloud. Azazel suddenly looked interested. How did it come to be that two members of my faction suddenly grouped with him? He asked curiously. Everyone looked at the two girls as they looked away from all the attention. Issei was always one help those in need, as long as they didn't cross any lines. Kai spoke up suddenly. Lord Phoenix laughed aloud. So offensive. You really think someone like would win against the heir to the Phoenix clan? He mocked. Everyone who knew of Issei's identity just shook their heads and watched the screen as the duel was about to begin. Scene break with Issei as Issei stared at his opponent impassively, he started to think about how he should fight this foe. The regeneration was the biggest obstacle, so that left him with two options. Either brute strength and beat him into the ground so bad that he couldn't at all at once, or attack him continuously so that his mind wouldn't be able to keep up. He was brought out of his thoughts as Riser started to laugh loudly. I can't believe you actually showed up. You have no idea what you're getting into. He said arrogantly. Issei just shook his head. I could say the same to you. He muttered. Riser continued to laugh. Do you really think you can take on the mighty Phoenix? He asked aloud. Issei snorted. I believe you have no idea what you're about to face. Issei said aloud. Riser sneered as his pyrokinetic wings came alive. Let's see you try. He shouted. Issei just shook his head again, he looked to Riser to see him charging. Issei's eyes widened as he saw Riser moving faster than he thought he could. It seemed this fight he was going to need to take it seriously. He quickly rolled out of the way as Riser's flame-coated fist connected with the ground. I'll say this, you are fast. Issei said. He then jumped back as Riser charged again. However, not fast enough. He mocked. Riser was starting to get angry, he stood up and looked at Issei. You may be able to dodge my punches, however you won't be able to dodge this. He roared. Suddenly the flames around him grew brighter as they grew in size, before anyone knew it, 4 fire torrents had been launched towards Issei. Issei wasn't expecting this kind of assault this early on in the fight, it was actually pretty smart to do. Covering all directions to make him not be able to dodge any of them. He had one option to avoid this, however it was going to take a good bit of energy. He knew Riser didn't make those flames at a low temperature either. So there was only one thing he could do. Up in the VIP room, the spectators were surprised to see the fight. Lord Phoenix smirked seeing the fire coming towards Issei. As it finally hit the target, it was a raging inferno of flames. "I told you guys, this boy was no match for Riser," he said arrogantly. Everyone watched with bated breath. Kai knew Issei was fine. Akeno was looking worriedly at the raging flames. She didn't know what she truly felt for the son of Lucifer. However, she knew when he said those words to her that day on the roof, it had sparked something deep within her, and it hadn't gone away yet. The other people were looking worriedly as well. They thought this boy might have been ended already. It was when Seraphil noticed something. Did she speak up? "What is that?" she asked suddenly. Everyone looked to where she was pointing. It looked like frost underneath the flames, and it was spreading. Eventually it spread so far that even Riser noticed it and backed up. Kai smirked at seeing it. "So that's what he's doing." He suddenly spoke up. Everyone turned to him for an explanation. He chuckled and started to explain. Issei has various types of magic he can use. He is using ice magic to create a dome around him of sorts, while expanding the ice as well to snuff out the fire. He explained. Seraphil was suddenly interested even more in this boy, first lightning, now ice. She quickly thought. Even so, it won't help him a single bit, the flames will eventually melt it. Lord Phoenix said foolishly. Kai laughed like crazy after hearing that. Everyone turned to him as he calmed down and continued. "I doubt that, Issei's ice magic can create ice of various temperatures. Even absolute zero," he said. Everyone's eyes widened when they heard absolute zero. How? To create something like that requires immense of control over that element, Seraphil asked astonished. Kai chuckled again and explained. He has devoted most of his time to his individual abilities and improving them beyond normal capabilities. He simply said. Everyone widened their eyes at the implication of his statement. He was holding back. Holding back a fucking ton. They all watched as the flames finally dispersed and what was left underneath them. True enough, there was a dome of pure ice with it spreading out in a circle. Everyone was in awe of it. Suddenly they could see a red glow coming from the inside of the ice dome. They watched in awe as it grew brighter and finally exploded the whole dome apart with a burst of demon. "What was that?" Akeno asked suddenly. Kai looked at the girl for a moment and took in her worried face. His face suddenly got a grin on it as he figured out this was the girl who was starting to get through to Issei. Issei has learned to seal parts of his energy to release at a moment's notice. He can do this with large amounts to create a burst effect. He explained. They all turned to the duel to see something that shocked everyone. Kai looked down as he saw it as well. Using the demonic energy to break all the ice, it caused his shirt to explode, revealing all that was underneath it. They could see scars covering his torso and arms. The body was carved out of pain. Akeno almost had tears seeing the proof alone of his pain. Surziches couldn't even fathom what this single boy went through. No one had any words. Kalwerner and Raynor looked to Kai to see him sighing and closing his eyes. "What are all those from?" Raynor screeched. Everyone turned to him as he spoke softly. All his life, he has devoted himself to training. Fueled by his own rage towards his two species, it caused a whiplash effect and he pushed himself beyond his own limits. These are the results of his own training. The training he put you two through was nothing compared to what he put his body through. It took pure determination to keep going. Any normal person would have gave in on the first day. He said. Everyone turned to the fight suddenly as Issei started to speak in an apathetic tone, completely uncaring anymore. "I've underestimated you, I will not do it again. This is when I draw the line, no more playing around," he said loudly. Everyone widened their eyes as they heard him. Riser didn't seem to take the warning in his tone. "I see you've managed to survive that attack, even if you have some incredible ice abilities, this is the end," he shouted. His flaming wings grew brighter as he sped towards Issei with his fist reeled back. He was moving faster. Issei mused he was using his wings as a speed boost. However, Issei wasn't going to let that get to him at all. He quickly sidestepped the fist as Riser went soaring past him. "You may have increased your speed, but it is nothing compared to my ability to dodge and my own reaction time," Issei said quickly. Riser was just getting angrier and angrier that this boy was making a fool of him. "Die," he shouted as he charged again. Issei chuckled and quickly summoned his demonic sword and swiftly sliced the arm off. As Riser came close to him, Riser instantly grabbed the stump of his arm as the flames roared to life. He laughed as his arm healed instantaneously. "Even if you can dodge, you can't beat the immortal Phoenix," he shouted arrogantly. Issei just shook his head. "You Phoenixes aren't immortal at all. Not even the gods themselves are immortal. No one is truly immortal. Everyone who has said they were immortal has found out otherwise. You in your case have your regeneration. The simple way to kill you would be holy elements, but I don't want to do that. There are other ways to kill a bird, and you're about to feel my true power," Issei said suddenly. Everyone was silent after hearing that. Up in the VIP area, Lord Phoenix was laughing his ass off. "This boy thinks he can kill a phoenix?" he asked foolishly. Seraphil just shook her head. "I think you should watch the battle and you will see your own limits," she said. He shut up after that and turned back to the fight with a smirk. Everyone was confused as to why Issei didn't end it. He kept letting Riser regenerate his limbs he would cut off, and the cycle would continue. "Kai. What's Issei's deal? What's he planning?" Kalwerner asked suddenly. Everyone looked at Kai as he looked and thought. It seems that Issei is using the Phoenix's regeneration to his advantage. He mused. Seraphil didn't know what he meant by that. "What do you mean? That would be counteractive, wouldn't it?" she asked quickly. He nodded, then began to explain. "For a normal fight, yes, however this is Issei we're talking about. Look at the battlefield, he was using the Phoenix's regeneration due to the high intensity of the heat it gives off to melt the ice and produce a ton of water," he explained. Kalwerner and Rainer's eyes widened. "So he is gonna use that?" they asked quickly. Kai nodded. Seraphil wondered what was going on. "What's he planning?" she asked. Kai chuckled and explained again. "He is going to use the water as a conductor. With his lightning he could fry the man with a well-placed bolt of lightning," he explained. Everyone's eyes widened for the umpteenth time that day as they watched the fight continue. As Riser charged foolishly again, Issei was almost ready to prepare. Quickly dodging another punch, he lunged and shoved his sword through Riser's shoulder. He then pivoted on his foot and threw him over his shoulder and onto the ground. He pulled his sword out of the downed body of Riser. Issei smirked as he saw the flames come alive again as Riser started to regenerate. He looked around to see enough water for his plan to work. He was suddenly brought out of his thoughts as Riser spoke. "Try all you want, I'll just regenerate any damage you can dish out," he said arrogantly. Issei shook his head and chuckled. "You truly are an idiot, aren't you?" he asked. Riser blinked, then he got furious. "What?" he roared. Issei looked blandly at him. "You've failed to take note of the area around you, there's about 2 to 3 inches of water here," he said. As he said that, everyone's eyes widened as they knew now that Kai was right and something big was coming. "Yeah? What's that supposed to mean?" Riser asked ignorantly. Issei raised one arm and started to speak again. "A little science lesson, what conducts electricity?" he mocked. Riser's face grew in horror as he watched a small black ball of lightning form on Issei's hand. It started to grow steadily until it was the size of a softball. With one swift and decisive motion, Issei clenched his hand around the sphere and aimed it at the ground. A large lightning bolt struck the surface of the water and started to spread like a wildfire. Riser didn't have a chance to escape from it. He quickly fell on the ground with a charred body, however only a few flames covered him for a few seconds, but he still couldn't move. "What? Why can't I move? My regeneration should be working," he shouted. Issei chuckled and walked up to him. "Your regeneration would only apply to physical wounds such as cuts, severed limbs and stuff like that. However, the stuff on the inside doesn't get affected by your regeneration, so you have to regenerate those things naturally. To keep it short and sweet, your regeneration has limits. It has just found its limit, your nerves are fried from the inside, my lightning bolt made sure of that," he said quickly. Up in the VIP room, Lord Phoenix was horrified at the scene before him. "How is this possible?" he asked dumbstruck. Seraphil laughed loudly. "That boy has just proved your own clan's arrogance on thinking you're immortal, he just proved you wrong. Maybe that will tune down your arrogance," she said as she laughed. Surziches nodded as she spoke. They had expected this outcome, however they didn't know that something even bigger was coming. Back at the fight, the two of them just stared at each other. Riser was in disbelief at how easily he lost. "How does someone like you have this kind of strength?" he shouted furiously. Issei shook his head and spoke. "All you brats think you're top shit just because you got everything handed to you on a fucking silver platter. That isn't strength, no true strength is gained from blood, sweat, tears and pain. All I know about my parents are their names. I'm a fucking orphan. The closest thing I have to a parent is my guardian, and yet I didn't get anything handed to me. I earned it all through years of gruesome training, this body is a testament to that fact," he shouted in fury. Everyone was silent as they heard him. Riser just blinked and started to laugh like crazy. Up in the VIP area, Kalwerner and Rainer were sad as they heard Issei, but it soon turned into fury as they heard Riser's laugh. Kai's face darkened as he knew, if Riser were to say a single thing wrong, it would be over. They all listened as Riser started to speak. "I refuse to believe a nobody like you has this kind of strength. You should just crawl back into the hole you came from, peasant. No wonder your parents gave you up. They most likely didn't love you at all," he sneered. The whole arena became eerily silent as the words of Riser sunk in. Kai paled as he knew what Issei would do now. He quickly stood up. "You have to stop this now before it's too late," he shouted quickly. Everyone turned to him in alarm as he said that. Lord Phoenix was the one to speak up. Why stop now? It's obvious Riser is just getting started. He said foolishly. Kai shook his head as Seraphol spoke up. What is going on? Why does the fight need to be stopped? She asked quickly. Kai sighed and began to explain. I'm sure you know of Issei's rage and its capabilities. He asked quickly. Suddenly everyone who knew of Issei's true identity faces grew in horror. What does this have to do with anything? Lord Phoenix asked arrogantly. Kai looked at him deadly. There are very few things that make Issei go into a blind fit of rage, one of those things just happened to be talking bad about his parents. His parents are a very complicated subject to him, and with Riser saying that they didn't love him. He basically just forfeited his own life. Kai explained. Everyone was shocked. Bah. There's nothing that boy can do that could kill my son. Lord Phoenix said foolishly. Kalwerner and Raynor walked up. How bad will it affect him? They asked. Kai shook his head and spoke up. It will be a massacre, we're talking barely any restraint on his demonic form. Riser won't be able to withstand what he unleashed. He said. Suddenly Akeno spoke up. Anything we can do to stop him? She asked. Kai just shook his head, they were about to suggest something else when they felt it. A massive release of energy. What is that? Lord Phoenix screeched. Kai glared at him. That's the beast your son has unleashed upon himself. He said. Everyone looked to see a gigantic swirl of black and red energy. Riser was knocked back by the massive amount of energy that was being released. Suddenly everyone heard screams of rage from inside the swirl of energy. As the energy finally disappeared, they were shocked at what they saw. Issei in his half-demonic form. That's Issei? Seraphol screeched. Kai nodded. Everyone looked at the newly partial transformed Issei. He had the same demonic hands they'd seen before, but it was on one side. Half of his body was like that, he had one horn atop his head in the form. It seemed he would have two of them when he went full demonic. What is my son unleashed? Lord Phoenix asked horrified. Kai looked at him seriously. His worst nightmare. He said simply. They all turned suddenly as a demonic voice interrupted their ears. I'll kill you. It was Issei, but it was more demonic and animalistic. Riser feared for his life now, he was suddenly picked up and slammed against the ground several times. He was then launched into the air and a massive bolt of lightning came towards him. As he fell down, his gut was met with Issei's demonic fist. It sent him flying into a pillar. He was already coughing up blood as Issei came towards him. Stay away. He screamed. However, that didn't do anything as he was grabbed again. You want mercy? You don't deserve it. Issei roared. Riser's pummeled body was slammed mercilessly on the ground several times before he was chucked in the air again. This time he was hit with a roundhouse kick, sending him flying in the other direction. Back in the spectator room, everyone was watching horrified at the destruction of Issei's anger. What do we do? Seraphol asked suddenly. No one had any answers. Akeno had tears coming out of her eyes at seeing Issei. She quickly rushed wanting to hug him and calm him down, however she was held back by Surziches. Don't, you would only become a casualty. He said. Kai suddenly looked at the girl. Let her go, she may be the only one who can bring him back. He said. Kalwerner and Raynor eyes widened. I thought you said that no one would be able to do that. Raynor asked. Kai chuckled then explained. Yes I did, however it seems this girl is the one who was the cause of Issei's recent behavior. She may be able to calm him down. He explained. They widened their eyes as Akeno spread her own wings and flew down to the arena. Everyone else hoped that she would be able to bring him out. Akeno herself still didn't understand her feelings for Issei yet, however she knew she cared for him. It also hurt her to see him like this. As she landed behind him, she quickly dashed towards him and gripped him in a bear hug. At first nothing happened. They all watched with bated breath. Issei. Please listen to me, this man isn't worth the effort it would take to kill him. I know you're in pain, come back where everyone is waiting for you, so we can help you. She shouted with tears in her eyes. Suddenly Issei moved and he collapsed on his knees. If anyone were in front of him, they would see a tear roll down his face. Suddenly something happened, the demonic energy was replaced with its opposite. Holy. Akeno had to force herself not to let go and get away, suddenly his wings released and everyone was shocked. The wings were different though. The angel ones didn't have a speck of red on them, they were all a deep blue, and the devil ones seemed to take on the appearance of fallen wings mixed with dragons. They were covered in a deep blue glow as well. However, that wasn't what shocked them. It was the matching halo floating above his head. Silence, that's all that was currently there as Issei stood up. It was thick as everyone breathed in what they saw. Up in the spectator room, some people were obviously shocked. For a number of reasons, one was the Satans, they never had seen the angel form yet. The other people who didn't know about Issei's identity were livid. What is that? Lord Phoenix screeched. Seraphol looked to Surziches as he was the one who was needed to take control of the situation. Everyone knew now that there was something wrong, and it was only a matter of time. The boy is an angel? Azazel asked confused. Kai was the one to speak up. No, he isn't just an angel. He said. Everyone looked to him as he explained. He is a Nephalem. He said softly. Everyone that didn't know the truth was completely and utterly shocked beyond belief. They had no idea what kind of power the boy could unleash. Lord Phoenix was pale as he realized this boy could have ended the fight much earlier. He was also pissed. Why is he still alive? He shouted loudly. Kai glared at him as he spoke. Seraphol took this moment to speak up. His story is complicated, only a select few knew about it. That included me, Surzich's and our sisters Peerage's. The angels Gabriel and Michael too. We needed to treat the situation as carefully as we could, she said quickly. Azazel suddenly remembered something from long ago. He wondered if this boy was him. He's the other child of him, right? He asked carefully. Seraphol nodded numbly. Wow, Riser is lucky to be alive then. I wouldn't want to piss of that boy then. He muttered. Lord Phoenix looked appalled at him. He spoke up quickly after hearing him. I should go down there and end that monster and save us all the trouble. He shouted indignantly. Everyone glared at him as he spoke. Seraphol was about to speak up, however a new voice cut in. I highly doubt you could, my power is beyond what you can imagine. This form proves that fact. It was Issei. Suddenly a squeal of surprise erupted from Akeno as they literally almost teleported there. It seemed Issei knew the damage that was caused and came here as fast as he could. She unhooked her arms from the angel himself and walked back to her friends, while ignoring the sly looks from everyone else. Everyone looked at Issei as he closed his eyes. The wings lost their glow and returned to their original state as the halo disappeared. Everyone started to notice a change in his behavior. Usually Issei was angry and volatile, however this one was calm, however there was something else beneath the surface. His eyes showed apathy. It was like he didn't care for being here, and the point was only proved more when he didn't even spare any glances at anyone and walked straight for the exit. Soon he just vanished, like he wasn't even there. Seraphol quickly voiced her confusion along with others. What was that about? He didn't even say anything more and just left. She said suddenly. Everyone looked suddenly to Kai as he sighed and began to explain. Issei's angel form rarely comes out, and when it does there is a reason. He started, he subtly looked at Akeno while speaking. She quickly looked away as he continued. It is something Issei doesn't understand, so he disappears for a while. I know where he likely is, however it is times like this where he needs to be alone. These things he tends to be stubborn about and wants to figure it out on his own. He finished. Raynor and Calwarner were suddenly interested in where he was as they heard Kai speak. Where does he go? Raynor asked. Everyone looked once again to Kai as he started to speak again. When it's like this, it's the secluded places you'd find him at. However, this might be more. If it's where I think it is, no one will find him easily. It's the training spot he chose for himself. It's very secluded as well. The harsh climate also makes it very difficult as well. He started. Everyone looked at him interested as he spoke. Where is this place? Seraphol asked suddenly. Kai chuckled and began to explain. Mount Fuji, the very mountain on the island of Honshu. He said. They were all shocked. He trained up there? They quickly thought. You're kidding, right? Surzich's asked quickly. Even for a normal devil, the temperature up there could easily reach into the negatives. Kai shook his head, and that only concreted their shock. To train at altitudes like that combined with the climate of the mountain was a very dangerous combo. With Issei's own training regime, it made sense why the scars were there. Surzich's suddenly had a thought, and he wanted to know. Has Issei had any contact before with other pantheons? He asked. Kai nodded and began to. There have been a few, however it's been at least 30 years when he saw one of them. Some have trained him in their own ways, or some have noticed his large amount of power and came to test him. You could say it's hard to keep under the radar for so long, with how Issei was before. I honestly don't know how we managed to keep it out of the three factions' ears for so long. He explained. Everyone was even more interested now than ever. Issei was enigma to them mostly, so learning more about him was something that intrigued them. Also the fact he had connections to more pantheons than they thought was only more to them. Who's trained him? Calwarner asked suddenly. Kai snorted at everyone's sudden interest in Issei's past. It was obvious to him they had quickly misjudged him, based on the fact of his species. A few gods here and there, nothing too major. Some simple combat training along with some situational analysis. Susanoo, the Shinto god of storms, is one of his mentors. He's met with a few other pantheons. Some though haven't been seen in a long while. He explained. Surzich's thought about his statement for a moment. Susanoo was a recent one? He asked. Kai nodded and began to explain. Susanoo isn't a new mentor, however he was the most recent that Issei has seen lately. The others haven't been heard or seen from in a while. He said. They all thought about that for a moment. Who are his other mentors? Seraphol asked. Kai shook his head. It's complicated, some of them are sensitive subjects for Issei, so much that he doesn't want to talk about them. It's not my place to tell you. He said softly. It was obvious they weren't going to get any more out of Kai about that subject. When can we expect him to return? Surziches suddenly asked. It was a serious moment in time now, Issei's identity was revealed to the whole underworld. With everyone watching the duel, it was only a matter of time before people started to wonder who his parents were, then they could put the pieces together themselves. Kai looked and thought for a moment. He only leaves for about a few hours at most, however it could be more. He said. Surziches nodded. Why do you ask? Kai suddenly asked. Surziches chuckled and spoke up. It's obvious he will need to speak to the Council of Elders, his secret is out. This duel was broadcasted, so the whole underworld will be able to put the pieces together soon. Once they do, it will only get worse. He said softly. Kai hummed and nodded, he agreed that was the case of the matter. Well, I'll tell him when he comes home tonight. It's been a long day, we'll be leaving now. Kai said suddenly. They all nodded and watched as the two fallen angels and Kai disappeared into a magic circle. In the wake of the aftermath of the duel was a ton of more questions, and they all revolved around a single person. Issei Haidu himself. Seen break unknown high up in the air was Issei himself. With his wings released, soaring through the air to his destination. He wore an pale expression, void of any emotion to see. It was weird, his face however, was clearly deep in thought as it was clearly etched on his face. He was clearly conflicted about it. His angel form. It was never really the form he used, it only came out in times of great distress or sadness, then why did it come out when she hugged him? He quickly thought. He shook his head and started to descend, soon he saw a secluded spot he was looking for. Like Kai said, it was a part of Mount Fuji, however, he didn't want to go to his usual training spot. Which was pretty much near the crater of the mountain itself, he knew it was dangerous sometimes to be up there for long periods of time training non-stop. However, that didn't stop him. Not one bit. He remembered how he trained up there, the grueling hours. Breaking bones over and over again, only to have them healed quickly by his angel form. Which was the only thing he really used it for, so that he could press forwards. His scars were a reminder of his past and what it meant to him. He would never forget it, however he didn't know that it wasn't going to matter anymore very soon. His world was about to be changed. He quickly started to land when he saw the spot he was looking for, it was a clearing covered in frost with a large waterfall. It was very secluded. No one would likely find him here. He quickly found a rock in the river and sat on it and started to breathe deeply. He was meditating, this, he found was the best way to clear his mind and focus on what mattered. This way, he didn't get off track easily. He was thinking about her and why she had that effect on him. To be able to stop him dead center from his wrath was something to be interested in, not to mention the fact she not only stopped him, but the fact she also was able to make his angel form. He admitted that there was something about her that intrigued him to no end. His train of thought was brought back to the day on the roof when she first hugged him, it was a very uncommon feeling he got from it. There was no doubt in his mind that he didn't hate it. No, it was the opposite, he already knew that. It was that fact that made him conflicted, his younger self would have instantly decimated anyone who tried to do that, back when he was extremely vengeful, and his hatred was at its max. However, that was his old him, and it made him think of how much he was changing. Whether or not that was good or bad, that was yet to be seen. With the recent events of the duel, it only concreted that fact more in his mind. If it was his younger self. Riser would be 6 feet under by now, and anyone who got in his way would be too. He quickly groaned and jumped off the rock, his clashing thoughts were too much for him to meditate. He needed to take a different route to think through things. That was training. It was time to get back into shape. He really had let himself slip in the last year or two, it was time once again to train again. His training methods were much more brutal than what the two girls had gone through with him. His training was specifically designed to make someone who didn't have the proper will and determination to give up after the first day. This was his way, and it proved with its results. However, it was daunting and a very arduous regime. Before he knew it, he was already flying higher towards the mountain to begin. Eventually he found the area he was looking for, it was a rundown cabin, obvious void of anyone there. However, that wasn't what he was looking for. It was what was behind it. A sloped part of the mountain that stretched up about 100 feet or so. Beside several trees were boulders about 5 to 10 feet in diameter. He remembered how he would either drag them up the slope, tethered with a rope, and only using his bare strength to get them up there. He would also push them with brute force. That was what he was going to do today. He quickly walked over towards the nearest one and stopped right before it, he knew it wasn't going to be easy starting out again. With a quick motion, a large amount of demonic energy burst out as his legs turned demonic. He was using the demonic part of his feet to dig into the ground for more traction. With his feet planted firmly in the ground, he let out a grunt as he started to push. About 20 feet up the slope, he felt the straining of his muscles on his wrists start to take effect. However, that didn't stop him at all. He only pushed harder as the pain fueled him more. After about another 30 feet up the mountain, the straining in his wrists finally exploded with a ton of pain. It was only a little bit more, and finally he let go, and the boulder tumbled down the slope and crashed right into the cabin. He sat on the slope for a good minute, just controlling his breathing. Eventually a blue glow covered him for a few moments, as his muscles started to repair themselves. He was healing himself. He knew he needed to take it slow first, healing himself like this used a ton of energy, and he needed to conserve as much as he could to avoid exhaustion. He needed to increase his reserves as well. However, that was for a later date. Before he knew it, he was already down at the base and started to push another boulder up the slope. Eventually he got tired again and healed himself. However, he was done for the day. The duel with Riser, plus all the confliction he had just wore him out physically and mentally. Quickly making a magic circle and hopping in it, he quickly reappeared in the living room of the house. He instantly surprised Kai and the two girls who were sitting at the counter. "Issei. Are you okay?" Kai asked suddenly. Kai knew by the state of Issei that it was obvious he was starting his training again. The sweat down his face proved it even more. "Yeah, I'm okay," Issei replied. Kai knew that was a lie, at least partly. He knew where he was and what he was doing, and it only proved it to him when Issei didn't even pay the girls any attention whatsoever and trudged up the stairs. Rainer and Kalwerner seemed to get annoyed by how Issei just passed right over them, however it was when Kai sighed did they turn to him. "Don't be mad at Issei, he's just extremely worn out. Both mentally and physically." He started. They both didn't understand what he meant. "What do you mean he's extremely worn out? Last time we saw him, he was barely exerting any sort of stress on his body when he faced Riser." Kalwerner asked suddenly. Kai looked at her for a moment before saying, "Yes, that's true, however it is the saddening fact that he has began to take up his training again. I can already tell that he pushed himself really hard today," he said softly. Rainer quickly gasped, Kalwerner looked shocked. "Yes, it is the very same training I told you about that caused his scars. Don't try to convince Issei otherwise, you'd only make him annoyed. I feel like there is more though, I think Issei is starting to change. This change can be seen subtly, but nonetheless it's there," he said suddenly. Rainer looked at him quizzically and spoke up. "What do you mean?" she asked. Kai chuckled and began to explain. "That girl, the same one who was able to make the angel form appear. I believe there is something about her that Issei is drawn to, whether or not he knows it yet. However, I know that is what he was thinking about. I wouldn't be surprised if she was able to breach his walls for good soon, she already did get through once," he explained. Rainer didn't really believe him, Issei seemed his normal self. However, even she couldn't deny there was some things that made her think twice about it. "Are you sure?" she asked. Kai nodded and began to explain. "I've raised Issei all his life, so I know his patterns of behavior. I'm seeing patterns that are completely new to me," he said quickly. Both of them looked to the stairs as they wondered what was going on in Issei's head, if there was one thing they knew. The next few days would be the start of something they needed to keep a closer eye on, if what Kai said was true. Then more changes were bound to happen, and in turn they would show in his behavior. They just had to wait and see. It was the day after the duel, and everyone still had it concreted in their brains on how one-sided the fight really was. Issei opened his eyes to see the spinning ceiling fan above him. He quickly turned to his clock and saw he had another hour till it was time to get to school. Quickly getting up, he slowly walked towards the bathroom to start to get ready. He was still fatigued from him starting his training again, he expected it to. Even if he could heal broken bones and injuries, it didn't mean that energy and stamina would be restored. No, that was something he had to recover on his own time. He recently had been thinking about Akeno, he admitted it to himself that she was unique and what it meant to him. He knew he needed to talk to her and pick her brain a bit before he decided his course of action. A part of him knew, if everything went well and he decided to do what he originally thought, there would be no going back whatsoever if he was to let her inside, past his walls. That meant she had the potential to change everything he ever considered. He wasn't opposed to change either. Change was what drove people further, however it was the same fact of change that scared him. Like everyone says, everyone fears the unknown. Whether it be devil, fallen angel or humans. Everyone fears what they do not know or understand. It is simple as that. However, Issei wasn't really afraid of the unknown. No, he anticipated it and grinned at the thought of it. It was a challenge for him to overcome the prospect of what was to come. Like overcoming the obstacles that were laid ahead. He would do just that. Before he knew it, both Rainer and Kalwerner had already were awake and downstairs. It was obvious that they didn't know what to think of Issei's new behavior, however even they couldn't deny something was amiss. They'd just have to wait and see. Before any one of them knew it, it was time to head to school. None of them knew what today would hold. As they arrived in front of the gates, Issei instantly knew they were being watched. It was obvious to him that the devils saw his power and was no doubt weary of it. He chuckled on the inside, they had no reason to fear him, as long as they didn't provoke him. If they did, then he would tear them apart. However, he felt something else. It wasn't fear or nervousness. He looked up to see none other than Akeno, looking at him with an intense stare. Like she was trying to see through every wall and mask he wore to get to the truth. It was interesting to Issei to say the least, for her to want to find out what was underneath him was something unheard of. At first he may have hated that idea, but now, he didn't really care anymore. So many things have changed, and this girl was something new and intriguing to him. His thoughts, however, were abruptly interrupted as he suddenly got tunnel vision and very dizzy. Quickly falling on one knee he gasped for breath as everyone around him saw it. Akeno saw it from atop the roof and wondered what was going on. She knew he wasn't faking it, and a part of however, she didn't know yet just what he meant to her. She planned to talk to him again, to get a better feel for her feelings, and if they were genuine, she would act upon them. That's when the two girls rushed to him and picked him up. "Are you alright?" she heard. She saw Issei sigh and wave his hand. Akeno narrowed her eyes as she saw his expression. He was hiding something. "Just help me walk, I will be fine," he said quickly. Both Kalwerner and Rainer took an arm and put it around their shoulders. "How stupid can I be? How could I forget?" Issei cursed himself. Akeno saw him shaking his head, her interest was only increased as the bell rang. Scene break lunch. Issei was cursing himself the whole day for his stupidity. He knew what was wrong and how serious it was. In short, he had too much energy. His powers were balanced, they had to be. Or else the consequences were severe, and this was the start of them. In his fight with Riser, he went half demonic and flooded his system with demonic energy, leaving his energy unbalanced. He usually needed to release the energy in order to balance it out. However, he forgot to. That's why he found himself once again atop the room in a meditating position. He knew he couldn't release it all at once, so the whole day he was leaking small amounts, nothing harmful though. He now was going to filter the rest out to balance it out. However, before he could even do anything, he heard the door behind him open. He was expecting her to come, honestly he knew she would come. Akeno stared at him for a long minute before walking up to him. "I knew you'd come to find me," he said quickly. Issei stood up and stretched, it was obvious he wasn't going to be able to release the rest of his energy that needed to be. The moment Issei turned around to see Akeno, her eyes widened as she saw his features. He was pale, almost like he was sickly. "What happened to you?" she quickly asked, worried. She was worried, for someone like Issei, to suddenly show up to school like this, it was something to be worried about alright. "It's kind of complicated." He shrugged. Akeno snickered and looked at him. "Well, we got all of lunch to talk, so tell me what's going on," she said quickly. Issei looked at her and chuckled, but nonetheless nodded. "To start, what do you know of how my power exactly works?" "I don't think you ever really heard of it," he started. Akeno shook her head and replied. "Not that much, besides the fact that you are a Nephalem," she said. Issei nodded and started to speak. "Well, I'll start with this, my body is basically reacting like an immune system to overexposure of energy, and this is the result," he said quickly. Akeno looked surprised at that and worried at the same time. "What do you mean overexposure?" she asked quickly. Issei sighed and replied to her. "My power has to be balanced, the demonic and holy energies ratio to be exact. When one is too high, this is the result. Well, this is the demonic's result. It's corrosive and makes me sick, weak, and tired. When the fight with Riser peaked and I went into my half form, I flooded my system and I forgot to release my energy to balance it back out. So today, I've been releasing small harmless amounts, I'm sure you noticed it, a few traces of small demonic energy. Whiffs here and there. Basically my body is literally trying to get rid of the energy by itself, but it can't. That's why it's like an immune system, when I'm sick, it usually means my energy is out of whack and unbalanced," he explained. Akeno gasped and widened her eyes, and she digested the information that was told to her. It made sense, demonic and holy energies didn't mix, and with him being both species it was expected for them to have to be balanced, or they would clash with each other. Slowly, her feelings started to become clear to her, however, she wasn't totally 100% sure yet. "That's sad to hear, what's it like?" she asked suddenly. Issei was confused by what she said. "What do you mean?" he asked. She sighed and spoke up in a soft tone. "What's it like to be a part of two opposing species and knowing that you don't really have a place? I know somewhat it feels like, I was outcasted by my own family for having fallen blood," she said. Issei widened his eyes, after hearing her question, he wasn't expecting that at all. He quickly sighed and sat down. "I'll be honest, it's tough. You're right when you say that I don't really have a place. Both devils and angels alike despise my existence, and because of that I'll never be accepted by them. That's all I really wanted honestly, however I knew it was a futile wish. He said softly. Akeno was thrown for a loop again, to think there was so much despair rooted in Issei. It baffled her to no end, something needed to happen. Her feelings were calm. She decided then that she would do her best to uncover the real Issei. She wasn't about to rush this either, she needed to ease her way and slowly get Issei to realize it himself. Issei was shocked beyond belief as Akeno grabbed him and wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into embrace. Don't say that, there are tons of people who accept you, including me. You're not alone. She said softly. Issei didn't know what to say, she just kept shocking him more and more. The only thing he could think to do was just sigh and accept what was happening, it's not like he didn't want her hugging him. No, it was the opposite, he already accepted that. It was just the fact she kept surprising him more and more. She would surprise him even more soon. Thank you. He said softly. She nodded and pulled away, but she stopped a bit. He wondered what was going on, he felt her leave his personal space, since his eyes were closed, he couldn't see what she was doing. That's when he felt something press against his cheek. His eyes flew open and his mouth was agape. Akeno looked for any signs of hate, rage or rejection in his features. It was evident by his blush that those weren't present. Akeno gave a bright smile as Issei looked up at her, it seemed she made some progress. Issei on the other hand was shell-shocked, he watched Akeno's retreating form with a slight smile and a blush. It was obvious now to him, she didn't just interest him. However, he wasn't ready yet. He needed to clear the air a bit and sort his feelings out before anything happened between them. For now he just sat back down in his meditating position and started to balance his energy again. He needed to make sure that it was balance for what was to come in the near future. He needed to be ready. Scene break evening Issei found himself walking home currently with Kalwerner and Rainer by his side. They looked at him worriedly, however, a part of them knew something happened again today during lunch. It was obvious by the far-off looks and sudden blushes at random times, like he was recalling a memory over and over again. Issei cared to explain why this morning you were extremely sick and now you look to have just a minor flu? Rainer asked quickly. Kalwerner turned to him as well, both of them wanted to know. That was a given, so he sighed and began to explain how his power worked and how it needed to be balanced. Needless to say, they were shocked. To think something like that was possible to them was unheard of. So let me get this right. Your holy and demonic energies need to be balanced, or you become sick until you release the energy needed to balance it back out. Kalwerner asked suddenly. Issei nodded. Both of them widened their eyes, how could he forget to do something that important? They both thought incredulously. Before any one of them knew it, they had walked in the front door and saw Kai sitting at the counter as usual. The moment he saw Issei though, he stood up hurriedly. Ice. What happened? He asked quickly. Issei sighed and spoke up. Nothing Kai, just overexposure of energy that I forgot to release. He said. Kai sighed and shook his head, inside he smiled. Issei wasn't one to forget something that important, so something or someone else was on his mind. Well, you know what to do. Kai said. Issei nodded and stepped back a few feet. Rainer and Kalwerner watched closely as he glowed a red demonic color, but it started to rise like it was being evaporated, soon it vanished into thin air. That was me releasing the last of the energy. He said. They nodded numbly, Issei went towards the counter to get something to eat. However, he stopped when the door was knocked on it. Everyone looked to each other, they wondered if it was someone like Serafal, wanting information. Issei sighed and cursed to himself as he got up and walked towards the door. Opening it, he revealed 3 people. One was very familiar, she was Asia Argento, in her usual clothes. However, the other 2 made him wonder what was up. However, one girl looked familiar, but he couldn't figure it out. Issei. The light brown-haired girl said happily. Issei furrowed his eyebrows. Who are you and how do you know my name? He asked seriously. The other girl turned towards him and spoke up. My partner, Irina said you were childhood friends and that you could help us out. We need a place to stay. She said in a professional voice. Issei blinked and he felt a massive headache coming on. Gabriel was up to something, wasn't she? He quickly thought. Why have Asia travel with exorcists then that he didn't know, but he knew the moment he let them into the house, there would be a fight between Rainer, Kalwerner, and them. He also couldn't deny them either, or he'd most likely hear from Gabe. Fine. He said through gritted teeth. He turned around and walked inside. We got guests. He said loudly. Both fallen angels stiffened as they saw the 3 women walk in the room. Ice, what's going on? Kai asked quickly. The exorcists glared at the other women in the room. Fallen angels. Prepare to taste my blade. The blue-haired girl said suddenly. She quickly took out her sword and lunged at them, however, her blade edge quickly ended up grasped in Issei's hand. He could only hold it for a few seconds before he had to let go. An holy sword still affected him like any other devil. Squeezing his demonic hand as he looked at them, he went to speak up, however the same girl interrupted him. "How could you catch my blade that easily? It should have completely sliced through your hand," she shouted. That's when she noticed his hand, it was in a partial transformation. Irina instantly looked to where her partner looked and gasped. "Issei. You're a devil," she shouted. Issei groaned and his eyes started to twitch, this girl. He remembered her alright, he was starting to get annoyed. "What?" Asia squeaked out shocked. Issei sighed and spoke up. "You're right, I'm part devil, but you don't need to know the rest. Devils aren't all bad," he said. "All devils should purged of existence." The other girl shouted indignantly. Issei glared at her. "You really think Gabriel would like to hear about this?" he said quickly. The three women gasped and looked shell-shocked. "You speak lies. Lady Gabriel would have no reason to speak with you filth," she shouted. Irina looked at the girl sharply. "Zenobia, silence," she said loudly. Zenobia just glared at her. "Lies. Please, I've met Gabriel and Michael on several occasions," he sneered. Only Kalawiner, Rainer and Kai heard the edge in his voice when he said Michael. The other girls looked at him as he spoke. "Now, you have a choice. Tell me the reason Gabriel sent you here or I can send you back," he said loudly. They all looked at Issei as he spoke. Zenobia looked down, while Irina spoke up. "We're here to deliver the Holy Maiden to Aria's Gremory to be a part of her peerage." Gabriel said it was like a peace offering. "The other reason is to get back the Excaliburs Gabriel stole," she said. Issei sighed and palmed his forehead, these girls were dense as fuck. "You do realize you have no chance of getting back those swords, right? Not unless you have help," he said. Zenobia glared at him. "You really think we can't handle ourselves?" she shouted. Issei glared at her and spoke up in a cold tone. "Not against a cadre class, you are nothing but ants to him. He would wipe the floor with you in a second," he said lowly. "That shut her up. I suggest you request help from the Gremory princess when you bring the girl to her," he said. Zenobia went to speak up, but Issei's glare stopped her. "Your arrogance will be your downfall, you can stay here for the night. Only this night though, your room is upstairs," he said quickly. He quickly turned around and walked upstairs. From downstairs, they could hear the door slam loudly. It was obvious Issei was close to blowing a fuse. They just had to hope that they wouldn't do anything foolish that would provoke him. If they did, they wouldn't know what hit them. Issei Haidu was a lot of things. He was impulsive, as well as realistic. It was his nature to look at everything and how they were for what they were. He never took things at face value, that's how it's always been. However, there are times when a different side of him shows. Even though he'd never admitted. He was slightly nervous. No, that wasn't it. He was weary for what the situation brought on him. He knew that it could have disastrous effects if it weren't handled properly. However, he knew this had to be done. He was also annoyed, and for a good reason. Being in the orc room was one thing, but being in it with a meeting between all three factions that were at each other's throats for most of their lives was something entirely different. Especially if it were to turn sour. Rainer and Kalawiner weren't as pleased to be here as well. "So why have you brought these exorcists and holy maiden to us?" Rhea spoke loudly. She didn't really pay any attention to the fallen, she already knew to expect them to follow Issei. Her voice had a bit of accusing tone in it. He scoffed and looked at her, he didn't give two shits what she thought about it. "Listen princess, I don't want to be here as much as these people as well. However, that doesn't dispute the fact that they need help and if they don't get it, a problem could arise that could totally fuck all our days up soon," he said loudly. Akeno, who was silent for the majority of the time they were there, spoke up. "What kind of problem?" she asked seriously. She wasn't mad or anything, or annoyed. However, it didn't do anything for her curiosity as to what Issei knew. Issei blinked as he felt her stare on him, their relationship wasn't figured out yet. They hadn't had a proper talk to discern their feelings on the matter. However, he already knew deep down that she was different. He also admitted to himself that he liked her and that he was attracted to her. He just didn't know where to begin though, however, he would soon find out. He sighed then started to speak up. "It seems Gabriel has stolen some of the Excaliburs," he said. They instantly widened their eyes. "This is a problem. Is he in Kuo, do they know anything about his plans?" Riaz asked. Kalawiner and Rainer shook their heads. Issei sighed and spoke up. "Not likely, they weren't at the top of his list, so he wouldn't give them information about his plans. So I doubt it, I already got everything out of them a long time ago," he said. Zenobia then nodded her head. "Yes, we're also here to deliver the witch to you," she said snidely. Issei sighed as he heard that. "So a holy maiden makes her a witch, huh?" he asked suddenly. Irina looked over at her childhood friend and started wondering how much he changed. "How could you say that, Issei? She healed a devil," she countered. Issei shook his head at her naivety. Well, it's not the first time that your faction has made a mistake, he said suddenly. That piqued everyone's interest. The exorcists got a bit defensive though. Why do you say that? Heaven isn't as bad as the devils and their tricks, Zenobia said loudly. Issei snickered, then narrowed his eyes. You really think that? Every faction has its own secrets, one way or another. Some are so dark and dangerous that if they came to light, it would have disastrous effects. Heaven is no different, he said suddenly. Zenobia narrowed her eyes and spoke up loudly. You lie. Heaven isn't as bad as you proclaim it to be, she shouted. Issei laughed loudly. Oh really? Okay then, let's start off with her. Asia Argento, a former holy maiden. She was accused of healing a devil, well it's true. However, she didn't know he was one. Heaven didn't do anything to help her, he said suddenly. Everyone was surprised at what he was saying. That was her fault, Issei. Irina spoke up. Issei looked at her dryly. Okay then, what about the Holy Sword Project? He said suddenly. Silence, no words were said. How do you know about that? Riaz asked suddenly. Issei didn't listen to her and looked at the two exorcists. Zenobia laughed a bit and spoke up. That is just a myth, she said. Issei shook his head. Sure, a myth huh? He muttered to himself. Suddenly Akeno remembered those words that he described himself with. She had a feeling where okay then, why don't you ask Gabriel herself and see what she says about it? He said. Irina was starting to get annoyed. This wasn't the Issei she remembered. You don't really know anything about heaven, do you? She asked loudly. Issei looked at her and laughed darkly. Really? I don't. Well then, what do you know about an angel named Maria? He replied. Everyone who knew about Issei's identity widened their eyes. It seemed they might learn a bit more about his mother. Kalwerner and Rainer were instantly interested to learn about her. They knew from Kai that she was a very sensitive topic to Issei. Not even Kai would talk to them about her. Nothing, we don't know about an angel named Maria, Irina said. Issei shook his head and sighed. Well, I'll tell you a story. This story though is filled with love at first. Then it turns dark and hatred is born. He started. Everyone started to listen intently, however, the exorcists were a bit confused. They had no idea what to expect. The angel, Maria. She chose her own path in life and it was to fall in love, he said suddenly. Zenobia narrowed her eyes. What does this have to do with anything? She most likely fell from lust, she said. That's when Issei glared at her. Everyone felt the temperature she didn't. She fell in love with a devil and not a common one. Somehow they conceived a child, he said suddenly. Zenobia and Irina widened their eyes, but before they could say anything, Issei continued. This child though, was forced into hiding due to his species. He was a Nephalem, he never met his own mother or father. All those years turned him into a bitter person, fueled by the rage of his own desires. He lived for it, he thrived off of his need for vengeance. Heaven condemned his mother for falling in love with their enemy, and the lovers never saw each other again, he said. Zenobia started to laugh loudly. You really expect us to believe this foolish story? What proof do you have of it? She asked suddenly. She had no idea just how much she fucked up. Proof. He mumbled. Zenobia smirked. You want proof? He said louder, but his voice had edge in it. Irina shook her head. Come on, Issei, you must know that story isn't true. Whoever told you was obviously telling you a lie. No angel would fall in love with a devil, she said. Issei started to laugh loudly. Really? Well then, you asked for proof, he said. Before anyone knew it, they were staring at 8 wings coming out from Issei's back. Everyone could see them clearly. What? Zenobia asked shocked. Irina had no words. I am the child, my father is Lucifer the morning star, and my mother is Maria, he said loudly. Issei decided to add insult to injury, and suddenly he glowed a deep blue. The devils in the room cringed as they felt the holy presence enter. Soon they were looking at his angel form. I'm both angel and devil, your belief that heaven isn't that bad can be shoved up where the sun don't shine, he said loudly. Everyone cringed as they felt his aura, it was strong and powerful. Soon the holy presence faded as he reverted out of his form and he tucked his wings back in. Maybe soon, you'll actually realize you're blind to the world and what it truly is and how it works, he said suddenly. He was about to speak up, however, Zenobia beat him to it. We don't need your help, we can handle this on our own, she said. Issei shook his head. Maybe you'd like a sparring session to see how outclassed you really are. Even I would have trouble with Kakabiel. He's a cadre class fallen angel with high amounts of experience, he said suddenly. Riaz suddenly spoke up. Now let's not fight, she started, but she was suddenly interrupted. Everyone turned towards the door as it opened, revealing Kiba. Actually, that's exactly what should happen, he said suddenly. Zenobia turned to him and spoke. Who are you? She asked. Kiba just shook his head. Nobody important, he said vaguely. Issei looked at him for a moment. Kiba was glaring at the holy swords. He instantly mused he was a survivor, he may need to keep an eye on him. If he was like this when Kakabiel finally showed himself, it wouldn't be pretty. He needed to keep a cool head and be calm. Before anyone knew it, they were outside. Kiba and Issei were facing off against the two exorcists. Kiba kept glaring at the swords in their hands. Issei shook his head again as he realized he had a vendetta. The look in his eyes made it clear to Issei he would kill to get his hands on those swords. If needed, he would knock him out. Outside the barrier, Asia started to speak up. Is Issei really the child of them? Is he really a Nephalem? She asked. Riaz looked at her now bishop. She still wasn't used to the idea, however, she did have twilight healing. Akeno suddenly spoke up to answer Asia's question. Yes, he is. He may seem a bit rude at times, however, it's just a wall. In truth, he's been hurting for quite some time. I've only gotten close enough to see for myself. She said suddenly. Riaz whipped around to her queen, it was evident that something was going on. When did you get so close to him? She asked suddenly. Akeno chuckled and turned to her king. Are you jealous, Riaz? That I'm the one that got close to him, enough for him to open up a bit? She chuckled. Riaz glared at her queen, but suddenly turned to the fight that was just starting, as did everyone else. They listened as Zenobia started to speak. Are you ready to lose? She asked. Issei just shook his head, this girl needed a big reality check. Bring it. Kiba said suddenly. Irina looked at Kiba for a second. Let's go. She shouted. Zenobia charged at Issei, while Irina charged at Kiba. Issei quickly rolled out of the way as Zenobia's sword came crashing down. She's fast. I can't play around here, these swords will cause a good bit of damage. He quickly thought. He couldn't just dodge and weave either, no, he needed to fight back. However, this girl wasn't giving him any chances. He needed an opening. So it was time to create one. Forcibly. Zenobia charged at him again, this time, Issei was ready. As she charged, she failed to notice the black lightning streaming through his body, and before she knew it, she lurched forwards as Issei had punched her, that's when she felt the shock go through her body. As she finally recovered from his punch and its after effects, she got a good look at him and was shocked. Black lightning flowed like a river through his body, but that wasn't what shocked her. No, it was his sword, the red and black demonic sword, seemed to spark with ferocity with the same lightning his body had. It was almost as if his body was an amplifier to the sword, making it more deadly. Irina managed to catch a glance at Issei and was instantly shocked just as Zenobia. It seemed they truly were outclassed. Give me all you got. Issei said to Zenobia suddenly. Before anyone knew it, Zenobia charged again. This time she was aiming to get a good hit on him. She had no idea what kind of power he could use though, and that was her critical mistake. Rushing in, without no backup plan. She would soon find out otherwise. As she swung her sword, aiming downwards at his leg. She was surprised, as her sword was met easily with his. Suddenly her sword was starting to be pushed back, as Issei easily forced it upwards. He smirked as he saw her struggling, he quickly pushed her sword all the way above her head. It was time, he had an opening. Issei pivoted his body and landed a powerful kick to her ribs. Zenobia winced as she felt the pain come to her, she was shocked at how easily he was tossing her around. This guy was no pushover, she had a feeling that he wasn't done. As she looked up, she knew her thoughts were true as she saw his expression. It was hardened and fierce. Is that all you got? He mocked. Zenobia got up and charged once again, this time she was giving it all she had. Issei noticed the determination in her eyes, it reminded him of how he was when he was young. So much defiance, it reminded him of he was. However, he was different now. He was changing, more every day. Now it was time to change her, to show her. Issei crouched as Zenobia did a horizontal slash with her sword, he then twirled, while he was crouched with his leg extended, and easily tripped her, making her topple backwards. Issei took that moment to follow up. Before she knew it, Zenobia felt the sword's edge against her neck. It was checkmate. Zenobia dropped her sword and put her hands up, she knew better than to fight back now. Both Issei and Zenobia turned towards Kiba and Irina as their fight continued. It seemed it was an equal matchup, however, Issei noticed something very quickly. Every single time their blades clashed against one another, Kiba's face darkened and it narrowed his eyes even more. Issei knew that he was going to make a mistake and it could cost him. He may need to intervene soon. Kiba suddenly ducked under Irina's sword and was able to trip her up, he quickly followed his attacks up, not giving any time to recover. Issei narrowed his eyes, that was a bit too close. Even if he didn't really know Irina that much, he still wouldn't let anyone get fatal wounds, he'd stop them. Irina charged suddenly and was swinging with precision, making Kiba dodge with everything he had. Issei noticed his eyes get extremely serious and he saw something he knew all too well. He had enough, and Kiba was going to make his move and it wouldn't be pretty. Issei looked at Zenobia for a second. "You'd best stay back, this might get a bit sketchy in a minute," he said. Zenobia didn't know what he meant but listened as he suddenly stepped forwards while watched them. Kiba suddenly tripped Irina and went for a lunge. However, Issei was already on the move. Lighting was covering him as he sped towards Irina, he quickly kicked her out of the way. It may have been a bit rough, but it was better than getting sliced up. He quickly transformed both his hands into its demonic form and put his arms out to block it. He didn't know what to expect, but he felt the holy presence in the sword as it struck. His eyes widened. Kiba was using a holy sword. He regretted interfering now, he knew what the repercussions were going to be. He felt it eating at him quickly, he quickly took his hand and chopped Kiba in the back of the neck to knock him out. Suddenly everyone looked at him and rushed to him as he felt on one knee, grunting and squeezing his eyes closed. "Issei. Are you alright?" Akeno asked worried. She was definitely worried, both his arms had been slashed by a holy sword. Issei could only shake his head, it was a bit too much for him. Asia quickly went to try to heal his arms, however, as she got closer, he swatted her hands away. "Don't, it will only make it worse. There's only one way to heal this," he said through gritted teeth. Rainer and Kalwerner were worried as well. "How?" they both asked. Issei shook his head. "You two, go and get Kai. He'll know what to do," he shouted. They both nodded and vanished in magic circle. Akeno looked at the arms and looked even more worried, what was wrong? She thought. "Issei, what is wrong with your hands? Why wouldn't Asia be able to heal you?" she asked suddenly. Everyone wanted to know. "My hands are currently in their demonic state and they were attacked by a holy element. It has created a violent reaction, like I told you before, my power needs to be balanced or there is consequences. The holy element will continue to eat away any demonic energy that is produced. Now Asia would be able to heal it if the holy element was gone. However, I am against the clock now," he explained. That surprised them, however, Akeno wondered what he meant at the end of his explanation. "What do you mean, you're against the clock?" she asked. Everyone turned to him as he sighed. "My power is currently clashing at each other like crazy, I can feel the holy energy eating at the demonic. I need to get help before it's too late, if I don't then the holy energy will continue to devour the demonic and then I'll be so weak that I could be easily killed," he said. Akeno was now worried, she knew this was serious. "How can we get you help?" she asked. Issei was about to speak, but a large magic circle appeared and Kai stepped out, along with Rainer and Kalwerner. Once Kai saw him, he rushed towards him. "Ice. Are you alright?" he asked. Issei nodded numbly. "You know what needs to happen, get her here," Issei shouted. That made everyone surprised. Kai nodded and disappeared in a magic circle, leaving the group with one question. Who was her? As Issei waited for Kai to get back with whoever was coming, they couldn't help but wonder. Who was it that was coming exactly? That's what they wanted to know. Akeno was the one to ask the obvious question. "Issei. Who's coming exactly?" she asked. Issei sighed, he knew that they would be shocked when she arrived. They wouldn't expect to see someone like her so early in the game. He only hoped they would be respectful. "Someone who is very important to me. Someone who has helped me time and time again. She is the only one who can start the process where I can heal myself," he said vaguely. Rainer and Kalwerner were now more interested in just who this was, however, they had no ideas. "Just give it to us straight. Who is coming?" Kalwerner asked loudly. They all wanted to know. Issei chuckled then sighed and looked up. "You'll find out soon enough," he said. They all sighed, but before anyone could speak up, a magic circle appeared. However, only Kai came out of it. Issei looked at him expectantly. "Is she coming?" he asked. Kai sighed, then nodded. Issei rose an eyebrow as he began to speak. "They are coming," he said. Issei sighed once again, however, there was something wrong. "Who's they?" Akeno asked suddenly. Issei shook his head and sighed once again. "I hoped you wouldn't have to meet them yet. However, it seems I have no choice. Just a word of advice, one is very temperamental. Especially when it comes to me, we didn't really see eye to eye on a lot of things," he said suddenly. Kai snorted and spoke up. "That's an understatement to say," he said. "I know. Let's just hope he's in a good mood," he said. Kai nodded. Everyone suddenly turned to look at a large magic circle that appeared suddenly. The circle's symbol was unknown among the group, except for Issei and Kai. Issei sighed as he saw it, he knew now that they were coming. He could only hope that he wouldn't be asked this time around. However, he knew that wouldn't happen. Suddenly everyone turned their attention to the magic circle as 3 people appeared out of it. The first one they noticed was a tall woman, she had black hair that flowed down past her shoulders. She was wearing a red and white kimono that went down to her knees. She seemed to be worried a large amount for Issei. The other one was a male, he had silver hair that flowed past his shoulders, just as the woman before him. He was wearing a black and purple kimono. In comparison to the woman, he seemed to just look over Issei with a wondering gaze. The last and final person that was there was another male. He had midnight blue hair that seemed to stop right before his shoulders. He had a blue and gray kimono like all the others before him. He, however, was grinning wildly. They could feel the excitement that was rolling off of him, and he was staring purposefully at Issei. Before anyone could ask the obvious question, the woman shouted out. "Ice," she said loudly as she ran towards him. Issei flinched as he was tackled by the woman. "Oi. I'm fine. Just need a little help," Issei said loudly. Kai looked at Issei dryly. "An understatement yet again, Ice," he said. Issei shook his head. The others were now confused even more. Akeno looked at the woman that was bear-hugging Issei and instantly felt a little anger. She looked at Issei sharply. "Who is she, Ice?" Akeno asked sweetly. Issei felt a shiver down his spine as he heard her. "So the brat finally got a girlfriend?" A new voice spoke up. Issei blushed suddenly, as he wasn't far off on that assumption. The newcomers noticed it, and their reactions were expected. The woman had a smile, but there was something else to it. It was a sad smile, almost if she was both happy and sad at the same time. The two men had similar reactions. The one who suggested it had widened eyes that held disbelief. While the other had a raised eyebrow and a smile, he had an impressed look on his face. "So he's matured a bit, huh? That's definitely unexpected. I remember when you were still wrathful and wanting to spill a ton of blood." The group heard. Issei looked at the man that spoke. "Well, a lot of things have happened since the last time we saw each other, Tsukiyomi," he said. Issei just dropped a bomb. Did you just say Tsukiyomi?" Riaz asked, shell-shocked. Issei scoffed and nodded nonetheless. The group looked at the others and were able to put the pieces together. "Then that is Amaterasu and Susanoo?" Akeno asked for confirmation. Issei sighed, then nodded. "Ice, who are these people?" Amaterasu asked curiously. Issei gritted his teeth. There was bigger problems. "First, can you help me? This is hurting really bad," he said through gritted teeth. Amaterasu gasped, then nodded fervently. "Okay, sorry. Let's get this fixed, shall we?" she said suddenly. Everyone watched as Issei held out his arms to the goddess, and she then placed her hands on his arms, and suddenly black flames were covering his arms. Issei gritted his teeth while the pain increased, but this was the only way for him to start the healing process. Amaterasu's flames would devour the holy energy till there was nothing left, then he could use his angel form to heal himself. Soon the flames disappeared and Issei's arms were burned badly, but the holy energy was completely gone. Issei stood up weakly and motioned for Amaterasu to back up. Everyone was surprised once again when Issei started to glow blue, and soon a matching halo appeared above his head. His wings were released soon after. Everyone stared at the angel form in awe. Even if they'd seen it before, it was still a shocking sight to see up close. As Issei stood back up, he looked at the three gods with expectation. He knew they wanted answers. "So who caused this ice?" Amaterasu asked sweetly. Issei shivered once again. Her tone was just like Akeno's. Irina paled fast as she heard the goddess. "Amaterasu, I did this on my own will. It was a spar and I needed to save someone from making a very stupid mistake," he said as he glanced at Irina. Amaterasu sighed and nodded. It was then that Susanoo spoke up. "So how much stronger have you gotten, brat? You must have not been sitting around, even I know that," he asked suddenly. Issei sighed, as he knew. "You know what I want. You ain't getting out of it either. It's been at least a decade since we last fought each other. So it's time to change that," Susanoo said loudly. Issei sighed and nodded. "Not right now though, tomorrow we will. So I have a chance to recoup my energy," he replied to him. Susanoo finally relented then nodded. Tsukiyomi looked at the scene with a bit of shock. "Tell me, Issei, what has caused such a change in you?" he asked. The other gods looked at Tsukiyomi like he was crazy, however, their eyes widened when Issei just sighed and looked to the skies. It seemed that a change, bigger than they imagined, had really happened. "A lot of things have happened, too many to list to be honest. Just know this, I've learned to see past it all," he said loudly, while still looking at the skies. Before anyone knew it, the sparring session was over. It seemed that they still had a lot of questions that needed to be answered. Issei already knew that much. "So what are you going to do now?" Akeno asked suddenly. Issei blinked, then sighed. "It's time to get back to training," he said. Everyone looked a little confused at that, even the gods did themselves. "Kakabiel will no doubt be attacking sooner or than later, so I need to be ready. I'd suggest you do the same. Kakabiel is no pushover, and he will not hesitate," he said suddenly. Before anyone knew it, everyone had went their separate ways. The gods were visiting Issei currently. They wanted to catch up. "So Issei, what has caused quite a change in you? I know the old you wouldn't hesitate to kill them. What happened?" Tsukiyomi asked suddenly. They were at Issei's house. Issei sighed and looked at the god of the moon. There are a lot of things, one of them was her, and I'll admit it. She definitely changed some of my views. He admitted. Everyone was shocked at what he was saying, they didn't expect him to admit it at all. Amaterasu took that moment to speak up. Issei, I know you. So I know what you're thinking, don't hesitate and tell this girl what you really feel. She said softly. Issei blinked after hearing her, but he nodded nonetheless. Before anyone knew it, they had talked for a few more hours. Susanoo and Issei decided to have their fight tomorrow, since it was the weekend. Before anyone knew it, the sun appeared on the horizon. Today was the day. Everyone would see a fraction of Issei's true power. Issei knew this fight would be different, for one simple reason. The reason being, that Susanoo wouldn't hold back one bit. No, with him, it was all about life or death. Which meant that Issei would have to use everything in his arsenal to fight the god. He couldn't underestimate him either. No, that would be foolish, Susanoo was a god after all. As both of them stood not 10 feet from each other, they knew this fight would be a good show for everyone that was present, and it seemed that there was a lot of people there to watch them. It seemed word had gotten around, most likely from Riaz, due to the fact that Surzich's was there, along with Serafal. Sona's peerage, and Riaz was there as well. Rainer, Kalwerner and Kai stared at the barrier that was covering them. The two Shinto gods behind them knew it was vital to put one up. Surzich's and Serafal were shocked to see the Shinto trinity there, that was a fact. They turned their attention to the gods and asked a question. A question that everyone probably had. Why so many high-level barriers? These two aren't going to go all out, are they? Serafal asked. Amaterasu turned to the Leviathan and replied. These two will no doubt go all out, or near it. However, that won't be until the very end. They'll start out small, then work their way up. To Susanoo, this is a test to Ice. We all want to see how much stronger he has become. She said. Suddenly, everyone turned their attention towards the fight as they heard the sounds of metal clashing rapidly. They looked to see both Issei and Susanoo exchanging blows left and right. Susanoo was using a staff to block Issei's demonic sword. Both Surzich's and Serafal were awed at what they were seeing. Even the gods' eyes were widened, they didn't expect this kind of growth. The peerages couldn't make sense of what was happening. What's happening? How can they be moving so fast that we can't see it clearly? Sona asked confused. Serafal shook her head, then turned to her sister. It seems both Issei and Susanoo are using their full speed, it's like a dance. Issei strikes, efficiently and precise, and then vanishes in a burst of speed as Susanoo blocks it and in turn goes to counter. However, with Issei dodging left and right, it seems it's a stalemate at the moment. She said. Kai chuckled and turned to the "It won't be for long." He said. Everyone, even the gods turned to him as he sighed, then started to explain. Susanoo is a god, yes, but Issei has the raw power in him. Issei would be able to overpower him easily, that is if Susanoo couldn't match his power. However, Susanoo is still a god, so if Susanoo gets serious, then it will be a challenge for Issei. He said. It was then that both of them came back into view. They stood still and looked at each other, it seemed that Susanoo was liking the fight. Due to the shit-eating grin he had on his face. It seems that you still have your battle reflexes. Let's see how much power you've gained in the last few decades. He said loudly. Everyone turned to Susanoo as he started to glow a bit. Soon, he wasn't wearing his kimono. No, he was wearing sleek black armor with midnight blue trimmings. It seemed the battle was just getting started. Issei grinned as he looked at him. He wanted a fight, so he would win. One that would shock everyone. Suddenly lightning strikes struck around Issei as his body started to get covered in the lightning. It seemed Susanoo knew what was going on and went into a defensive stance. Two balls of lightning were formed in each of Issei's hand, they were about the size of a softball. However, they all combined to form a gigantic one. Susanoo barely had time to roll out of the way as Issei launched it towards him. Susanoo looked to where it was headed and put his hands up as it exploded upon impact, unleash a storm of lightning bolts going in every direction. Susanoo quickly took that moment and launched a counter-attack. Issei turned towards him as he heard the ground beneath him shift and crack. A large amount of water was swirling around Susanoo, lightning started to come down as Susanoo was summoning a storm. Outside the barrier, everyone was glad to have it. How can they dish out that powerful of attacks and keep on going? Serafal wondered. Surzich's had no answer. It's a pride thing, the two of them are so stubborn that they wouldn't give up that easily. The only way one of them will win is when the other is unconscious. Tsukiyomi said suddenly. They turned to the god of the moon like he was crazy, however, Amaterasu spoke up. He is right. They will not let the other one win easily. The battle has only begun. She said. They all blinked and turned back to the fight. They noticed Issei looking up at the storm above him. He knew he had to find a way to neutralize it before it got any bigger. If he didn't, then it would be a tough obstacle in his way. He knew what he had to do. Everyone watched closely as he started to glow a bright blue. The gods were shocked to see it. They knew what it was and what it meant to Issei. Or at least, what it used to mean to him. Why is he using that? I thought he hated it. Tsukiyomi asked calmly. Kai sighed and looked at the god of the moon. He used to. However, with light of his recent changes, it seems that he has learned to deal with it. He said. Everyone turned their attention towards Issei as he started to glow even brighter. Susanoo took a hesitant step back, he knew what was coming. He couldn't believe it though, he remembered his distaste for his angel form. However, that was obvious, that wasn't the case now. Issei's eyes opened, and they showed no emotion. Just determination. As the halo appeared above his head, everyone knew he was getting serious. Susanoo started to understand this wasn't going to be an easy win for him. No, if he wanted to have a chance of winning, he would need to let everything go. No holding back whatsoever. He wasn't either. It was then, he realized the monument growth this kid had. It was obvious to him that the gap had expanded and it would only continue to grow. He was snapped out of his stupor when he saw Issei raise his hand and a small glow of blue started to cover his palm. He narrowed his eyes as several shards of ice were shot up towards the eye of the storm. He watched in confusion as Issei made a fist and a large exploding sound. Everyone looked towards the storm to see it starting to turn white and suddenly a gust of cold wind blew through the area as it expanded. It seemed Issei was changing the storm to a blizzard. Susanoo looked at him in awe. This was definitely not expected. Issei looked at the blizzard he made with blank eyes and then willed it to fade. Everyone stared at him in awe as he easily took out Susanoo's storm. It seemed the battle was getting closer and closer to its end. Susanoo quickly put up his guard as Issei dashed towards him once again, however in his hand was a spear of light and in his other was his light sword. Light manipulation. Since when did Issei use that? Amaterasu Tsukiyomi shook his head, he had no answers. Ice has changed and it had a large effect on him. The effects are still coming, left and right. He said. Akeno blushed as she knew she was the main reason for his change. They all turned their attention back to the fight as Issei and Susanoo continued to exchange blows once again. However, Issei seemed to not really care, almost as if he knew what to expect. That's when something unexpected happened. Susanoo started to glow a dark blue and his staff started to glow as well. That made Issei widen his eyes. Susanoo was getting serious. He was going to use his symbol of power. His godly weapon. Everyone was soon staring at a really ornate staff that had lightning crackling off of it. Issei quickly dashed away from a gigantic lightning strike that would have fried him on the spot. Susanoo wasn't giving him any openings either, all he could do was dodge. However, he knew there would be a time where Susanoo had to recharge, he couldn't just fire off these blasts non-stop. So, it was a matter of waiting, then striking. Soon it was time, Susanoo finished off with another lightning strike. However, he was starting to fatigue. Issei saw this and knew he had a chance to finish it. Before anyone knew it, Issei vanished in a burst of speed and reappeared right before Susanoo. Everyone was shocked to see him holding his sword against his neck. It wasn't the sword that shocked them. No, it was the white flames that danced across it. It was obvious who the winner was. I yield. Susanoo said loudly. Everyone stared in awe of the area that was their battlefield. It was obvious to everyone that Issei was growing more powerful than ever. It had been a couple days since the fight with Susanoo and Issei knew the time was coming. Kakabiel would be appearing soon, there was no doubt whatsoever in his mind. With Arena and Zenobia coming to get the stolen Excaliburs, it was obvious to Issei who stole them. He knew Kakabiel would no doubt be making his move soon, whatever it was. That meant that he needed to prepare, and that meant training. However, there was more to do. He needed to make sure the devils were strong enough to defend against him, or there would be no doubt tragedy coming their way. He knew what he needed to do, now it was just doing it. So he got up, for today he had to go back to school. He knew he needed to train them as well, but how? That was the question that has been lingering in his mind for the last few days. If he put them through his training, they wouldn't last. It would be pathetic, even if he didn't want to admit it. He knew when he went to school today that he would have to have a meeting with the devils. He also knew that the higher-ups were going to be wanting to meet with him soon. That was a fact in his mind. As he walked downstairs, he knew he needed to talk to Kai. It was situations like this that his advice could be of great value and it usually led Issei down the right path. He wasn't his guardian for nothing. As he walked down, he saw Kai behind the counter like usual. As soon as Issei sat down, Kai turned and saw his face. That's when he knew something was up and he needed help. What are you thinking about? He asked curiously. Issei looked at Kai and began to speak. It's obvious that Kakabiel will be making his move shortly, it's only a matter of time. The Excaliburs aren't just a coincidence, both of us can connect the dots. He said seriously. Kai nodded numbly, he knew it too. This would be one of Issei's biggest battles, in multiple senses. 1. The whole fate of the town would be at his hands. Secondly, Kakabiel wasn't an opponent to underestimate at all. He would no doubt be unpredictable and conniving. He was a cadre class fallen angel for a reason. What else is there? Kai asked suddenly. He knew something else was up. Issei needed more than just that. The devils, they need to be prepared for what is to come. We know what the battle will be like. They would be killed if he was to show up tomorrow. I need to figure out a way to train them. However, what I go through and what I put others through is very different. It will definitely be a tough challenge to tackle. They all need work. He said suddenly. Kai thought about it for a moment. You have to acknowledge the fact that the Grimory's peerage is a bit incomplete and they have a lot of work needed. However, that doesn't dispute the fact that they have potential. All of them, no matter who they may be. He said suddenly. Issei looked at Kai for a moment. He knew he would have to try something else with the group. He knew it would take a bit. However, they would learn from it and become a lot stronger and maybe have a chance of. As Issei looked at the clock, he had to be leaving soon. Soon, Rainer and Kalwerner were up and sitting downstairs along with them. What were you guys talking about? Kalwerner asked. Before he knew it, he had to leave and said goodbye to Kai and headed off towards the academy for a day that surely would bring a lot of changes. Changes that would no doubt be hard at first. As he arrived in front of the gate of the academy, he sighed as he opened it up and walked forwards. As they walked through the hallways, everyone looked at them. Their reputation had increased as they had started to be seen around the devils. It was obvious to them that it wouldn't go away. So they just had to deal with it. Issei decided he would meet with the Grimory peerage at lunch. As soon as it came time for the meet to go down, Issei knew he had to break things down for them. It was a matter of life and death. Kakabiel would be here soon. Even if they didn't know the full picture, he would break it to them. As he walked towards the orc building with Rainer and Kalwerner in tow with him, he knew it was time. This was going to be like nothing he ever attempted to do. Training Kalwerner and Rainer was one thing, but a peerage added to that was worse. So when they finally sat down and began to start the meeting, Issei needed to evaluate the situation at hand, then act accordingly. If there was any chance that this would work, he needed to do just that. As the meeting finally started to get around, he knew it was time to get to the point. So he looked at the group and started to speak up. At this point in time, it has become evident to me that with Kakabiel being the one who stole the Excaliburs, that means he is getting close to being ready to show up. That means you need to be ready, and frankly, if he were to show up now, you wouldn't stand a chance. He said simply. The group that he faced looked at him with such utter disbelief. Issei sighed and shook his head. He'd seen the looks in their eyes. You think we can't fight? You don't think we would stand our ground to defend our home? Ria said loudly. Issei glared at her, and the temperature in the room dropped quite a bit. I didn't say that, I said you weren't ready yet. You call yourselves a peerage, but what I see is a group of kids who don't understand what is at stake. You have potential, all of you. It is a matter of learning how to unlock it and hone it into a deadly force to be reckoned with. He said loudly. What do you mean exactly? Kiba asked suddenly. He was looking at Issei with determined eyes. There have been many quotes over the years made by the humans in many famous movies. They all have the same meaning. One thing is always true. With power comes great responsibility. In that sense you need to know how your power works, you need to know how it affects you, and just how much power you can dish out. If you can't control it, then it would be a waste to even have it. He said sharply. Everyone looked at him with wide eyes. It was true and they knew it. Every single one of you has potential, like I said, it is a part of you. It is what you are. You have to learn to accept both sides of the coin, the good and the bad. If you don't, then you're wasting time. Every one of us has had a rough time in our life, but the future is always changing. It's always going to be different tomorrow, even more in a sense later down the road as years pass, you begin to realize that it wasn't worth fighting it. Issei sighed and then spoke yet again. It is what makes who we are, there is no point in denying it. Like I said, you're not ready to face Kakabiel, only training will show if you are. You need to cultivate your own power into something that is for you. Even my potential is still to be unlocked, my power is incomplete, I haven't accepted both of my sides yet. However, I am learning and you should start to too. He said softly. Everyone in the room looked at him with shock and awe. Ria shook from her stupor as she recalled Issei's ending statement. Instantly it made her curious, and she needed to know. What do you mean your power is incomplete? I've thought you've trained most of your life to make your power yours, what is left? She asked loudly. Everyone in the room looked at him with curiosity as they heard him sigh and start to look at his hands. Suddenly he looked up and everyone got a look at his eyes. It was like they were hollow. I have lived for quite a long time, and all throughout my life, most of my power had to be gained through grueling training and tempered emotions. It took a while to unlock most of it. Even to this day, there is still a percentage to be unlocked. Specifically, it is my forms and how they work. He simply said. Akeno looked at him closely, he looked like he was remembering a part of his life. She wanted to know what his past was like, she figured if she could get him to open up to her a bit more, then she would know what to do from there. However, it stumped her on how to adjust to that. She also knows some ways to get some information from him discreetly. What do you mean your potential is in your forms? She asked suddenly. Everyone looked at Issei as he stood up and looked around. Why do we go outside and I'll give you a little demonstration? He said vaguely. Everyone instantly wondered what he meant and was compelled to follow him as he turned around and started to walk towards the exit. Issei knew he needed to go into the woods a bit for what he was about to do. So he looked at the veil of tress in front of him and continued towards them, the group behind him followed without a word. This change of scenery made it known to them that what Issei was about to show them needed to be controlled. As everyone gathered in a clearing, Issei looked around and sighed. This was the right place to do what he was about to do. He looked up and held up his hand, suddenly he shot out a blast of energy that formed into a barrier. He suddenly held out his hands, with his palms facing upwards. On one side of a coin you have the demonic side of my powers. He said suddenly. In his right hand, the familiar ball of black lightning started to form for everyone to see. However, they still wondered where this was going. On the other side of the coin, you have the holy side of my powers. He said simply. Suddenly, the forest lit up around them as a glowing ball of fire was colored in pure white. They all felt the enormous holy power as it weighed down on them. Even the fallen angels backed up a bit from it. It was obvious, Issei was more powerful than they knew. It was that fact too, that they didn't know about him. There was still some stuff hidden from them that they guess easily. Both of them are powerful and come at a great cost. My power is incomplete like I said earlier. He continued. He started to push the two opposite abilities against each other in an attempt to combine them. However, it didn't work out too well. Everyone watched with awe as the two balls of demonic and holy energy started to blend together, they thought it might work. That was until they saw Issei sweating and the mass of energy he was trying to create starting to bubble and crackle with ferocity. Suddenly a large explosion happened, luckily the barrier held up, but barely. That is the result of an uncontrolled mix of my powers. He said softly. Everyone looked at him in stupor. What do you mean uncontrolled? Akeno asked. Issei looked at her and began to answer. Every one of my mentors have taught me the same thing, whether the wording was a little different or not. However, it is the same each way. Higher power can be unlocked, but it isn't easy. He said. Everyone looked at him as he continued to speak. It is like this, it is you yourself who is stopping you from becoming your best. Emotions have power, and through times of struggle, whether it be your emotions or your will, you have to push forwards constantly. On rare occasions a traumatic event could happen, and people have been known to go through an evolution of power to adapt to the situation. That is the power of emotions. The other way to gain higher power is through constant and brutal training to force your body to get stronger. There are other, way stronger abilities that I could utilize. However, the amount of control and precision it takes to use them are beyond my current power level. I can use them in dire situations, but at a grave price, one that can't be avoided unless I gain more power. He said loudly. Riaz looked at him for a moment. What kind of abilities you have that will cause that much of a drawback? She asked suddenly. Issei looked at her for a moment. They are nothing you should care about, just knowing about them is enough to scare you shitless. The power at my disposal is something incomprehensible to most people who see its true abilities. He said loudly. It was obvious to her that she wasn't going to get anything from him. So would they just have to wait and see what his power could really do? When that time came though, would they be ready for it? That was the question in her mind. Suddenly, Kiba, how do you live with it? Knowing you're not at your best and that you could have more power to avenge what you want? He asked loudly. Issei looked at him sharply, then suddenly he took a deep breath and looked at him with hardened eyes. I will admit, vengeance is something worth fighting for. If it deserves it, if you want vengeance against someone, you however, cannot be blinded by rage. If you are, you will lose yourself to it. Anger is the one of the strongest emotions, but it blind you in a fight against someone stronger than you, and you will pay the ultimate price. Kiba looked at him with clear intent in his eyes. How do you know that, huh? I have a reason to fight for, I want to spar to see if I'm ready or not. He said loudly. Issei looked at him oddly, the boy surely knew the power he had, but why request to spar? He wondered what Kiba's grudge was, it was something obvious to him, there was something else. He would ask later, but now, he needed to knock some sense into Kiba before something happened. You want to spar? Very well, however, be warned that I will not go easy on you. He said loudly. Kiba nodded and summoned a sword. Issei looked at him and sighed, he raised one hand and shoot a burst of energy into the sky. It soon condensed into a barrier that covered only him and Kiba. The rest were watching on the sidelines. Issei looked at the sword and smirked, he knew Kiba was a knight no doubt, so he would no doubt be a fast opponent. Issei, however, knew he would be able to take him. Suddenly Kiba dashed forwards with impressive speed. Issei quickly ducked under a horizontal strike. Kiba instantly widened his eyes as Issei twirled around and delivered a roundhouse to his ribs. Kiba cringed in pain but his eyes were hard and determined. Issei looked at him for a moment before grinning. Kiba regained his bearings shortly after that and thought about this spar. Issei instantly recognized what his sacred gear was as he summoned a gigantic amount of swords around him with the blades in the ground sword berth. Such a sacred gear is fitting for him. He thought dryly. As Kiba suddenly pulled a sword free from the ground, he leapt forwards in the air towards Issei, who rolled to the side as Kiba slammed his blade against the ground. Issei leapt back suddenly and started to rethink his strategy. Right now close quarters combat with him wasn't in his interest. To win this H needed an advantage. He needed to slow him down. A few ideas popped into his head, but he needed to act now. He needed to know what he could take and what he couldn't. That was his goal in his mind. So he raised one hand and a blue frost started to cover his hand. Kiba looked at it as a ball of ice started to form above his palm. Issei then whipped it towards Kiba at blinding speeds. Kiba's only instinct was to dodge. He luckily sped past the ball as it crashed behind him. As it landed, the blast radius was covered in several sharp ice spikes that were about 2 feet long. Issei knew at this point that Kiba's speed and his ability to dodge were akin to his, however, he lacked some other areas. Issei wasn't afraid to exploit them either. Everyone suddenly looked at Issei with shock and awe. He rose both of his hands and he started to glow blue a bit. He didn't transform though, so they wondered what he was about to do. Kiba on the other hand, felt the monstrous power build up in the barrier and knew this was something he wouldn't be able to dodge. However, he wasn't scared. No, this made him more determined. Issei was surely on another level. Sparring against him would no doubt be able to help improve his skills. However, should have expected Issei's attitude towards the fight. It was then, when the glowing mass of energy above his palms started to form and crystallize, that he knew it was do or die. So he went into action. As soon as Issei did in fact. Issei slammed the massive ice sphere on the ground and the result was astounding. The sphere shattered, leaving in its wake waves of frost increasing in radius as they traveled outwards. Kiba had no choice but to jump up and expand his wings and decided to hover above until it was clear. Everyone felt the chill of the resulting area. When all the frost cleared, the area was covered in a thick layer of ice, with jagged spikes and walls all throughout it. To change the battlefield to his advantage at will, such an ability is no doubt something that can turn the tide at any moment. Akeno said softly. Everyone knew that was true. It was a well-known fact the battlefield is a major key in winning any battle. However, this was definitely unexpected. Kiba looked at the ground below him as he hovered. Issei was now getting. As soon as he landed he felt the chilling temperature, but it wasn't slippery like he thought it would be. No, it was like it had a layer of frost just above the ice to make it more of a snow texture at the top. He had no way to counter the tactic Issei employed either. He was now in a corner of a game of cat and mouse. However, he wouldn't give up yet. It was then Issei decided to summon his sword. The battlefield, how it was now made it very difficult for Kiba to dodge efficiently, so he had no doubt in his mind that close quarters would be a bit more matched. As Kiba dashed in again, he realized just how the battlefield affected the spar. As soon as he started to get to speed, he started to trip and luckily was able to catch his fall by stabbing his sword in the ground. He took a deep breath and looked up at Issei. Issei knew he was about out of steam, so only a bit more and he would give. It was time to push even more. Everyone instantly noticed the change in his expression. It was hardened to the bone. They knew he was serious now. Kiba looked at him and knew this spar was coming to close and very fast. However, he wasn't going to give in. He knew he'd lose from the start. However, this fight made him stronger just by the fact that Issei was testing his limits. Issei vanished in a burst of speed, faster than Kiba could have predicted. Kiba wasn't able to dodge full and felt his arm get slashed. He looked at it as it started to spew blood. It was a good cut, no doubt would need to be healed afterwards. Suddenly a jolt of pain erupted in his rib area as he looked down to see Issei jamming the butt of his sword into his ribs. You took your eyes off me when it mattered most. That is a fatal mistake no one must make. For that you lose. Issei said finally. All Kiba saw next was darkness as Issei finished it off with a rock-hard uppercut. Kiba still had some ways to go. As soon as the barrier went down over the both of them, Issei knew he was about to have to explain his reasons for the force he used in the sparring match. However, that didn't excuse the fact that he was getting fed up. It seemed that Kiba was really the only one who could do a bit of damage to Kakabiel. He may have been wrong, just by the face he hadn't tested them all yet. However, it was time to correct this disorderly peerage. He didn't care it anymore. What he needed to do. Why did you use that on Kiba? The million-dollar question came. Issei looked at her for a moment. Riaz seriously needed some work. He was getting sick of it. He was thinking of something very big, but if he did it would cost a lot of resources and a few favors. The backlash would most likely announce his return to anyone who knew who he really was. It was that fact that was on his mind and needed to think on it more. If he were to do it and they were to survive it, they wouldn't have any more problems with their powers, then he could be assured Kakabiel wouldn't take them down easily. He decided then and there that he was going to do it. He looked at the group and said one thing. "When school is over, come to my house," he said loudly. Everyone looked at him surprised, but he turned around suddenly and started walking. So it was obvious they weren't getting anything out of him. Raynor and Calwerner looked at each other confused, they had no idea what was coming. Before anyone knew it, school was out and everyone was getting ready to go to Issei's. Issei currently sat down in front of Kai, he didn't have much time. So he was going to say what was needed to be said, and quickly. "I've figured out what to do," Issei said suddenly. Kai rose an eyebrow and gestured for him to continue. "I'm going to take them to my training grounds," he said seriously. Kai looked flabbergasted, he didn't think Issei would do that at all. Only the two of them, except a few others, knew the secret of Issei's training methods. "So the whole thing?" Kai said quietly. Issei nodded. "I realize this will take a few days or up to a week for them to get through it. So I figured it's time that I contact some old friends," Issei said quickly. It was then Kai looked at Issei with a very regarded expression, his care for the boy was showing. Issei knew what it meant and he didn't even let Kai speak. "I know it means and the consequences that would follow. However, I have no other choice, it seems it is inevitable that they will find me. Don't worry, I will be ready and I will end it once and for all," he said loudly. Kai looked at Issei for a while, then he nodded. He didn't like it, but he had to trust him. Issei sighed and stood up when he felt the energy of a magic circle coming his way, it was Raynor and Calwerner. He had them visit Azazel and get something. "Do you have it?" he asked. Raynor handed a plain vanilla folder that had a good bit of files in it. They were instructed by a very serious and deadly-looking Issei to not ask any questions or open it and look at them. "Azazel didn't want to know why you wanted those, as soon as we gave him your request, he didn't even ask for a reason. He simply grabbed the documents from his office and put them in here and told us to get it to you first before we do anything else," Calwerner said suddenly. Issei nodded and laid the folder on the counter. Kai got a good look at it and saw what it was. "So you truly are going through with this plan?" he asked loudly. Issei nodded yet again. "If I'm really going to do this, I need to be prepared," Issei said. Raynor and Calwerner looked at him. "Does this have to do with why you wanted the devils to come here?" Calwerner asked. Issei looked at her and knew instantly she was trying to pry, he'd be dead when she got some of his deeper secrets. "What is in the folder only has a small fraction to do with why they're coming, which should be pretty soon," he said quickly. He was right as well, a few moments later, the door was being knocked on. Issei told them to come in loud enough for them to hear it outside. When the door opened the whole group walked in, as Issei looked around he sighed. He knew the moment he said what he was going to say, there was no going back at all. "Sit down, all of you," he said simply. Once everyone had taken a seat, Akeno took the opportunity. "Why did you want us to come here, Issei?" she asked. As she watched Issei's reaction, she was met with a few different things. As she watched his eyes look to hers she saw some sadness, but then it was changed to something akin to pride. She didn't have any idea on where to go next. "The reason why I called you guys here today was to discuss something," he said vaguely. "Discuss what exactly?" Riaz interjected. Issei looked at her and chuckled, her experience would be definitely something. "As of now, with Kakabiel currently almost damn near ready to strike, I have decided to take action and you're coming with me, all of you except Kai," he said loudly. That's when everyone's eyes widened and their thoughts ran wild. "To where?" Raynor asked suddenly. Issei chuckled and replied nonetheless. "You're going to the spot where I train, except I'm going to train you like I do," he said ominously. It took a few for it to sink in, but when it did, Issei knew that they knew what it would be like, but not what they were doing there. "How are we going to train?" Calwerner asked. Kai took the spotlight from Issei and spoke loudly. "You don't want to know, trust me on that one. For whatever reason, if Issei is taking you there, then he thinks you're ready to face what will come. Believe me when I say this place you're going is not for the faint of heart," he said mysteriously. Everyone besides Issei and Kai felt a few chills up their spine when they heard him speak. "What of the more pressing matter of Kakabiel?" Riaz asked. Issei sighed and knew it was time to divulge another piece to his plan. "Right now, none of you stand a chance against a being of power like him. So I have decided to contact a few people to guard Kuo, you could say," he responded. Before anyone could speak up, a magic circle appeared in the room. Issei sighed as the Shinto gods appeared before them. However, he wasn't expecting them to come. That made the question arise, what were they here for? "What are you guys here for?" Issei asked. Kai was the one who spoke up. "I hope to talk some sense into, however, I see it as futile. You have made up your mind, so there is no way to change it now," he said suddenly. Issei sighed and looked at Kai, he couldn't blame him at all. No, this was something very serious. In fact, Kai had every reason to call in whoever he could to help change his mind. However, his mind was set. That is, if Kai or the Shinto Trinity didn't contact him. Issei knew if he was to show up, it would be a long night. This man was like Issei's older brother and all but blood to him. There was no one else besides Kai that had equivalent or more influence on Issei's thoughts and decisions. Which begged the proverbial question, when was he going to show? That question hit Issei like a train. When that moment came, a ton of stuff was going to be said. They hadn't seen each other in quite some time. So it was going to a tough reunion. Issei, are you truly serious about this plan? Kai filled us in, we all are worried for you, and what would come of it? Amaterasu asked suddenly. Issei nodded numbly. Amaterasu, I know what it means, but I'm not giving up. What happened back then, I will not let it come to fruition, I will stop them. Issei said with finality. Everyone who didn't know what was really going on was thrown for a loop. Okay, care to fill some of us in and tell us what you're talking about? Riaz asked. Issei scoffed and turned to her. This has nothing to do with you guys, this is my own problem and not yours. It is for your sake that you don't know what it is, if you knew what was going on, you would be in grave danger. He responded. That's when Akeno decided to speak. Don't you trust us, Issei? What's bothering you? She asked. That's when Issei almost let some it out. He took a deep breath and opened his eyes, and everyone saw the fire burning brightly, like a ray of hope in a dark world that was gone, but could be saved. Akeno, I trust you guys enough, but this problem and secret is something that has a very dark and very dangerous origin. He said softly. Akeno was not expecting that at all. He was still a little apprehensive, she knew off the bat, but this secret had to be very big for him to not say anything at all about it. She was definitely going to try to get him to tell her, and hopefully some other things when they had the chance. Ice, it seems you are still stubborn as always. Thankfully we came up with a backup plan for that. Susanoo said suddenly. That's when Issei's head whipped to him, and Issei marched up to the god and looked at him in the eyes with quite the glare. Now everyone wondered what was going on with the two of them. You didn't, did you? Issei asked with Susanoo eyes looked at Issei's for a good moment or two. I'm sorry my pupil, but it is time for some help. If you're going through with this, then you best bet he is going to be here to do everything he can to help out, even if that means giving you some new lessons. He said with a chuckle at the end. Issei's eyes softened, then he quickly slumped down on the couch and waited for the inevitable. He wasn't mad about seeing him again, no, he was like a brother after all, so he would never want to not see him. It was the fact, he was like the bigger brother, the one who put you on the right path and taught you right when you did the opposite. So he knew this reunion would be tough. What's going on? Who's coming now? Rainer asked impatiently. Everyone now was getting tired of this, what was he hiding, family? Was all Issei said. Now that made everyone quite shocked, they never expected to meet another person that Issei considered family. It seems they were going too soon. Is he coming now? Issei asked the gods. Tsukiyomi nodded. We told him shortly before we left, he said he would finish up what he was doing and head over. He said. Issei looked at the god and nodded. It seemed the inevitable was truly here. Soon, everyone at the room saw a magic circle appear. When the guest appeared before everyone, the devils were honestly confused. They weren't expecting it at all. Before anyone could ask any more questions, someone else took it. Issei. The newcomer said suddenly. His voice was refined, with care and honesty. It also had a tone of heart and experience. Issei looked at him and stood up. Brother, it's been too long. He said softly. That's when Issei got a glare from him. Oi. Don't you start going soft on me now. Tell me, Issei, what's going on? He responded while looking around the room. Issei knew he was filled in already, and he was just taking the opportunity to mess with him. That's when everyone got a good look at him. To say they were shocked was an understatement. He was a boy. He looked like he was no older than 14. That wasn't the only thing that caused their stupor. It was how he looked and how much power they felt from him. His face was definitely surprising, it didn't have the expression of a young boy. No, it was a wisdom-filled gaze that showed just how much experience he had. It was his hair that stuck out the most, it wasn't what you would call normal for a young boy like him. It was multicolored in fact. It was black and green with a bluish hue to it. They were in the dark on just who he was, no doubt at all. Rainer had enough and was getting ticked off, looking at Issei quickly, she fired off the question they wanted to know so badly. Okay Issei, just who is this guy? You say he's your brother, but he doesn't even look like you. His power is almost non-existent either, who and what he is doing here? She shouted. Issei whipped his head to her, and she instantly knew she was a little rude there. Firstly, he is like a brother to me. We have some history together, about his power. Well, Issei started, but then looked at the boy. Why don't you just explain? Go on and introduce yourself. It's fine, I figured they'd find about you sooner or later, so just get it over with. He said. The boy chuckled, but nonetheless nodded. Well, as Issei said, me and him do have a bit of history, and yes, I do consider him like a little brother. He started. They knew that pretty much already. So who are you exactly and why is your power like that? Kaloriner asked. He chuckled and put his finger to his mouth, he definitely was going to have some fun with them. The reason as to why my power is like that is because I'm containing nearly all of it to keep you guys from getting shell-shocked. It is not every day you find something or someone with my kind of power, there are several exceptions though. He said vaguely while looking at Issei. They weren't expecting that and they honestly didn't believe it. He could tell that just by looking at their faces. How can you expect us to believe it when we feel nothing? We're stronger than you think, prove us wrong. Rainer said loudly. Issei shook his head, that wasn't going to play out well. He wasn't going to hurt them, no, but since they asked for him to show it, he would. He wasn't going to go easy on them either. That's when the boy nodded. Very well, I'll do you one even better. He said suddenly. That surprised them yet again, none of them spoke though. They waited for him to continue. As to the most obvious question of who I am. He started. They definitely had his attention now, and they had a weird feeling when a grin came across his. My name is something that causes fear to my enemies and awe to my allies, and my power is the reason why. I will ask you this once, are you sure you want to know my name? He said with finality. His tone had changed, and they knew it, he was serious. However, that didn't stop them. When he saw each and every one of them nod, he chuckled and nodded. When his head rose back up, they saw something different. Something very strange and bizarre. His eyes started to glow faintly, and they were soon hit with a pressing aura that sent each and every one of the devils and fallen to the ground on their knees. My name is Shiva the Destroyer. Was all they heard. The whole room felt suffocated. The others could barely breathe, only Issei, Kai, the Shinto gods and Shiva himself were unaffected. It wasn't soon after before Issei cut in. Alright, turn it down a bit. Shiva looked to Issei and chuckled. Oh come on Issei. I was having fun. Issei shook his head, and soon after the pressure died down everyone stared in fear at the destroyer. He had a smile on when Issei spoke up. Don't be afraid of Shiva, he's a very mature and sensible being. Only when the situation calls for it will he become what his title demands. That helped them calm down a bit, but they were still a little weary. Suddenly Shiva looked to Issei, and everyone knew what was going to be said would be very serious. Are you sure about this, Issei? After what happened, I would have thought you wouldn't want anything to do with them. Especially him. Issei looked at the god and sighed. No matter the case, what happened that night and what we learned can never be forgotten. His plans will fail, and I will ensure that nothing will stop me until I have his head on a pike. The group was definitely out of the loop on what they were talking about. So are we going back to training him? As of now, your power isn't what it was, even more so, with what they did to you. Did you forget about your own goal to break it? The group was starting to get annoyed, and it was Akeno who spoke up first. I'm sorry, but I know this secret isn't for us, but what happened to Issei? Issei sighed and looked at her. A long time ago, I was in quite the predicament, and it was only thanks to Yusaka and her allies that I made it through. Along with numerous other things that happened, my enemies put a seal on me to limit my power. What kind of seal? Issei looked to Kaloriner and explained. It's designed to compress my power limits and make it near impossible to use my true powers. Currently I am only at 25% of what I used to be. The only way to break it is through extreme force by training. Also, a strong emotional trauma that enables something like a switch forcefully, allowing the current of power to run at full capacity. In the process, the influx of power theoretically would shatter the seal in a single instant due to the overwhelming energy passing through it. So who are you going to call to guard this town? Everyone heard Shiva ask the question and wondered what the answer was. Issei sighed and looked at his brother. I will call a few friends. One is definitely who you're thinking of, he wouldn't be more happy to guard this town if it meant getting stronger to defeat him. You and I both know that his fury for that man is unparalleled. Shiva nodded. Who is this that you guys are talking about? Issei looked to Riaz as she asked that. A very close friend of mine. He's a little bit of a battle maniac, but don't let that scare you. He can be very genuine and kind when hostility is non-existent. Don't keep them waiting. Issei, call him here so we can get a move on. We have quite a bit to do if we are going through this. Susanu's patience was running thin, and Issei knew it. That's when Issei nodded. Once they saw Issei raise a circle to his ears, a few words that couldn't be heard were exchanged and suddenly it disappeared. He's on his way. About 5 minutes later, everyone heard a knock on the door. Once Issei told them to come in, once again they were shocked, all of them except the gods and the two fallen. Both Kaloriner and Rainer widened their eyes and jumped up, surprising the devils. You know him? It was Riaz who asked that. Issei, on the other hand, seemed to expect it, he already knew that those two would recognize him. Of course we know him. Who is he then? Their patience was running thin. His name is Vali. Issei was the one who said that. He then turned to the fallen angels in the room. The reason they know him is that he is affiliated with the Grigori. Specifically, Azazel himself took him in. Way to shorten my life story, Issei. Who is he then? Vali smirked and rose his hand. Suddenly behind him, they witnessed his sacred gear form. To say they were surprised was an understatement. The White Dragon Emperor. Suddenly the room got a whole lot darker, or it just seemed that way. Issei and Vali were having a silent stare-off that seemed to make the distance between the two uneasy. The group wasn't sure if a fight was to go down or not. It seemed there was some unfinished business between the two. Issei. Issei looked to Vali, and with a stern voice he replied. Not now, we'll discuss it later. Suddenly the wings on Vali's back started to glow, and a voice emanated from them. Issei Haidu, one of the most unknown players in this game of chess that is life. Surely you have not decided to take action once more, and what are the consequences if you do? So everyone was surprised to hear a regal and prideful voice speak. They could only assume it was Dragon himself who resided within Vali. What happened next would make them all remember this night. They thought Issei would snidely make a comeback or lash out at the dragon for intruding. However, Issei just sighed and said the words that opened everyone's eyes. Albion, you are right. The consequences of this whole plan are enough to weigh the odds against us. However, we are at a crucial point in time now, we cannot run anymore. No more hiding, no more games. No more time wasted thinking of what would have happened if we finished it on that dreadful day. If we don't do something, they will find us. So we strike when the time is right. If it comes down to it, I will break the seal and unleash the very abomination they sealed away inside of me, from fear. If it should be that way, they will only get to see it once more before I completely staple their fear once and for all into their bones so that they always remember it. No one was interrupting the conversation that the dragon was having. They knew to have respect for the being that was the vanishing dragon. It seems you are right. We can no longer hide, we cannot wait around. Very well, what is your plan? The dragon's question was heard loud and clear, and everyone looked at Issei for his response. I cannot speak too much of it due to the others in the room. This is way above their pay grade. I'm going to pay a visit to the faction's leaders and brief them on the matter. Every ounce of help we can get will only increase our chances. It's time the world knew. Vali, the reason why I called you here is you're going to be watching the city for Kakabiel. Vali narrowed his eyes, then he chuckled. So you've decided on to take out the old bat now? That caused an uproar. Why did Vali make it seem like you actually know Kakabiel personally? Issei sighed and took a deep breath. This was something he wanted to stay out of their ears. Don't ask any more about it, just know yes. Me, Vali and the warmonger Doze have a bit of history. His tone was enough to quiet them down, and they knew better to press on. He suddenly turned to the group. You guys heard enough. For now, I want you guys to get ready, we'll leave tomorrow. Be prepared and make sure you get enough sleep. This will be a very long and tough trip. Don't take what I say for granted, or you'll be sorry. It seemed he wanted them to leave, so without any fuss they did, and before he knew it, Issei was alone with Vali, Shiva, Kai, and the Shinto Trinity. Now that they are gone, let's get down to the real stuff. It was Vali. Issei looked around and started to speak. What do you guys want to know? How are you exactly planning on taking them on? With your skill, he would still be a match, and don't get me started on her. That seal needs to break before you take her on. Not to mention the rest of them, and the others they have. It was Shiva who asked that. Issei looked at him. We're all going to train, we have to be at our peak when the moment hits us in the face. After I'm done with them, me, and you are going to have a few of our old training spars. Shiva. Vali smirked as he heard that. So once again you're going to attempt to control the power deep inside of you. A lot of change is in the air tonight, you were right. Time is up, and with so much to lose, how can we not do everything in our power to get stronger? I'm done here, let me know if you need anything else. Issei looked at Vali and spoke. Where are you going? Vali looked back and smirked. Where do you think? The night's still young. Issei shook his head and laughed as Vali walked out. With him gone, Shiva said his piece. It seems we have a lot of work to do. Be ready, Issei, when you get back, we will begin in our training, and you should already know holding back isn't an option. Let's see if you have what. Shiva smiled and waved as he disappeared out of thin air. Issei turned to Kai and the Shintos. So is there anything else we should know, or anything we can do, before we head out? Issei thought about it for a moment, then widened his eyes. They could help him a bit. 2 things, one now and one after we learn what I want to know. The gods were a little puzzled. Take a look at my seal again, I want to experiment with it. They all blinked, but only Amaterasu spoke. Very well, summon it. Issei sighed and his shirt came off. Suddenly, with very little effort, a large seal that encompassed his torso and rolled around to his back formed. It intersected at very unique areas to create what looked like a makeshift maze. Amaterasu started to speak. It's still pretty strong, no signs of major damage or anything close. Just barely fading. Issei shook his head and began to work. His hair turned darker as his demonic energy use was increased. Though the seal was resisting. Amaterasu examined the seal again, and it had no problem resisting the energy. Try using your holy energy. Issei nodded and soon everyone felt the holy presence in the room. The seal seemed to fade just a bit, he felt like he could use just a bit more of the energy versus the demonic. Maybe he could do something with that, who knows. It seems the seal can't resist it that much, it weakens just a bit. Issei turned to her and responded instantly. I need you to take me somewhere. The gods looked confused. Why us? Why not just teleport yourself there? Issei chuckled. It's far away, and the person I'm going to talk to will want to spar no doubt, so I need to conserve my energy. Susanoo looked skeptical. What do you mean far away? How far? Issei looked at the gods. It's the home of a different pantheon, one pretty much on the other side of the world. A lot of energy would be required to teleport. 3 gods could do it easily. The gods were now completely focused, even Kai had his complete attention. They all knew he was hiding more, and there was only more to come. What pantheon? Issei chuckled. Greek. Issei was serious, and they knew it. So who is it then? We're going to go straight to the throne room and interrupt whatever it is they are doing. It can wait, this will definitely announce my presence yet again, and once the little birdie gets wind, they will know we are moving. So it's time for the brute force method. They all shook their heads, but he was serious. So they complied, and a large circle appeared around the Shinto. Be careful, Issei. Issei looked at Kai and nodded. Then he stepped into the circle. Scene break. Mount Olympus. In a large ornate room that had ivory pillars running along the walls of the structure sat 12 beings in their respective thrones. In the center sat a little girl who was watching a fire. This was just a normal day for them, they had already started their meeting and wasn't expecting anything out of the blue to happen. They were wrong. Before they knew it, their meeting was interrupted by a large magic circle and they were instantly all on guard. A single voice spoke out. The newcomers. Who dares to interrupt us? Issei knew that voice all too well. Zeus. A man that had an ego the size of his godly form, he would be generally respectful to a person of his stature. However, he has bitten off more than he can chew a few times. So he ultimately knew his place. As soon as he saw the other gods, his tone instantly changed. Amaterasu, Susanoo, and Tsukiyomi. A rare visit, one that no doubt has reason. What or who have you come for? As soon as he said that, the trinity split apart to show Issei. The look on every god's face was enough to tell Issei that they never really expected to see him again. Zeus had no words to say, if he even had some. He wouldn't speak until Issei made his reason known. So the brat returns. That voice Issei knew as well, whether he liked it or not, he knew what it meant. Ares, it seems time hadn't made you any wiser than before. Maybe it's good you have a pea for a brain. Issei said that with a smirk. It definitely got the god riled up and ready to go. Ares was about to jump off his throne, but Zeus put his hand up. However, Issei spoke up. Zeus, it's fine. I won't kill him, I can use him as a training dummy. After we'll talk about why we're here. Zeus relented and nodded. Ares instantly jumped down and made his size equal to Issei. He held a gigantic baseball bat with a cocky grin. Let's see how much stronger you've become, runt. I hope you're going to enjoy this beatdown. No, you're going to enjoy your ass being handed to you on a silver platter. Ares didn't like that and took a swing. Issei easily rolled out. Ares saw Issei pull out his sword and backed up to avoid a thrust at him. The second thrust Issei made was sidestepped as Issei came down in a vertical slash. His sword met Ares' bat. Ares used his leg to kick Issei backwards and decided to try something else. Suddenly Issei was staring at a gigantic broadsword that definitely looked mean. He didn't want to get hit by that weapon, but it made it a bit easier on him. Ares needed more time to swing it. Issei quickly leapt backwards as the large sword sailed past where he was. That's when Issei sped forwards and slashed the abdomen of the god and backed up yet again to avoid another strike. Issei was honestly not wanting to waste time, so he decided it was time to end it. He charged in yet again, but this time he jumped over the blade as it passed under him. Landing on the ground, he instantly slammed his sword through the god's stomach. Using his momentum, he kicked off of the god and landed in front of him. Ares wasn't focused on Issei anymore, he was focused on pulling out the sword and didn't see Issei leaping right above him with another sword in his hand. Aimed for his eye. Golden liquid sprayed out as Issei's sword went through easily. It seemed the spar was over, but one thing remained in the gods' minds. Why was he there? The Greek pantheon looked to Issei in anticipation. They needed to know why he was in front of them. Issei, please don't keep us waiting. We know a lot of stuff was said and done, but for you to return unexpectedly has us on the edge of our feet. Why are you here? It was Poseidon who asked that. Issei looked at the old god, it was clearly present on his face. The shock and disbelief he has, this man had seen a ton in his years, and no doubt the one thing he never thought he'd see again was him. I will explain everything, but first something needs to happen. He then looked at Apollo, who didn't know what to think. He needs to be in state where he can think straight and understand the complications of what I'm about to tell you. The young god nodded and hopped off his throne. Walking over to Ares, the damage was clearly visible. Issei really did a number on him. The magic that was still lingering in his wounds was potent and destructive. However, to Apollo it was nothing for him to handle. Ares' body was covered in a light green glow. Before everyone knew it, Ares was back on his feet and sat on his throne. They weren't speaking up, they wanted him to start. He cleared his throat and began. I need your help in a very serious matter, one that if ignored will cause a very dangerous situation. The look on the gods' faces said it all, he had their full undivided attention. What is going on? Zeus asked. Issei took a deep breath. There is a group that is very dangerous. It wants to cause the end of the world. The energy that flared in the throne room was great. Who are they, boy? What are their plans? Zeus said loudly. Issei shook his head. This isn't a group that you can easily disperse, the members are very powerful. The leaders even more so. Its name is the Cows Brigade, it is led by Ophice, who has gathered the evil dragons that are still alive. Her goal is to defeat Great Red. They were definitely surprised, but Issei rose his hand to continue. That is not all, there is another group in there. Who is from the old Satan faction, the main one of my focus is my brother. Rizavum live in Lucifer, he wishes to unseal the monster that could end us all. Now the looks turned grave. You don't mean Poseidon said that, it was obvious he couldn't believe it. Yes, the Trihexa 666, the very monster that God sealed away, and the beast that can end this world if their plan isn't stopped. What do you need? Issei looked at Zeus sharply. I need you to be ready to act with no hesitation, they are going to make their presence known soon. I also need you to teleport me to him. They didn't look too surprised, Zeus nodded and raised his hand. Before Issei knew it, a beam of light hit him. He reappeared in a place that looked to be a cave. To his right, sat a river that was black as night. A boat sat docked near the shore, with what appeared to be a cloaked man as its ferryman. Issei paid barely any attention and just stepped onto the boat, with no regard for the entity that used it. Any other person who had the need to be in this place wouldn't dare disrespect the ferryman. The moment the cloaked hood rose upwards and the eyes behind it saw who it was, opened wide. Issei Haidu, it has been a while. Issei just rose an eyebrow. Unfortunately I don't have time to talk, Charon. I need to be taken across the river too. It was a demand, and Charon knew that. The look in the boy's eyes were hardened, not taking no for an answer. So he did just that. It was only a little bit longer, and they had docked in front of a gigantic palace, decorated with black walls and skulls at various points. Charon didn't get to say anything as Issei quickly got off and was already on his way to the door, nobody was stopping him with his audience with Hades. Before he knew it, the god himself was standing before Issei with eyes of shock and confusion. Issei was in his home for a reason, he knew that much. Issei, it is a very rare moment for you to visit me, get straight to the point. Why are you here? Hades heard the chuckle, and his first sentence sent a chill down the god's spine. I need your help. With what exactly? Issei stared down the god and spoke. There will be a battle of godly proportions that will take place in the near future. The enemies we are facing are moving slowly, but it will only get worse. I have a feeling something big is about to go down. Hades looked Issei dead in the eye and started to speak. Who is it exactly and what are they planning? Once Issei explained it to him, he understood what it meant. Of course I will lend my full support, just let me know when you need me. Issei nodded and must have thought that was all. However, when Issei asked his next question it sparked his interest. I want to fight you. Alright kid, I'll go around with you. All out till the other one gives up. Issei nodded and Hades let out a bit chuckle. Before they knew it, they were standing outside the palace with a barrier above them. Before we start, why did you want to fight me? Issei chuckled. I want to test my strength on a powerful being. Hades seemed to accept it and nodded. It was then Issei rushed in. His fist met the steel edge of Hades' pitchfork though. It seemed Hades was holding back quite a bit on the boy, and for good reason too. This person who was known as Issei Haidu was like a nephew to him. He was one of the first mentors he had, and he showed him a lot over the years. It came as one hell of a slap in the face the first time he met Issei. Back then, he wasn't nothing but a broken child in tattered clothes, with eyes that glowed with such hatred and the will to burn the world till there wouldn't be a single ash left. Though, Hades could say now that Issei was matured. He also noticed his determination hadn't diminished at all either. He didn't know much of what happened to Issei as of late, he had missed out on a good bit. However, the man standing before him was no longer a child. His eyes held a lot of emotions, and it amazed the god. He saw what he never thought he would, his determination was tempered, but Hades saw something else. Something so intriguing, he wondered what he went through to change him like that. Hades saw that he was scared, but it was odd. He wasn't scared of him, or anything of that nature, no, it was more like Issei was scared to fail at something, and he could tell whatever this was very close to him, and he couldn't fail. This man would lead a devastating path of carnage to get what he wanted, and anyone in his way would pay the Reaper's price. He just hoped that Issei wasn't pushed hard enough to tap into his true power. He knew about the seal, and with Issei's power, if something serious enough were to happen, that would make Issei go into his full demonic form. If by some miracle that he could retain his senses while transformed, he could shatter that seal with barely strain. If that happened, the sorry bastard would have unleashed their worst nightmare and would think that they were staring death in the face. Hades was knocked out of his thoughts when Issei swung his sword. With barely any effort, it was blocked. Issei jumped back, it was time to step it up. A quick bolt of lightning shot straight towards Hades, who merely raised his hand, and the bolt was absorbed into darkness. Come on Issei, I've been holding back this whole time. I want to see what you can really do. Issei heard his roar and dodged just in time to see Hades's pitchfork slam into the ground. He had no choice but to take to the air as a rapid wave of darkness started to expand from the point of impact. This was something else for Issei. He knew Hades was just getting started too. That meant this battle would drag on for a while. However, Issei wasn't about to give in. Hades saw the sword that was swung at him and blocked it yet again, however this time Issei swept the god's legs out from underneath him, causing him to stumble backwards. That was the perfect opportunity. Hades soon felt sharp pain as he looked down to see Issei's elbow in his gut. Issei followed it up by giving him a kick to the ribs that sent him flying a short distance away. Issei though didn't get another chance to get in close though. He was bracing himself as Hades started to power up a bit more. Issei was staring at the cracking and floating pieces of their battleground. Suddenly Hades set off a massive explosion that knocked Issei back several feet, and when he looked up, he saw Hades covered in a dark ethereal glow, with a purple hue to it. It definitely made an intimidating presence. Issei decided to power up, and before Hades knew it, Issei's hands turned demonic, and his body was covered in lightning. Hades quickly sidestepped a punch from Issei and smashed him with his pitchfork, sending him skidding backwards, which only caused Issei to rush in again. This time Hades jumped back as Issei's fist slammed into the ground, and a bolt of lightning erupted underneath him and shot upwards. That's when Issei sensed a massive power surge. He looked up to the god to see him gathering energy in his hands, then he shot a massive energy blast that burst into smaller ones that rained down on the ground. Issei wasted no time, a large dome of ice formed around him, acting as a makeshift shield to protect him from the onslaught. As soon as it stopped, Issei burst out of the ice dome and soared towards Hades. That attack caused Hades a bit of fatigue, and he would need a bit to recover to be able to use something like that again. Issei shot out an ice spear that charged at his opponent. He wasted no time in charging in as well. Hades was left with a dilemma. He had to choose, so he chose Issei. Hades swatted the spear away, but felt his jaw clench as Issei's fist hit it. As Hades was sent away, Issei decided to add insult to injury and sent off several lightning bolts that all hit their target. Hades didn't know what to think. It wasn't like he was at full power or even nearing his limit. Just that fact Issei was already this strong, and he knew the boy had more power and more abilities up his sleeve. This was a monster disguised as a man, one that was cunning and unforgiving. However, Hades would not let Issei get the best of him. That's when his pitchfork started to glow with intensity. Even if the aura was blackened as the night itself, Issei could still sense just how dense the energy was that the god was building. Issei didn't hesitate and braced himself. He didn't know what Hades was planning. Suddenly a bolt of dark energy was shot towards him as he quickly dodged it. Hades then started to shoot them at him rapidly. Issei was expecting that though. He placed his hands on the ground and a burst of blue energy shot outwards as a large ice wall formed in front of him. The ice wall held up against Hades' assault for quite a while until Issei noticed small fractures starting to form. At that moment, something unexpected happened. It came as a complete surprise to Issei as he watched the ice wall shatter and Hades bursting through it and saw the pitchfork in motion. Hades had thrown it and it came so fast and the timing was perfect. He had no choice but take it head on. However, it was already too close to him, so he let it hit him. Hades watched as the pitchfork stabbed him in the gut. Issei fell on his knees, but Hades didn't move. He wasn't about to take the win. This was a friendly spar, albeit maybe one on a god's level. This was not a death match, and Hades knew Issei wasn't done. His suspicions were proved true as Issei grabbed the pitchfork and pulled it out easily. He didn't stand up just yet, and he didn't give up either. Hades soon felt a presence that shocked him, for many reasons. His view on the man before him was now a blank slate. Whatever he knew about the boy from all that time ago was completely gone and useless. He knew something drastic had happened to him for his personality to make such a change. As he watched a white flame flicker to life and curl around his wounds as if it had a mind of its own, Hades realized his potential was now through the roof. The holy presence was clearly sensed the moment the fire came to life. However, this brought up complications for their fight. This was the light versus the dark now, even if Hades wasn't a devil, it was still the very nature of his power that worried him. He didn't know how it would turn out. Issei quickly stood up as his wounds were healed, his hands were alight in a blaze of white glory. Hades watched as a hand was raised and a gigantic swirling fireball formed in the palm of Issei's hand. As Issei threw it, Hades responded with his own. Slamming his pitchfork on the ground, he watched a wave of darkness shot towards the incoming fireball. The fireball collided with the darkness as they sparked with ferocity, and the resulting explosion knocked both of them backwards. Issei quickly got back up and his fist met Hades's pitchfork. Issei used his free hand to create a small fireball and slammed it into Hades' ribs. It seemed their battle was about to end as Hades powered up a good bit and Issei had already started to gather his power. Hades stopped for a moment as he noticed quite the unique energy signature. It was something completely else, and as he looked at Issei, he was in stupor. Issei was covered in light blue ethereal glow, with all his wings out. Hades knew the moment he saw the blue glow that it was more to it. He didn't know if Issei was conscious of what he was doing or not, but Hades noticed the very ground Issei walked on started to get covered in a bit of frost before melting away. The very temperature of the air was enough to tell Hades that it wasn't a normal ability. Issei was probably too focused on the battle to notice those things, that's what he assumed. His train of thought was lost as Issei rushed at him, sword in hand. The pressure Issei emitted along with his strength made Hades stumble backwards a bit. Issei didn't wait and walked forwards. What surprised Hades again was when Issei slammed his sword in the ground and continued towards him. Nothing came at him and he looked up to see a hand outstretched towards him. He didn't hesitate and grabbed it. The spar was over. Morning as Issei woke up the day after, he couldn't think too much on what today would have in store for him. Before he knew it, he was waiting downstairs for them to arrive. He hoped they were ready for it. Before he knew it, everyone was there. They were waiting for him to begin. Today marks the day you will all change, the place you are going to will challenge you mentally and physically. Make no mistake, this trip will be hell for you. Well, let's go then and get it over with. Issei turned to Rainer and chuckled. Just because I trained you and Kalawiner a bit doesn't mean you won't get off easily. They will break you and make you rebuild the pieces of your personality back together from scratch. I said both mental and physical, you have no idea what is in store for you. Issei didn't say anything else and waved his hand, suddenly a portal appeared. One by one they all went through and came out on the other side to see a sight that they wouldn't forget. They were staring at a forest that rested beneath the mountain. Akeno gasped as she realized where they were. However, she couldn't believe it. She needed Issei's confirmation. Issei, are we where I think we are? Issei turned to her and gave a sad smile. You are correct, Akeno. He turned to the forest and spoke again. Meet Akigahara, otherwise known as the Sea of Trees or the Suicide Forest. Before I send you on your way, I will explain a few things. 1. Do not underestimate the spirits that reside here. Treat them with respect and they will do the same. Don't take what they say for granted. Look for the hidden truth in their messages and you will prevail. If you don't listen carefully to what they tell you, this place will be your grave. Issei didn't waste any time and walked towards the edge of the forest. When everyone was behind him, he turned around and spoke. This is where I leave you. This path in front of you will lead you to my training grounds. Remember, heed my warnings or else. Issei suddenly vanished and they were left alone, with nothing else to do. They walked into the forest. However, before they even got a few feet in, they were met with a ghostly entity, it seemed to beckon them to come. As they got closer, it spoke in a harsh and cold voice. Welcome to the forest, I am the gatekeeper. Before you continue you must answer a question. None of them spoke and he spoke again. What is a team and what is teamwork? That question hit them hard, it was definitely a test. Only the right answer would be accepted and they couldn't give a half-baked answer. Riaz ignorantly tried to answer it. A team is a group of people who work together and their teamwork is what comes of it. The spirit just shook his head. It seems you are not ready. Any other tries? He looked around and saw Kiba step up. A team is a group of people who stand together through storm and fire till the ends of the world. Their teamwork is the weapon they created from their bonds. The spirit seemed to be. You can thank this young man here, even if his answer wasn't the full truth, it was closer to it than any other answers that could have been said. The answer I was looking is this. A team is a group of people who know everyone's strengths and weaknesses and are able to cover the very same weaknesses. They wouldn't hesitate to take a blow for their teammate and their teamwork is their ultimate weapon. Everyone seemed shocked at the response, suddenly the spirit stepped back. Now that you know the truth, you are ready to enter. May the spirits have mercy on you. They were now walking the path, ready to train. However, they didn't know that the spirits weren't done with them just yet. Only time would tell how they would come out of the forest, forever changed. So that's it for this series. I hope you enjoyed. If yes, then make sure drop 3 red hearts to show your love. Remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in next part.